Hey, and we are live, man. What's going on, everybody? It is S.E.T and Key Media back in the house, man. Got another night of content for y'all. Just want to start it off by saying Happy Veterans Day to any veterans in the chat, man. We appreciate y'all's continued service, man. Appreciate y'all supporting the channel. Yeah, we're gonna start it off pretty light. Got some announcements from Trump's camp. We're going to switch over into some more liberal tiers, and then we got a couple other videos. Y'all know how we do here at S.E.T and Key Media. But before we get into anything, man, like the video, double tap that screen, show some support. Man, we appreciate y'all. Let's get right into the show.
The key platforms that President-elect Donald Trump ran his campaign on. And this morning, he announced who his...
Oh, yeah, and top of the show, shout out to Don's the Wild Card. He done joined the membership program. Man, we appreciate you joining this thing of ours, Dons. Y'all go ahead and welcome Dons to the family, as well as Gerard, man. $20 to start the stream off, man. We appreciate the support. God damn, that's what I like to see. Now I know it's going to be a fire stream. I know it is. Ain't got no choice but to be. Let's do it, y'all.
Czar will be. Peter Stefanik is live in Washington, D.C. and joins us now. Pete, good to see you. A divisive figure from Trump's first term will oversee mass deportation efforts.
Yeah, Tom Homan is his name, and he is, as you said there, the border czar. He will be in charge of
don't go nowhere, Don. Don't go nowhere.
Borders, and he is effectively a career man when it comes to this space, starting off as a border patrol agent in the 80s and gradually working his way up to serve under six different American presidents, including Donald Trump the first time around, in which he led deportation efforts. But his focus last time around was centered on those undocumented migrants who already had a criminal past or were conducting criminal activity. He spoke to Fox News a little bit earlier today about what his plans are ahead.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that one, man.
The president asked me, would you come back and fix it? Of course I have to. I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't. So, look, I'm honored. The president asked me to come back and help solve this national security crisis. So I'm looking forward to it. And the calling is clear. I got to go back and help because every morning I get up, every morning I'm pissed off about what this administration did to the most secure border in my lifetime. So I'm going to go back and do what I can to fix it.
Now, it is a heck of a task that's ahead of him.
And a little background information about Tom Homan. He is a former police officer, a career police officer, immigration official, and he also served under the Obama administration as well as the Trump administration, the first one in 2016. He served as the acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement from January 30th, 2017 to June 29th, 2018. So he has some history. He has some experience. And, yeah, America, meet your new border czar. And this guy... Honestly, I don't even know if the nickname fit Kamala. The more I think about it, the more I say it. I'm like, border czar, that would mean that she was tough on the border. That would mean that she, ruled with an iron thumb. That was her wheel basket. That was her place. That was where she ran and ruled. Nah, not so much. As we all know, the border, lackluster management, very negligent leadership on Kamala's part. So I'm not even sure if the border czar nickname that we assigned to her really fits. But this man, Tom Homan, yeah, we can call him a border czar. He's a bit of a hard ass, but in a good way,
It is being described as the biggest mass deportation effort in America's history once Donald Trump takes charge after Inauguration Day next year, with the expectation that eventually up to 20 million undocumented migrants could be sent home. But again, Tom Homan said at that interview today with Fox, without going into specific detail, that his target is going to be those, again, who were involved in criminal behaviour, such as those who are involved in drug cartels and sex trafficking.
This administration has lost over 300,000 children that were smuggled in this country by criminal cartels they can't find. That's another priority. We need to save these children because some of these children are in forced labor, some of these children are in sex trafficking, some of these children are living a life of hell every day, and we need to save these children and get them back with their families.
And like I said, I'm no body language expert. I do just like to analyze. You kind of have to respect the fact that he seems a little bit pissed off. And I think that's the type of leadership we need at the border. I mean, to replace negligent leadership, I say that the best thing moving forward would be to get very ardent leadership, very passionate leadership at the helm, to really solve the issue. Like, we ain't gonna get somebody down there who just says they care, wants to pretend they care, just wants a job, just wants one of these Trump cabinet positions, so they're talking like they care. No. We need somebody with actual history. We need somebody with actual experience. Tom Homan seems to be that guy, and he seems like he's pissed off, rightfully so. I like that. I likes that. Give me more of that. Somebody who's actually gonna give a damn and solve the damn issue. Man, they quoted this man earlier by saying, y'all might as well already start to pack y'all bags. Excuse me. Y'all might as well already start to pack y'all bags. If you here illegally, pack your bags. It's a short stay.
Also today, another member of Donald Trump's transition team has been announced. Elise Stefanik has been tapped as America's potential next representative when it comes to the United Nations. First of all, there is a nomination process that has to take place. Now, in the past, Elise Stefanik has been very strong, used tough language when it comes to opposing this rise of anti-Semitism. But in a statement that Donald Trump has given to the New York Post today, he said, "I'm honoured to nominate Chairwoman Elise Stefanik to serve in my cabinet as US Ambassador to the United Nations. Elise is an incredibly strong, tough and smart America First fighter." Now, it is Veterans Day here in the United States today. It's a big day on the American calendar, a grand occasion when it comes to commemorating American soldiers past and present. One of the main events is in Arlington, Virginia, not too far from here. It was also significant today because it's the first time that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been seen together since the election. Joe Biden spoke a little earlier, and he mentioned that this year was even more special for him because it was the last time that he would appear at Arlington.
Mm-hmm.
This is the last time I will stand here at Arlington as...
And for those of you who aren't aware or haven't heard of the alleged beef going on between the Biden family and Kamala Harris, yeah, they said there seems to be a little bit of bad blood. Biden and his wife and family kind of feel slighted about how he was done, pushed to the side for Kamala Harris. And all for all the fanfare and hoopla, all the money injected into her campaign, she didn't win. So there's a little bit of tension there, reportedly, and this being the first time that they've been pictured or videoed together since, I think, what'd they say, the election night, or what'd they say? Well, the first time in a while, but for this to be the first time they've been together in a while just kind of speaks to that little bad blood, that little beef they got going on. So kind of funny to think on the way out, they're beefing with each other. It just kind of sums up the Biden-Harris administration, like, not the best, obviously not on one accord. And they're ending the same way they came in, kind of. They're ending the same way they came in, and it just, I don't know, it just doesn't have a good look to it, honestly.
Commander-in-Chief, it's been the greatest honor of my life to lead you, to serve you, to care for you, to defend you, just as you defended us, generation after generation after generation.
All right. Short little video. We're going to get right into the next one. Just kind of wanted to go over some of these new topics coming out of the Trump campaign. So, again, he's announced Tom Homan as the new border czar, as well as it seems like Trump is already handling some foreign relations. It seems that, I'm not sure if you guys seen the headlines, Putin said that he's more than welcome to facilitate and host a call with Trump. Even offered to call the man himself. And then now it seems as if Trump is already speaking with some Middle Eastern leaders about some of the proxies and some of the conflict going on over there. So very promising stuff. And it's been less than a week since the election night. So it seems like he's kind of headed and gearing towards the direction that we thought he would be, and which is solving a lot of this stuff before he even gets in office. As promised, he said he'd get some of this stuff done as president-elect, and it's proven true.
Let's bring in the founder of the Mighty Oaks Foundation, Chad Robichaud, who is also a U.S. Marine veteran. Chad, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. You know, it's interesting how
happy Veterans Day. Shout out all veterans.
Donald Trump back as president-elect, because right now he's not introducing himself to these world leaders. They already have a relationship with him, and they know how he operates. So yesterday we got word that not only did he speak on the phone with leaders in the Middle East, as Matt was just talking about, he also spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin on the phone and told him not to escalate the war in Ukraine. So what do you think the impact of Donald Trump will be when it comes to potential peace and deterrence around the world?
I don't think we have to guess. We seen what happened when President Trump was in office for 4 years. We saw peace. We saw countries cower to the strength of the White House. And look, the United States military is not our greatest asset that we bring to the table in the world stage. Our greatest asset is our negotiating power, our economic sanctioning ability, and the White House, a strong commander-in-chief in the White House who can lead this world to peace. And we've seen it for 4 years. We actually did it through strength. President Obama said it would take decades and generations to remove ISIS and Al-Qaeda off the battlefield. President Trump did it in 5 months. And we spent 4 years without any new wars.
What's going on, everybody?
In my lifetime, or in 80 years, to actually do that.
Yeah, and this is a huge question to ask you in a couple minutes that we have. But Donald Trump is walking into so many challenges when it comes to the war in Ukraine and the war in Gaza. And he said that he wants to end the war in Ukraine.
And for those that don't like Donald Trump, he's not inheriting exactly a easy, coveted position. We're in a precarious situation when you consider geopolitical conflicts, southern border crisis, economic situation for Americans and its citizens, as well as other infrastructural infrastructural problems, energy, just to name a few, right? So he's stepping into a situation where it's act fast and act now. It's not like he can get in, celebrate, kick his feet up. Ah, man, this has been a hard-fought battle. I'm glad to be here. No. And if you know anything about the man, he never sleeps. He is a constant worker. He is a vigilant worker and a consistent man. So I'm sure, just off of what I know about him, just off of what we've seen of his character, he's been working tirelessly since he got in office less than a week ago. So, yeah, a lot of this stuff that he promised, or a lot of this stuff that he said that he'd be solving, a lot of the issues that he campaigned on for the past 3 months, I think we're already starting to see a lot of that stuff come to fruition. We're already starting to see him take care of his end of the bargain on that. And again, this is before he even gets inaugurated. So it's just promising stuff. If you're a Donald Trump fan, or if you're a Donald Trump hater, honestly, it's just good to see this man do as he said he would do and start to address some of these issues before he even really gets in office.
Ukraine, and also alleviate the situation between
shout out all the vets,
Israelis
man. Happy
and the
Veterans Day.
Palestinians. I mean, how do you go about doing that, picking up from a foreign policy directive that is much different from his when it comes to the Biden administration, and trying to steer the ship in a different direction?
Well, Ukraine, for example, and I've been to Ukraine 10 times since the war. And the reason I've been to Ukraine is because of the failure of the Biden administration. You have to remember, the White House, I believe, allowed this to happen. When Putin put 100,000 troops on the eastern Ukrainian border, it was President Biden that decided to remove our embassy, remove our consulate, and remove our U.S. troops from Ukraine, which gave a green light for Putin to cross that border. The Article 5 violation is a very real thing. If President Putin even indiscriminately harms a U.S. troop or NATO troop, he's in Article 5 violation. He does not want that. If President Trump, even as president-elect, cannot get Vladimir Putin and Zelensky to negotiate a ceasefire, all President Trump has to do is lead a humanitarian aid effort with NATO in that country, which would put Putin at a risk of an Article 5 violation. This thing will be over in 24 hours, and I believe President Trump not only can do it, I believe he will do it, and I believe he'll do it before he's in office, that he will negotiate a ceasefire in Ukraine.
That would be
now, obviously, it won't be overnight, right? We got to work out some of the logistics, some of the finer details, remove some of the troops, disband some of the military conjunctions, but we can be assured that he is the best man for the job. Think about it. Debate night, when asked, have you even talked to Putin? Kamala, she really couldn't even answer that, and it's because she hadn't spoke to him. Her or Biden haven't spoke to Vladimir Putin, who is half of this conflict. You know, half of the Russia-Ukraine conflict is Russia and their leader, Vladimir Putin. She hasn't spoke to him. The Harris administration, Biden administration haven't spoke to him in 5+ years. So you can imagine that's kind of one of the, compounding reasons why we're this deep into the proxy. But Trump, obviously, for, better or for worse, he has a relationship with Putin. I know a lot of people admonish him for that, but he's already talked to the man. They're already coming up with ceasefire negotiations, and that says a lot about his leadership. There's countries and companies all over the world who are reacting to Donald Trump getting elected, and like I say, it just stands to reason that people respect Donald Trump as a leader. They're already getting in line without him even being in office, and I think that's a good sign. That is a good sign for America and Americans.
Remarkable news if that does come to pass. So today, Chad, is Veterans Day. We thank you so much for your service, all that you have done for this country and continue to do. But some students out of Columbia...
And keep in mind that might just be a move more so in the moment than long-term alignment with NATO, because you have to remember, going back to his 2016-2020 campaign, he was trying to pull us out of NATO, and that made him some enemies. That didn't necessarily make him a favorite among some of the NATO allied countries. You got to think, I think United States funds NATO by up to 30%. So NATO is essentially U.S. funded, right? Majorly. He tried to pull us out. He wanted to pull us out. He had an initiative to pull us out that didn't necessarily win him any favors. So you got to kind of keep your eye on that. But that might be a move he leverages against Putin for now, just to kind of come up with some ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire, while later down the line, the plan being to still kind of pull us out of NATO and, work something else out, because we spend a lot of money with NATO. It kind of incentivizes that forever war, because these NATO allied countries are always going to need our weapons from Raytheon, Boeing, and all our other, companies that make these weapons. So you got to understand there is kind of like a business behind that. But yes, that was Trump's initiative to pull us out.
University feel much differently about Veterans Day, and they're circulating this flyer on social media and around campus. They're protesting Veterans Day, and a portion of the flyer says Veterans Day is an American holiday to honor the patriotism, love of country, and sacrifice of veterans. We reject this holiday and refuse to celebrate it. The American war machine should not be honored for the horrors unleashed on others. Instead, we will celebrate Martyrs Day in honor of those martyred by the Israel-U.S. war machine, a day to honor the patriotism, love of country, and sacrifice of those martyrs. So, Chad, what do you think when you hear that? A group of students at an elite university replacing Veterans Day with Martyrs Day, and I guess you could take in that statement that they would be celebrating the Hamas terrorists that were killed in this war.
Yeah, well, it's the manufactured outrage of the day by a bunch of spoiled students, and I'd say an elite university. I'd say it's a woke university that produces students like this. And look, this is their right. This is the freedoms that I fought for them to have the right to do this peacefully. By the way,
yeah. Regardless of what side you stand on, you kind of hate to see how these Israel-Hamas protests have turned college campuses across America into a battleground, radicalized a lot of students, and yeah, there's been a lot of, I'll just say, hate, an unnecessary hate back and forth. It's kind of sparked a whole new wave of anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim rhetoric. And yeah, it's just divisive, and you hate to see it. You hate to see it.
They should, but look, if they want to celebrate, if they want to be against the anti-industrial military complex, if they want to be against the anti-American war machine, then they should join me right now and celebrate that President Donald Trump is in office and the neocons in Washington, D.C. are being pushed out. And so they should go to their university where they're supposed to be seeking education, understand what's really happening here. And we're going away from war. And American military is going to do what it's always done best, what every military warrior has done since they donned a uniform in 1775 and has fought, bled, and died for the freedoms in this country and protected all of our rights, including the rights that they're trying to exercise right now to do something that's ridiculous.
You are still fighting for those freedoms that our country holds so dear. And Chad, we thank you so much for joining us this morning and for serving our country so valiantly each and every day. We appreciate you as always. Chad Robichaud, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. And again, one more time, shout out all veterans, man. We appreciate y'all's service. If you're in here currently serving or have served, man, from S.E.T Media, straight to you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out all the veterans. Now, moving along swimmingly, we're going to hop into some Tucker Carlson. He's addressed a few of the questions surrounding Donald Trump's win, and feel like he had some interesting things to say. Let's get right into it. Like the video if you haven't already, man. Let's get the likes up. 13 likes, y'all. Come on, man. Let's get the likes up. Double tap the screen, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner. Let's get some more folks in here. Man, y'all know how we like to do it, man. Let's make it a fire stream. Let's get some more folks in here. Come on.
When no one's around and you're just with your spouse, your college roommate, or your brother, or your closest friends, are you like mad about race? Probably not. Most people don't spend their lives thinking about race or other people's sex lives, for that matter. Mm-hmm. They just don't. And if our leaders encourage us to have yet another fake conversation about race, which is really just one person yelling at another person, that person having to take it, like that does nothing but divide the country and makes people hate each other, which is of course their goal. So stop with that. If you engender racial conflict in a population, it's very hard to make that go away. Most Americans do not want that at all. They don't see race first. It's just a fact. These are all facts. This is not a racist country. It's a really nice country. It's a country where people give directions to strangers and like taking straight.
So I've always said, man, if you think America's racist, bro, go on to the other side of the world where they ain't as covert about their racism. They might call you a slur right to your face. They might refuse your service right to your face. Like, yeah, you think America's pretty bad? Just check out the other half of the world and see how they live and see how they treat the melanated folks over there. Not so nice. America, we got the nice racism, the cute racism, the subtle racism. The racism is like, is it really there? Is it not there? The racism you got to question. On the other half of the world, the racist dominant countries, yeah. You're going to know as soon as you step foot on their turf, like, oh, okay, I'm on the outside looking in.
They don't see race first. It's just a fact. These are all facts. This is not a racist country. It's a really nice country. It's a country where people give directions to strangers and like taking stray dogs. It's just people aren't racist actually. And so stop with that stuff. Restore the colorblind meritocracy that we were promised. That is the basis of America. Innovation comes when the most energetic, smartest people are allowed to do their thing. When entrepreneurs are allowed to be entrepreneurial and artists are allowed to create art and writers are allowed to write literature and Elon's allowed to build rockets, and it doesn't matter sort of what color they are, what gender they are. It just matters that they have the energy and the drive and the intelligence.
And actually, man, quick shout out to Gerard. He has a video he wanted us to play. Man, shout out Gerard, always showing support. He said he would like for the stream to see this. Looks like an RFK Jr. video. You know we're big fans of RFK Jr. over here. And I'm happy he's been added to the cabinet, to the team. Looks like he has some refreshing ideas he wants to implement. And, man, I'm happy to see it. Can't wait to see it.
What happened in the lead up of the Ukraine war. The Ukraine war, we were lied to because we're told, oh, yeah, this evil Putin trying to take over Europe, and this is his first step to reestablishing the Soviet Empire. And that, you know, it's the same comic
book. And is that a lie?
Yeah, it's the same comic book description we were given of Saddam Hussein in Iraq, which we were just lied into a war. And yeah, it was a slam dunk that he had weapons of mass destruction. Of course he didn't, and he had nothing to do with terrorism. And he was running the most progressive nation in the Mideast. It was a secularized
sure
nation.
Is. That's where I'm from.
A theocracy.
That is where I'm from, 937.
You know,
And I will agree that maybe
right,
in hindsight that was a mistake. But
all right,
Putin,
then let me tell you what happened. The real story behind what
Dayton,
happened in
it's a
Ukraine.
small city.
and let me go back to 1992.
city,
Because
man.
1992, the walls come down, the Berlin Wall comes down, and Gorbachev does something very courageous. He goes to Tony Blair and George Bush, and he says, I'm going to allow you to do something that nobody in their right mind would do, which is I'm going to remove 450,000 Russian troops from East Germany, and I'm going to allow you to unify East Germany under NATO, which is a hostile army. But I want one commitment from you. You will never move NATO further to the east.
Yeah.
James Baker, who was then Secretary of State, famously said to him,
Now keep in mind, Russia, Putin, they tried to join NATO on multiple occasions, reportedly, right? And they were denied access or denied affiliation. And you got to understand, at that point in time, once NATO allied forces pushed their boundary and extended troops on that Russia borderline, you got to understand, it was a move of aggression, a move of pure agitation, and it was only perceived as such by Putin and Russia's governance. So technically, and this is just holistically speaking, without any bias inserted or injected at all into this statement, one could say that Russia's hand was forced into the move. Yeah, think about it. I tried to play nice. I tried to shake hands with you. You denied my handshake. And then, as I'm sitting here just collecting myself, just wondering why you make a move of aggression, yeah, I only have one choice but to respond. So, I mean, you make a move of aggression, there's only one way for me to retaliate. So a lot of people might say that Putin and Russia's hand was forced into this conflict.
we will not move NATO 1 inch to the east. So then, 5 years later, 1997, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was the first of the neocons, comes along and proposes, let's move NATO to right up to the Russian borders. We're into 15 nations, okay? And at that time, the most important diplomats in American history at that time were George Kennan, who was the architect of the containment policy during the Cold War. He said, if you do that, you're going to force, this is crazy, it's insane. Russia just lost the Cold War. We should be giving them a Marshall Plan and integrating them into the civilized society, the Western society. Don't make them an enemy. Don't treat them like they're still an enemy. This is going to force a violent military response from Russia if you do that.
Yeah.
Bill Pierce, who was then the Secretary of Defense, threatened Clinton that he would resign if they went ahead with this plan because it was so reckless. And Bill Pierce is now the head of the CIA. Bill Perry, who was the U.S. ambassador to Russia at the time, said the same thing. Why are you doing this? This is crazy. So between now and then, we moved NATO into 14 countries. Why do we move NATO in? Because when you move them into a new country, they have to sign a contract that conforms all their weapons purchases to NATO specifications, which means you have to buy the weapons from Northrop Grumman, from these big U.S. military contractors who profit from war. So we move it there. In the meantime, we walk away unilaterally from 2 nuclear weapons treaties with Russia. Russia wants those treaties. They're intermediate range missile systems which destabilize Europe when we remove our agreement not to fire missiles on Russia. And we put Aegis missile systems, which are nuclear capable, in Romania and Poland.
But the broad stroke, listen, you know the details, and these details are, and I'm not taking a side on this, but if there was any, which a lot of people aren't really advocates of, but Trump, if anything, kind of, and whether he was a puppet or not, whatever you believe, he kind of normalized the Russian relationship, kind of, right, by becoming somewhat of a friend of Putin's. So between that time and the time that Putin, there was no NATO movement between the time after the Trump administration.
Yeah, well, what we did is then we overthrew the government of Ukraine.
So no, he came into Ukraine before.
We overthrew the government in 2014. USAID, which has spent $5 billion, which is a front for the CIA, which everybody acknowledged.
And we got some more folks rolling up in here, man. Make sure to like the video on the way in. We appreciate the support to tonight's stream, but double tap the screen. You could also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner if you're enjoying the content. Let's get some more folks in here. Let's have a good discourse in the chat tonight. It doesn't matter if you're a Trump supporter, Kamala supporter, lefty, conservative. It's all about the conversation. So let's get as many folks as we can in here. Let's make it a fire stream. But help the video get pushed in the algorithm and leave a like.
Colleges went in there and started a revolution called the Maidan Rebellion, where there was these protests and it ended with the overthrow of the elected government of Ukraine that wanted to keep Ukraine neutral. Yanukovych wanted to keep NATO neutral. We wanted a pro-U.S. government, so we went in there in 2014, overthrew their government, and placed a government. And by the way, a month before the overthrow, we now have tapes that you can go on the internet and listen to. Victoria Nuland, who's the head of the neocons now, the deputy director of the State Department, choosing the new Ukrainian cabinet that will be put in place after the coup that was still a month away. So she knew the coup was coming a month in advance.
But who is she to us?
She's us. She's the head of the State Department. She's now, number 3 in the State Department. But she's been in the State Department. She's one of the, she runs the neocon program, which is, continual wars. So we then pick a new government. The new government comes in, immediately begins attacking the people of Donbass and Lugansk, who are Russian-speaking ethnic Russians. They banned the Russian language, there was 2 languages. There were 2 official languages. Ukraine, they banned that. Violence immediately erupts, and they kill 14. There's a civil war. This war started in 2014. There's 14,000 ethnic Russians are killed. And Putin kept saying, you're killing our people. He's trying to get a peace agreement. They finally work out a peace agreement called the Minsk Accords. Germany signs onto it, France signs onto it, England signs onto it, and Russia sign onto it. Zelensky runs in 2019 as president. He has one platform issue. He's a comedian and an actor, which I'm not.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Oh, my wife is one of those.
Okay, all right.
But he never had any political experience.
Right.
But he wins with 70% of the vote. Why? Because he runs on a peace platform. I'm going to sign the Minsk Accords. As soon as he gets in there, Victoria Nuland and the ultra-nationalists, which is a nice way of describing the people who run that government now, tell him that he can't do it. He can't sign it. So he pivots. And then Putin then says, okay, Putin is now faced with this problem. The United States government is now running the government of Ukraine. And he is frightened to death that the U.S. Navy is going to go into Vladivostok, which is, the southern port. It's been the Russian port. It's the only warm water port Russia has for 347 years. So he then goes right into Ukraine because into Crimea and
hopefully y'all are enjoying this breakdown of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. For those of you who weren't aware, yes, it did not start in, how long has it been going on now? 2021, 2022. For those of y'all who are just now starting to pay attention to the timeline, this isn't a new conflict. This has been something that's been boiling for some time. Precarious situation when you consider NATO and its involvement, the Ukrainian Russia border, I think with Poland as well. The part of the border that borders Poland. So there's a multi-nuanced situation, and again, it didn't just start in the past few years. So hopefully y'all are enjoying this breakdown. Shout out RFK for kind of going a little bit deeper into the history, and hopefully y'all are enjoying the history lesson.
Takes Crimea without firing a shot. Doesn't kill a single person because the people of Crimea are ethnic Russian and want him back, want him in there. Donbass and Lugansk then votes 90 to 10 to join Russia. Putin says, no, I don't want you. I want Ukraine to be a functioning state. But let's sign the Minsk Accords. And they won't sign it. So then he sends in 40,000 troops. I'm almost done with this. He sends in 40,000 troops. That is not somebody who wants to conquer Ukraine. It's a nation of 44 million people. All he wanted was us back at the negotiating table. Zelensky, we will not help Zelensky negotiate. So he goes to Israel and gets Naftali Bennett and Erdogan in Turkey to sponsor negotiations, and they go and they work out a peace agreement. And Putin, they sign it in April of 2022. Putin is withdrawing his troops according to this peace agreement, already starts withdrawing them. Biden sends over Tony Blair and tells Zelensky to rip up the peace agreement. Now, how do we know this? Because all of the negotiators are now talking, including Naftali Bennett, and you can look it up when you're on the internet. You say you spend a lot of time. I do. Look at his speech where he tells you what happened. The lead Ukrainian negotiator this week came clean and said, yeah, that's what happened. Oh, of course, Russia's been invaded 3 times through Ukraine. The last time.
So is Russia the good guy in your mind?
No, Russia, it was illegal what Russia did. We have to understand that they don't want this war. We wanted the war.
So let me.
You got to understand, it'd be the same scenario as if Russia allied forces put troops and weaponry on the southern border. We're going to retaliate in just as much of an aggressive way, if not more aggressive. So, I mean, there's a cause and effect to everything. You kind of have to understand the timeline and how certain things predate other actions and responses. So it is important to analyze the full picture rather than a small, narrowed view of what's going on. It kind of leaves you misinformed when you do so. But again, hopefully y'all enjoyed that breakdown. Shout out RFK. Very informed, very politically informed. And yeah, good breakdown. Succinctly put, short and sweet. And we're going to move right into the next video, which again is Tucker Carlson speaking about some of the things to look forward to now that Trump's won.
The kind of, I hate to say it, but they're always calling Trump a Nazi. Really? Is he the one who said every person in America has to identify by race, by bloodline? That's sick. We rejected that actually in 1945, and we should reject it again. And unleash the best within each one of us. I mean, you build this monument to Martin Luther King on the Mall. Okay, let's follow its precepts. Let's judge each other by the content of our character, by what we do rather than how we were born. That is the promise of America. And that, we spend all this time taking care of gearing our education system to the people who learn the slowest. Maybe we should spend a little bit of time helping the people who learn the quickest. It can't just be making every school dumber. What about the smart kids who want to learn and want to create? They should be allowed to do that too. Just back off and let people do their thing, and you will create an incredibly beautiful country, and stop encouraging them to hate each other. So those are kind of vibe shifts. These are not specific policies. Those are the first 2 things I would do. Second, restore order to the world. I cannot overstate, as someone who travels a lot internationally, how close to nuclear conflict the United States has been for the past 3 years, almost 3 years come February. On the precipice of it. And because our media don't report this, I think most Americans don't really have a sense of it. But we are truly on the edge of ending human life. Globally, it's crazy. Nothing this crazy has ever happened, probably ever, in history. And so the role of the United States, if the United States is going to be a global leader, not its policeman, but a leader, a force for good, It has to become what it once was, which is a force for order and stability, not endless revolution, which is what we've had. Well, let's knock off the leader of that country and hope for the best. Well, that didn't work. We killed Gaddafi, we killed Saddam. Those countries became worse than they were before. There are open slave markets in Tripoli, Libya. We'll just ignore that. The same people who did that, just move on. Let's bump off Bashar al-Assad in Syria. Let's kill Putin and hope for the best. Stop. No more revolutions. This is what the Soviet Union used to do. Run around the world trying to foment revolutions, overthrow one government and hope that a better government would take its place. That's not how life works, actually. It takes an awful long time to create something worth having. Progress is incremental. Destruction is instant. I can smash a plate glass window in a second. Try to make one. Do you even know how a plate glass window is made? It's complicated, right? And that's true for countries, too. So restore order. The United States should be a force for order. No, we're not going to blow up your natural gas pipeline, which we did to Germany. Destroyed the German economy. Destroyed the German economy. I don't know how many of you traveled to Europe. Europe is Germany. The European economy is Germany. And that economy has been crushed by what we did. Stop doing things like that, okay? Reorient away from...
Stop doing things like that and expecting good results. Stop doing things like that and expecting people to be happy or people not to point the social blame on America. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, we're going around causing mayhem, causing destruction, and just kind of holding our hands up like, wait, why are y'all mad at us? Like, yeah, maybe we should really kind of reevaluate some of our stances on some of this, because we're causing issues for not only us, but allied forces. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure we have our reason. I'm sure we have our justification, but maybe we should reevaluate and probably stop doing shit like that.
Permanent revolution. And the lunatics who are now running the State Department, beginning with the chief lunatic, who's also stupid, Tony Blinken, all the way down the chain, just reorient the whole thing. No, our job is to be paternal. If you're a father, you come home, your kids are fighting. If your first instinct is to tell them to keep fighting, hit them harder. You're a monster. You're a moral criminal. You're a bad dad. No, your instinct is consistent with your duty, which is tell them to knock it off and make things better. And so, there are reports, and look, Trump is always, and he does a lot, I think, to feed this perception. He's often criticized as, reckless or seat of the pants or whatever, but in fact, the opposite is true. I think it is being reported, like in the last 5 minutes, that one of the first things Trump did after winning was to speak to both Zelensky and Putin, and to make it really clear that the net effect of this war in Ukraine has only been the total destruction of the nation of Ukraine. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian men killed, Eastern Ukraine destroyed. I mean, really, just the elimination of a country, the biggest country in Europe, and that sort of no one wins. Like, there's been no upside to this at all. It's been effectively a genocide against the Ukrainians, and we're going to stop it now. We're going to stop it. And he spoke to both of them. That's what a United States president should do. And this lunatic who's been running our country for the past 4 years, hasn't spoken to Putin once, because he's immoral. Really? Okay. Immoral. Find a world leader who's not immoral.
Yeah, and honestly, it's actually a good point that he brings up. Part of the reason why Putin claims that he annexed parts of Ukraine, entered parts of Ukraine, was because Ukrainians were being ethnically persecuted, or religiously persecuted, I should say. So he was coming to his people's defense. Allegedly, right? This is some of the reasons cited by Putin himself. So again, it's a very nuanced topic when you consider why Russia annexed parts of Ukraine, how long that situation has been going on, very annexed. And a lot of it does have to do with, one, Ukrainians being religiously persecuted, two, the removal of old leadership and the placement of Zelensky. That kind of agitated the situation, as well as NATO didn't really want to shake hands with Putin. So there was a lot of situations going on in the background that kind of led to the escalated tension between NATO, Ukraine, Russia, and it kind of boiled over to a tipping point, and that's ultimately when Russia entered Ukraine.
In fact, I'd say about 100% of them do. If they have enough power, they kill people who are in their way. That's what they do. Sorry. I'm against that. That's why I'm not a leader. But that's the nature of global leadership. So it's not a question of, finding like a good person in charge of a large country. You're not going to. There aren't any. But you can find better people, and you can arrive critically at better outcomes. And the better outcome is no more war. And Trump did that instantaneously, and I think it's going to work. That's worth voting for him alone. If you voted for Trump and, there are people in your life who are like, I can't believe you voted for that guy. He's a rapist. Okay. First of all, who did he rape exactly? Oh, lots of people. Really, what are their names and why hasn't he been charged? Shut up.
Right.
Actually, what are you even talking about? Stop with that. Don't accuse someone of rape. Like what?
Yeah, that's the sickest thing to do is accuse somebody of rape unfounded with no information, no proof, no evidence, just baseless claims. And they do it to discredit somebody. They do it to vilify somebody. It's libel. It's defamation. And yeah, they just do it to assassinate one's character, because it's one of those things you really don't have to have proof on. There's this whole Me Too movement, believe all women movement. So the second you kind of go against that, you're vilified even more. Like, she said she was, well, we don't really, well, come on, what's some of the evidence on that? Like, was he even there that day? Did they even have, what are you calling her a liar? Are you calling her a liar? Like, you're vilified times 2. If you don't believe her first off the bat, and then if you question it, you're twice as bad as a guy. So we all got to get wrapped up into the same movement, the same whirlwind, because the movement is that powerful. The Me Too movement is that strong. It pretty much encapsulates and encompasses anybody who disagrees with the Me Too movement, as well as anybody who questions the Me Too movement. You're kind of put in the same light. Oh, well, you're not believing all women. You're part of the problem. This is the issue. This is why people don't come out. This is why women don't speak on, their essayers or anything like that. It's just wild. We should all be fact checking and verifying any claims like that, because again, it is one of the most easy claims to make. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but a lot of the times, I would say more times than not, we really do need to verify and check before we just go around canceling folks.
Stop talking like that. Running around accusing people of things, of crimes, of felonies, without any evidence. Like, what's your name? They can't answer it. The whole thing's nuts. Stop lecturing me. Adults, people who run countries, the first thing they do is try and stop pointless wars. They don't foment pointless wars, they end them. And Trump just did that. So if you voted for Trump, on that basis alone, you should be proud of what you did, in my opinion.
Well, so you have you've interviewed so many people.
And let's get the likes up, man. Appreciate everybody in here right now. We got about almost 500. It's been a good stream so far. Let's get some more folks in here, though. So double tap that screen. You can also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Let's increase the conversation. Get the video pushing the algorithm. 7 Key Media, man. Y'all know how we like to do this thing, man. Let's do it.
I mean, recently, Elon Musk. I mean, you interviewed Putin earlier in the year. Putin! What was that experience like?
It was great. It was super interesting. And I should just say that when I interview somebody, obviously I'm endorsing everything that person's ever done. It does really go back to the American media, where I've spent my entire life. I'm the son of a journalist. I grew up around it. So that makes it 55 years I've been around this. And its current state is almost beyond description in how low and poisonous and dishonest it is. I'm just ashamed to be a part of it. No, I mean, of course you would want to interview. Your default, if your job is to interview people, is to interview the most powerful people in the world, the most significant people in the world. And the point of those interviews is to ask them obvious questions and then let the public in your country, in my case it's the United States, decide what they think. That's my job. And so the idea that you wouldn't interview somebody because the State Department doesn't like him, or the senile guy in charge of the country has declared war on him without a congressional resolution, that the government doesn't want you to interview. I don't care what the government wants. I'm an American citizen. I can talk to anybody I want to. And moreover, I can have any opinion I want to. That's my birthright. And that's why I don't live in Sri Lanka, okay, or North Korea or any other country. I'm American, okay? That's what it is to be American. So I'm not being defensive. I actually don't care that the New York Times called me a Putin lover. What I don't, you know, anyone who believes New York Times is like, okay, good luck. But it's just a little bit bewildering that nobody else wanted to interview Putin because what the CIA tells you you're not supposed to want to.
Y'all make sure to go show some support to our sponsor, AI. Man, fix your credit with AI. Takes about less than 5 minutes to sign up and get all squared away with their service. It's free. So yeah, y'all make sure to go check it out. We plan on doing some pretty cool things for those who sign up. So go ahead and sign up. Come back, let us know you did so, and stay tuned, man. We appreciate everybody. And shout out AI again.
If the CIA tells me I'm not supposed to want to do something, and they certainly made that very clear to me, that makes me want to do it more. I mean, that's my job. And if you find yourself, like on the set of Morning Joe, taking orders from the intel agencies, then maybe you should just go work for the intel agencies. Maybe you should admit that to your viewers. Well, you know, today's program is brought to you by the NSA, because effectively it is. And the intel agencies have a much greater role in American news coverage than most news consumers understand. I would say that virtually any news consumers understand. And I've seen it, you know, for over 30 years, so I'm very familiar with it. But it's absolutely crazy that no one has stopped it. And I'm praying, it's very hard to stop it, by the way. I'm praying that Donald Trump will. I mean, that's on a long to-do list, but I would say near the top, you have to, if you want to restore democracy, which we don't currently really have. I mean, the lefties are right about that. They don't want it. I do want it. I actually like democracy because I think it's my country. I was born here. I'm an owner of this system. I'm not a renter or a serf. But if you want to restore it, you have to prevent the government from using your tax dollars to lie to you. Because if you have that system, which we currently have, trust me, I can speak with authority on this, then you don't have a democracy because you don't even know what reality is. In other words, the people in charge are deciding what you can know about what they're doing. Well, that's a rigged system by its nature. How is that not a rigged system? How is that democracy? It's not. It's an oligarchy of the worst kind. And I just don't think people in this country understand the degree to which the information that they received over their Google machines or from NBC News or from the last of the dying newspapers, they don't understand just how filtered that information is. Like, you have no idea what's going on in the rest of the world if you're only getting your news in this country. You have no idea what the candidates are really like. It's really crazy. We have an ongoing debate in my office because we travel a lot. Does the average North Korean peasant have a better idea of what's happening in the world than the average person in a suburb of Boston? Maybe. It's actually open to debate. Like, that's how filtered it is. And so the first step toward fixing it is admitting that you have the problem. Let's stop pretending. You know, if you can't even go interview Putin, who's engaged in a war in the middle.
And yes. Y'all go make sure to check out our new sponsor, AI. Go ahead and fix your credit up with AI. Takes less than 5 minutes to sign up for the service and get all squared away. Very quick process. And above all else, it is free and you're supporting Set and Key Media. And you're helping yourself. Help your credit. Go ahead and sign up for that service. Come back. Let us know you're done so. We got some special announcements for those of you who sign up for the service, man. We appreciate y'all, and shout out AI.
Middle of Europe. If you're discouraged from doing that, and the U.S. government tried to stop me from doing that by breaking into my Signal account and leaking it to the New York Times. They got caught. They admitted it. If that's allowed, no one was ever fired for it. The New York Times didn't rise to my defense. Hey, you can't use an intel agency to prevent a journalist from doing his job. No, it's totally fine.
All right. Shout out Hellbat 12, $5. Something that was pointed out that I saw on X was that how many states has Kamala won that were ID states? Go ahead and take a look. Plus high. Okay. Actually, you know what? Good point. I'll pull that up right now. Only ID state. When you say ID, do you mean pro ID or no ID required? Because we got the biggest one that I know about. Excuse me. It's California or California. And of course she won that one. I think New York's another one. I want to say Washington's another one. Hey, actually, you know what? That is a nice little trend you're pointing out there. She pretty much won, I think Illinois is another one. She pretty much won all the states where no voter ID was required. And honestly, that's, to me, why they implemented it. They said it was racist to require ID, and I'm just like, how? But they wanted people showing up that could or could not be verified, and they wanted them placing their votes. And, you know, if you're over here and you don't have ID and you can't verify who you are, 9 times out of 10, you're an illegal immigrant. And if you're an illegal immigrant, who would you vote for? Whose administration would you vote to keep in? The administration who you came under, right? Not the administration who's threatening mass deportation. So that's just my wild conspiracy theory. But it is kind of funny how my man Hellbat12 said, check out the states that Kamala won, and these just so happen to be no ID required for voting states. Funny. But yeah, it is kind of funny to watch this or look at this map again. Nevada and Arizona have been officially counted. So yeah, 312 to 226. Convincing dub, man. I'm not going to lie. That's what we wanted to see. Too big to rig. We asked for it and we got it.
Man, it's a really, really rotten system, and it's the basis of all we know. How do you know what's happening in the world? How do you know what reality is? Well, because you see it on your phone. So you have to have honest sources of information, or at least a diversity of sources of information. You don't have to trust any one source, but you got to have a choice. It can't all just be, Mika Brzezinski telling you what happened yesterday, because not good.
No. That's cope, and that's an excuse. IDs are $20. 20 freaking bucks. And there's free programs for free IDs. I know in my state, and my state's a red state, there's free programs to get free IDs. So there's really no excuse not to have an ID. It's the easiest thing to get, and it should be required at any place where you're putting in something on your behalf. Or else how else are we going to verify this shit? So the excuse that, people can't afford IDs. No. I'm not hearing that. Especially when you got 4 years to get one. Think about it. Next year or next election, they're going to have the same policy. You knew now you needed an ID. So you telling me you got 4 years to come up with $20 and you couldn't do that? And then they got to make policy around that to protect those motherfuckers? I can't hear that. There's no reason, no excuse not to have an ID when you show up to the polls. And then you got legislators passing bills and putting in laws that protect people from not having to show their ID. It's crazy to me. And I'm just like, what's their incentive? What's their reasoning behind that? Oh, because they want people who probably shouldn't be voting. That's the only way I can see it. That's the only thing that I can deduce. Nothing else makes sense. If you were for authentic policy or authentic voting, if you wanted to keep the integrity of voting intact, you would require everyone that showed up at the polls to show ID, verify who they are. Now, if you're doing anything but that, then you really don't care. You're really just like, we just need people showing up. We don't care who they are. And that's the issue. All right, shout out Tucker Carlson. We're going to get right back to it. He over here promoting some dip shit. And I could care less.
I've gone so crazy, and obviously I wouldn't recommend this to other people, but I don't read any news at all, ever, period. I don't read any of it. I was in it too long. I know how poisoned it is. It's like watching sometimes you meet nurses who are the most honest people in hospitals, in my experience. And they'll tell you, like, oh man, don't get any, cardiac catheter at that hospital. They'll kill you. You should probably believe the nurse, like she works there. And that's how I feel about media. Like, I know how it works. And so I don't read any of it. I get all my information from people via text message. I travel a ton to see things firsthand, because there's no replacing that. But the advice that I give my own children on this question is go with your gut.
That's what I'm saying,
I actually think we have a much more accurate,
you got
sort of internal
4 years to get one. You got 4 years to accrue a license. it doesn't make any sense why you wouldn't be able to grab one. Like, you know, you need one now. The election just ended. 4 years from now, you can't come up with $20, $40. The most expensive ID I'm seeing people talking about is $45. And again, check with your state. A lot of times they have programs in place to discount or give you one for free. If it's your first time, whatever, what have you, you're new to the state, like you're coming from another state, or you're a new citizen, whatever. There's a lot of programs that either discount or give you one for free. So check with your state, your local BMV, whatever, what have you. There's no reason why you shouldn't be walking around with ID. Honestly, just in general. Like, bro, you need ID for almost everything. What do you guys not have a job? And a lot of you guys that are in here talking about like, oh, well, this is the reason why they do that. You have ID. So why are you trying to defend people who don't? Like, you're trying to defend the unemployed, essentially. Bro, you need an ID to do essentially anything. So why should voting, one of the most democratic processes we have in America, something that we should be trying to uphold the integrity of, why would we be trying to remove voting identification away from that? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, it just doesn't. It challenges the integrity of our electoral process, if you ask me. But shout out Jake Downey, $5. The next race is in 2 years. Keep up the momentum to flip your local government, school boards, sheriffs, local reps, etc. Pressure them to change ID laws. And yes, that is very important. And yes, I honestly do say that your local vote is way more consequential than your presidential vote. And a lot of people kind of overinflate the presidential election and don't put enough emphasis on their local vote. Like, you need to kind of read up on some of these issues, read up on your local judges, read up on your school boards, your sheriffs, as Hellbat said, or Jake Downey, as Jake Downey said, because that affects you locally. And a lot of the stuff that we complain about, honestly, doesn't really fall on the shoulders of our federal governance. It falls on the shoulder of our local state governance. So yes, please be informed when it comes to your local issues, man. I see too many times people overlook that, and they have issues like literally that only affect the county or the state they live in. And when you probe them, it's like they didn't really vote. They didn't think their vote mattered. Like, no. Please make sure to read up on your local issues, inform yourself, and make sure you show up to those polls in the next 2 years and the next 4 years. And just in general, you definitely want to be informed when it comes to your local issues.
Measuring system for truth than we understand. Like, you know when someone's lying to you. You're born with that ability to discern truth from lie. Now, it's unerring, but it's imprecise. In other words, if I feel someone's lying to me, that person's lying. Like, my dogs know. Like, if you show up at my house and you're creepy, my dogs have no idea what you're saying. They don't need to know. They know you're creepy, and they'll snarl at you. And then I know you're creepy because my dogs have already vetted you. All of it. No, and I mean it. And you're not welcome for dinner at that point. I don't know what you did, but it's gross.
It's a good test.
Yeah, and I'm not joking at all.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you failed the spaniel test. I'll see you. Good luck, freak. All of us have the very same ability. Our instincts are our most honest guide, because your instincts are designed only to help you. They're not trying to sell you anything. They're not trying to get elected.
Shout out Jake Downey, $2. State Electoral College win, I think, if I'm not mistaken, mid-December, if I'm not mistaken. Fact check me on that, though. Definitely verify that. But I want to say, I'm almost sure it's mid-December for that State Electoral College.
Trying to scam you. They're not selling you a timeshare anywhere. They're merely trying to protect you and inform you. And so much of the information that we take in sort of bypasses the five senses that science tell us are the sum total of our intelligence gathering apparatuses. I mean, that's like a total crock.
So you telling me they can give these motherfuckers food vouchers, but they can't give them ID? Nah, like, you really got to start to blame the governance. You really got to start to blame the city officials then, because that just shows where they're putting the emphasis at. Like, they should be getting IDs if they're here legally. They're here. TPS, that's legal. That's asylum seeking. That's legal migration. Like, they should be getting IDs. Like, but we can hand them food vouchers. We can hand them high rises in downtown areas. Like, come on now. Let's be a little bit more genuine than that.
Intuition is not technically a sense because science is like a joke, actually. It doesn't fully describe the human experience or even close to it. It's absurd. It lacks imagination. It's a scam, I would say, obviously. But we have been trained to believe that our senses are somehow less valid than things that we read on Wikipedia, which is totally controlled by the CIA. And the truth is, the opposite is right. If you're listening to someone speak and that person seems deceptive, do not believe that person, period. Tim Walz comes out, who ran with Kamala Harris. I don't know if you remember Tim Walz. And I saw Tim Walz and I'm like, I'm not going to indict him for it. I was like, that guy's a creep. Just flat out. I'm sorry, he is. And I'm not calling the U.S. attorney trying to get him indicted or anything because I don't have evidence. But I just knew instantly that guy's lying to me. And I think we all sort of know that. You can just tell. And so like when the media came out and said, the Nord Stream pipeline got blown up, the biggest natural gas pipeline in the world, which fed the economy of Germany, of Europe, of the EU, our NATO ally, and it got blown up. And they're like, yeah, Putin did it. Putin did it, really. He blew up his own natural gas pipeline. Why did he do that? Well, because he's evil. So you're telling me that Putin is so evil that he attacked himself? Because he couldn't help himself. Like he ran out of people to stab, so he just started stabbing himself in the face. Is that what you're telling me? That's just the nature of evil. Yeah, that's what we're telling you. Shut up, you're lying. Like I knew instantly that they were lying. Instantly they were lying. And by the way, I had the privilege of saying so. It was not welcomed by my bosses. I got fired in the end, but I said, that's a lie, you're lying. Oh, how do you know we're lying? Well, because it's
Shout out Hub at $12, He said, and now there's 2. What's up, Sankey? How's your night? I'm doing pretty good, bro. I think Seth just got off of work himself. I got off a little bit earlier, bro. It's a good night, bro. Good night. Can't complain, man. Happy to be here with y'all for sure, man. Happy to be here with y'all. But we're going to get into a little bit more of some funnier content, man. These liberal tears have kept me entertained all week. I'm not going to lie. Let's get into some of these libs, seething libs.
I'm a licensed social
where's Big Wave Dave when you need him, man? He loves these libs.
worker and therapist. This is a safe place. If you need to hear it right now, hear it from a therapist. It's okay if you're devastated, if you can't stop crying, if you're scared, if you're angry. All of those things are valid. You are not overreacting. You're not being dramatic. And anyone telling you that you are is privileged. If you're in my followers, it is because very likely you belong in my community, whichever one that might be. You're welcome here. You're safe here.
So all the guys in the hood or the guys in the impoverished area, they're privileged, Key?
I guess so.
That's crazy.
That's one way to put it.
Man.
We are your family. Stop doom scrolling. Get off the phone. Go take a shower. Brush your teeth. Drink some water. Watch a TV show that is not related to politics at all. Take some deep breaths. In for 5, hold for 5, and out for 5. You're okay. And it's okay if you're not, because we're gonna be together. There will be a time.
I always say liberal has a uniform. Liberal has a uniform.
For us to come together
Can't tell
and
me
make
she don't look
plans.
like
But
a
right
liberal.
now, if you need to grieve, do it.
Septum
You are not
piercing.
alone. I want you here. Stick around.
What y'all do? Unalive yourselves? No.
President Harris, if you could see this, please save us.
Asking for
This
a
is
woman
America.
to save you.
This is our
That's
land.
crazy. Whoa.
Y'all, I'm about to have a panic attack.
Yeah.
This is our country.
Is this nigga taking a shit?
Possibly. And here's the funnier thing, though. He's a grown man crying for a woman to save him.
Hold on, I'm lost. Chad, is this man? Hold on a second,
Bro.
Hold on a second. Tell me I'm not hearing what I'm hearing.
Our land. Y'all, I'm about to have a panic attack. This is our country. Our country. This is awful. God save us, please.
Oh, now that we know Project 2025 is legit happening, like we said all. When's the Civil War start?
Nah.
Anybody know? And what are we wearing? Because I'm fucking ready. I'm fucking ready to pull a Braveheart and like ride into battle, paint my face blue. Because a bitch is not about to become a handmaid. No, a bitch is not about to become a Martha. I am not being sent to the motherfucking colony. So when is it? What are we doing? Anyone know? I mean, they got to invade the Capitol. Why can't?
And shout out D. Michaels, man. He said, can you fact check the FEMA supervisor fired over not helping people in Florida with Trump signs in their yard? I seen it at a JD Delay short just now. Dang. So you told
and
me.
shout out to Doc, Mr. Doc Hill. $2. He said, I sent y'all an email about libertarians. All right, we'll check it out, bro.
Hey, shout out. And dang, I'm telling you, bro, people turn against their own, like, bro, governors turn against their own constituents. Governors doing it. You got FEMA supervisors doing it. It's kind of crazy. Just because you voted differently than them, they feel like they could ignore you as an American. I mean, did they not take this job because they wanted to help Americans, or was it all just a power trip to them?
They took an oath to serve and protect all Americans, but I guess it only matters when it's the Americans you agree with.
I wonder what that oath was. I vowed to take a complete power trip for my entire candidacy. Man.
They got to get off with it and now are getting pardoned, but we get to suffer. No. So, what are we doing? What are we wearing? And when are we corroborating? Because I have anxiety. I'm a little bit stressy and depressy right now. And I kind of just want to get a little messy. We're like, what's the game plan? Anybody got one? No? Okay.
Your body, my choice.
Yeah. Y'all not built like that.
Is that what you think? Because I'd love to paint this wall blood fucking red. My body, your choice? How about your skull, my gun? Your neck, my sword. Your face, this...
Why'd you say that? What the hell? No
Please
way.
tell me he's joking, bro.
He cheated!
He cheated.
He cheated!
I thought I'd seen that in one of the chats in one of our clips.
Please tell me he's joking.
Tell me why I seen that in one of our clips. Somebody was like, when during the permission ball, he cheated. I'm like, are y'all really going with this? Well,
y'all sound like how y'all said we sounded in 2020.
You sore losers.
Not a shoes on the other foot.
Man, it sucks, don't it?
He cheated. There was fraud.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm getting pissed off. It's been 72 hours since Trump been elected, and we are not getting what we voted for. We're not. And I'm pissed about it. I'm pissed because I could have sworn that these celebrities and these women on The View and all these places said that if we voted Trump in, that they was going to leave the country. And now I saw that the View, they showing up in black dresses just to mourn the president election, Trump being elected. That is not what y'all promised us. Y'all said that if we voted for Trump, that they will leave the country, and y'all ain't boarded a plane yet.
Nah, shout out. She damn near sound like me the first day after the election. I'm like, okay, all these people that are like, oh, these are the countries you should leave to if you don't like America anymore. Oh, we're all gonna leave. This isn't a country that's safe for women anymore. I was like, okay, sounds good. Just post that flight when you get on it. Yeah. Post that passport when you're leaving the country. Post your bags. Post the same TikTok that you posted saying you was gonna leave. Update us on the story. And post this when you hop on that plane. I gotta see it.
All right, and D. Michaels, I do have a fact check for you. FEMA officials, Marina Washington, who ordered her staff to avoid helping homes with Donald Trump flags affected by hurricanes. Well, yeah, in Florida. Yeah. That's exactly what happened. She pretty much got relieved of duty. They pretty much said, you got to resign. You got to go. Relieved of duty. You're fired. Because she pretty much ordered that, people with Trump flags are not helped. That's crazy. Huh. And shout out Ground News, by the way, because you can find the source. You can find multiple sources on this, honestly. But yes, and make sure y'all like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me, man, and the 3 dots up there in the corner. Make sure you like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, man. Let's go. And it's mainly a right-leaning news, and mainly the right's covering this. So there's a bit of a bias to it.
I'm getting frustrated. Trump, you got to do something about this, because I thought our vote was going to count. We did vote for that. That's what they're not understanding. We voted for y'all to leave the country. And I thought that I would be seeing airlines being, filled up. Tickets would be hard to get because all the celebrities, all of Hollywood, all of these politicians, these journalists that said that if you get elected, that they was going to board the plane and leave.
See you.
I can't no more. Our vote ain't counting already, y'all.
I'm weak.
I guess. Maybe I'll give them another week, but, time is ticking. Get on the plane.
In case there's any MAGA men here, please know that these women who are swearing off sleeping with you and men in general,
all right, Chad,
they're not shaping up to be perfect wives. They are saying they would rather die alone than marry you or be with you in any way, shape, or form. And just so we're clear, also, I support them 100%. You guys are shit.
Anyone and everyone who is listening to this, I need you to spiritually prepare. I do not know what is coming, but it is huge. I don't know what is coming, but it is huge. I do not know what Trump did, but he crossed a line. I don't know what line.
I mean, I know it's coming now, and right now it's liberal tears. And I know it's will be coming in the future, my friend, liberal tears. And by the way, it is day, 7 now of me being waiting to put back in chains. I'm waiting for women to lose their rights. I'm waiting for the handmaiden's tale, to be honest with you. It's day 7. Nothing's still happening. Like, I'm getting impatient. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know where, but everyone is angry. Not just the humans, the gods, the primordials. Gods. Goddamn time itself is angry.
The gods.
Time is angry. This is beyond. Everybody needs to spiritually prepare. Get yourself grounded. Get yourself sturdy. Make sure that you are looking into mutual aid, that you are going to support your neighbors and your friends in this time. We are not going to tear each other apart. We need to be strong. I don't know what for. I don't know what for. But something's happening.
You will be
this
okay,
is something
my friend.
We have not seen before.
You will be okay.
Anyone?
In case there's...
Have you guys noticed that everyone that voted for Trump, they don't really... Their face cards definitely decline most of the time. Have you noticed that everyone that did not vote for Trump are baddies? Like absolute baddies?
Wow. So you're trying to say that, oh, well, all the good-looking girls voted for Kamala and all the ugly bitches voted for what? Trump. Oh, all the good-looking guys voted for Kamala, but all the ugly dudes voted for Trump. That's what you're trying to say, sweetheart. You'd be quite surprised who's on your liberal side, ma'am. And trust me, you'd be quite surprised. Because all these liberal dudes that voted for Kamala, y'all girls ain't touching. Actually, it's kind of funny because liberal women actually be hurt once they find out the dudes that they like are actually conservative. I know. Surprise, surprise. But it is what it is. If that's what you see, go ahead.
I don't know. I don't make the rules.
Okay, that whole Kamala speech.
What you mean? There's bad bitches on both sides, conservative and liberals, both sides.
That we heard, where she basically said, we always win. Sometimes the fight takes longer. It gives off the same vibes as sometimes people will close the door on you. And then you just got to kick that fucker down.
Damn.
I think that's what she's doing right now. She's kicking that fucker down. And that's why she's so damn quiet. Because they're in there going, wait a minute, we're seeing all these people saying my vote isn't counted. They're going through and saying, what are all these people that, I see that they voted in every single damn election, right down to dog catcher, but for some reason they didn't vote in this election. And what about the return of mail-in ballots is usually 10% in this state don't return their mail-in ballots. But for some reason, this election, it's 30% of people that didn't return their ballots. And you know what she's going to do?
Sweetheart, you really need to ask yourself of how the hell did Joe Biden get 81 million votes, but Harris didn't? Like, where were these 81 million people that was going to show up? Like, if 81 million people showed up for Biden, why didn't they show up for Harris? So it's either that Harris ran the most terrible campaign and lost millions of voters that Joe Biden was able to secure, or something was fishy with that. I mean, you could actually, hey, why don't you ask yourself that question as well?
She's going to go to court with actual evidence because she's a lawyer instead of, trust me, bro, they're broken. And we're getting our election back. We're taking our country back. I truly believe that. And I also believe...
Too late, baby girl. We already took it back, man. Trump 2024.
That's why we are all very upset about this, but we're like, our guts are calm. We know inside of our guts that this is not what reality is. We know that there's something fishy going on, and we're getting it back. I can just feel it in my bones. It's, give it a couple of...
And shout out Maya. I mean, she's no blue hair, but I've yet to see a hot lib dude. I know they exist, right? Maybe could be me, though. Chris Evans went from a 9 to a 4 quick. Oh, God. Something about liberalism just devalues you. I don't get it. Even women. I mean, I'm just going to say it. Liberalism devalues people. Liberalism devalues women the most. It's like as soon as you're a liberal, you believe in what? A whole phase. You believe in, I don't know, bisexual. You believe in being gay and all that crazy stuff. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's not like being gay is only a liberal thing, but it kind of goes along with it. You feel me?
Weeks, and we're going to end up, there's going to be some announcement or something.
But shout out Maya, though. Appreciate the support.
Hey, everybody that didn't have their ballot counted. If you are in your state and you didn't have your ballot counted, you go to vote.org. You can come in and cast a ballot. If you did not,
and shoot, in my community, I ain't gonna lie, man. There's beautiful women on both sides. I'll just say that in my community. Hey, the Trump and Kamala Harris supporters, beautiful women on both sides, and I'm pretty sure it's that way all around. So it is kind of crazy that young lady would say that.
It's already not counted. I mean, something like that's going to happen. Just watch. She's kicking that fucking door down.
So as a white woman who 1,000% voted for Kamala Harris and will stand and continue to stand and fight with you guys, how the fuck do I make sure you know that I'm one of the good ones and I'm not one of these stupid ass bitches that decided to vote for Donald Trump? I know we're doing the whole blue bracelet thing, but I need something right now. I need you guys to know that wasn't me. It will never be me. And
not y'all white women going look, I know majority of us voted for Trump, but how do I let you know that's not us? I mean, shit, you know what? How do I let y'all know that I was one of the 7% that did vote for Trump? Maybe I need to make a shirt for my black guys called, yes, I'm one of the 7%. Yes, 7% right on our goddamn shirt. Yup, 7% black men voted for Trump. Yep, that's us, baby. That's us. Let's go, baby. Was it? Hold on. Was it 7 or 20%? Kind of what was it, guys? I know it was something crazy, like a very low percentage of black men voted for Trump. And you know what, guys? My black men, we might as well go ahead and just put it on our chest. We might as well just go ahead and get a shirt.
Asking. Somebody help me out.
Hi, hello. Just here to tell you that you're not alone. We're all feeling this right now. We're all feeling
2025
sad.
All right, they'll make a shirt called the 20%. The 20% of black men that voted for Kamala Harris, man. You know what? How do we make ourselves known? Easy. Make America Great Again hat. Or just, you know what? Just go ahead and say, man, I'm part of the 20. Just bump a guy and be like, don't worry, man, I'm part of that 20%.
And mad and anxious and nervous and confused and frustrated and fucking angry. And you're not alone. And we're with you.
What y'all angry about?
We're gonna figure it out, and it might take a little bit, but we're gonna figure it out.
What is there to figure out?
And I've been crying all day. And I don't think I have any more tears left. And I thought about it, and I thought, what is the one thing that I can do in this moment that will make me feel better? And so I went to Taco Bell.
Bruh.
If I'm gonna sit here, if I'm gonna...
This woman, bruh, not you fat as hell, and you told me I'm sad, I'm depressed, so I went to Taco Bell. I'm like, this woman here, bro. America, sadly, this is one of the shittier sides of America, but welcome to America. You know, overweight women drown themselves in fast food and drown themselves in their depression and anxiety in processed foods. America.
I'm gonna eat my beef Mexi melt, and I might cry some more.
Possibly not even real beef.
I'm gonna think about all the people in my life that I love and that I will support and will continue to support me, and we're gonna get through it. And I love you, and you're strong, and I love you.
Sweetheart, if you can just get out through a workout session, I promise you, most of the stuff you're feeling right now will be cured. You look, the more you work out, the more conservative you'll become. The healthier you are, the more conservative you'll become. Trust me, it'll happen. Just start. You'll be okay.
Okay, so what if the Democratic Party finally got smart, and the reason that they had Kamala on as their VP is because she's a prosecutor.
Bro,
and because
I'm sorry, but yo, now all right, delusional. All right, I didn't think the delusion was this strong, bro. They were trying to talk shit about Trump supporters. Not even Trump supporters came out and did all of this. They were just like, oh, this election was stolen. Want. They're done. No, there was no tears. There was no type of crazy theories. It was just, period. The election stolen. That's it. Y'all coming up with anything now, and it's yelling delusional at this point, and it's sad. It's like, damn, everything you guys called us, y'all showing yourselves to be.
Whole last 4 years have been about setting up DJT. What if they've been playing the ultra long game, letting him fuck himself over and over and over again because they knew he would, because that's who he is. He thinks he can get away with anything. And, you know, in a lot of cases, he's not even really trying to be sneaky about it anymore. Like, what if they've been investigating him this entire fucking time and letting him commit election fraud was like their very last piece of the puzzle? I don't know. Like I said in one of my other videos, it could definitely just be in the denial stage of grief, but it's keeping me sane. So whatever.
Don't worry, baby girl. Dream on. You'll be okay.
Anyway, what do you guys think? Personally, I think Kamala is that smart. We know she always comes with receipts. We know all the traps she set for him at the debate. So why wouldn't she have been setting traps for him this whole fucking time? Just saying, she's a bad enough bitch. Could be true.
Okay, so I hear
she's not that smart, but okay.
That white women are using blue bracelets to signal to people, to especially
yo, bro, come on now, don't do that.
But I also want to put out there, while this is great for people to be able to kind of seek people out, that safety from a black and brown woman is their own assessment. How do they feel in my presence? How, based on the things that I show up for in my life, am I a safe woman? I don't get to decide that I'm a safe woman. Black and brown women get to decide that I'm a safe woman.
Nigga, what?
And I just wanted to put that out there, that safety is relative.
Black and brown, sweetheart, you know your group mostly voted for Trump, right? It was your group. I mean, let's be real. White women put Trump in office last time. They did it again this time. Bro, would you mad at yourself? You might as well join your own kind and be like, hey, ask them. All right, man, what's all this about? Majority of y'all rocking with this man. Why? Like, come on now. Shoot, you're in a better position than we are. At least you can ask questions about Trump. Shoot, bro, I tell you, I tell my people I'm 1 to 20%. They're over here throwing insults. I don't even get a why. I'm not even the majority. I'm the minority.
There may be many, many, many black and brown women who feel safe in my presence, and there may be some that I have encountered that do not.
Oh, what's wrong with this young lady?
So I just want you to know, safety is up to the person who is more vulnerable in the situation.
And who's that?
So
you.
Good luck. Make lots of blue bracelets because I think they deserve to feel safe, but they get to decide.
Lots of blue bracelets. Blue bracelets.
To my friends and family that voted for Trump this year.
About as liberal than a god damn it. The piercing, colored hair, the deranged look in her eyes, all that.
I know you're busy celebrating. I'm sure that seeing my grief makes you uncomfortable.
Nope.
You might think I'm overreacting, being too sensitive.
Yes, you are.
Or maybe you believe that I wouldn't understand how you would feel if the tables were turned. But you're wrong. This isn't about political differences. This time is very, very personal. As I look around, I see so many of you on your soapboxes celebrating the looming mass deportation of immigrants. I assume being willfully ignorant that deporting immigrants will only increase your grocery prices.
What in the hell? Who the hell told you that dumbass? What? Who told you that dumbass thing? It's like, wait, whoa. Getting these immigrants out of here is only gonna make you safer. And it gives more jobs to the kids, even though these kids don't want to work. But hey, though, all the jobs that the illegal immigrants are working, we can make our kids start working and start making a better generation. Because we might have effed up just this generation, we might have to pray on the next one. And you are a main reason why I'm saying that, because ain't no goddamn way you said these immigrants is gonna raise grocery prices. Make that make sense. Rationalize that for me. Like, please, when y'all say stuff like that, because grocery prices, illegal immigrants. I mean,
Tribute to a downfall of a country that they are deeply woven into. I hear you complaining about the cost of eggs and the price of gas. Seemingly ignoring.
Oh yeah, make sure you like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Appreciate the support, guys.
That women are dying every single day because they don't have safe legal access to reproductive health care.
Bro.
Excuse me if I simply cannot wrap my head around such a selfish, short-sighted point of view. The reality is, whether you're ready to hear it or not.
I mean, isn't it selfish and short-sighted to feel like you can just take babies out because you want to live an irresponsible life? Like, isn't it selfish and short-sighted that, I don't know, you're not seeing the blessing of a child and raising a family, and you're only seeing the party of next week? The party that's popping off next week? Isn't that a bit short-sighted? Like, I don't know. It's a bit crazy. Pot calling the kettle black for sure.
Your vote for Trump shows me that your compassion does not extend beyond your own backyard. You bought the fear sold by the right-wing propaganda machine. And in turn, you abandoned women, trans kids, immigrant families.
Trans kids?
Convinced that...
Bro, there shouldn't be no such thing as trans kids. That's the goddamn problem. There shouldn't be no such thing as trans kids. I'm just gonna fucking say it. Why the hell is there even thing as trans kids? Why are we convincing kids to change their gender at a young age? There shouldn't be no such thing as trans kids. Trans adults, go ahead, do what you want. But trans kids, we have a effing problem. And make sure you like the video, guys.
Somehow this was protecting your interests. Protecting things that were never even at risk. Meanwhile, me and mine haven't slept in days. Wondering, come January 22nd, whose rights and safeties will be stripped away first.
What?
When the walls come crashing down, when inflation spikes and housing costs threaten you.
You mean like under Biden? You mean like under Kamala Harris? I mean, did you not see what we were all complaining about? I mean, come on now. Well, what are you talking about? It already happened. It already happened in an administration that you were about to vote for. Well, actually, you voted for it. So what are you talking about?
When your daughters suffer because they can't access medical care.
How?
When your elderly
can't access medical care. What does abortion have to do with my daughter or my mom being able to go get her tooth fixed, go over there and get a checkup? What does that have to do with that? Please tell me what abortion has to do with y'all going out there and being able to go out there and get medical assistance. I mean, y'all sound stupid.
Parents face a broken system with no one to help them. Please don't come to me for comfort or support. Because you left us when we needed you most. And we won't forget that.
What?
When you say you love me, when you say you do anything for me,
Message to you liberal women. Look, we may not agree with you, and I'm talking about us Trump supporters or us more conservative guys. We may not agree with you. We may not like the way we think. Bro, we may not like the way y'all think and all that, but I promise you, we will die to protect y'all. And that's all women will die to protect. It's actually kind of funny that they're talking this way. Oh, you've abandoned us and all this good stuff. I'm like, sweetheart, where? Last time I checked, a random man will still take a bullet for your dumb ass. I'm pretty sure.
Those words fall flat now. When my rights are stripped away, when my existence is threatened, how will you protect me? Will you stand beside me? Push against those who mean harm to me? Will you protest loudly? Fight fiercely for me when I am persecuted?
Okay.
Or will you yet again tell me that I'm just being too sensitive?
Yeah, I would tell you yet again that, yes, girl, you are tripping. Yes, you are.
And over dramatic.
Most definitely.
I know what love is. This isn't it.
This had nothing to do with love. There's just a difference of opinion, sweetheart. You're turning it into something deeper than it really needs to be. It's not about love. If you feel like, people don't love you because they voted differently than you, then the problem is you. Problem is you, sweetheart. I mean, come on now. Me and my parents voted for different people, but they're not calling me like, you don't love me no more. I'm like, bro, I would look at my parents and be like, come on now. Luckily, thank God I have rational parents. Thank God. But if they was to ever hit me with this, I would literally have to look at them like a little kid for the one time and be like, what is wrong with you?
So no, I won't put aside the differences between us and hold space for you. I did that last time. I tried to forgive, to understand, to find compassion and make peace with our political rifts. I tried to believe that there was still a place for us in each other's lives.
What?
But I was left backstabbed, gutted, and betrayed.
So if Kamala Harris would have won, would have been the place for us in y'all lives. It's kind of funny. The speech is crazy.
By the very people who are still trying to say they love me.
Because they do.
This time it's different. If you're truly surprised that I'm burning bridges as I process all of this, you didn't know me in the first place.
Sweetheart, man, look, you ain't doing nothing different, okay, man? It's 2016 all over again. They were doing the same thing in 2016. You ain't doing nothing different. If you think you are, well, you're a narcissist and you think you're too special. So, get over yourself. Yeah, thank you. But let's go to this one. Lefties losing it.
Are more awful. Now it's time for Lefties Losing It, and we have a star-studded lineup for you tonight, from Barbara Streisand to our late-night TV hosts. But let's start, Lefties, with the always clueless, always bitter.
Maya, who let politics ruin their family? I don't know. It really is and it amazes me because most of my family voted for Kamala Harris, and I would be shocked to know that, I'm cutting you off because you voted for Trump. I'm like, you're stupid, okay? You're stupid, and get over yourself. I'll see you in 4 years when you get over yourself. I wouldn't even take it seriously. I just literally look at them and be like, all right, cool. I'll see you in about 2 to 4 years, okay? You'll be just fine. Don't worry, you'll come back with we all was wrong the whole time. And I'm gonna be there with open arms like, it's okay. It's all good.
Always delusional ladies of The View. God bless ABC for keeping this awful program on air. If it wasn't for the hosts of The View, well, I don't know where I'd get my content from some days. All the hosts are pretty awful, but some are more awful than others. Listen here as one of the less awful hosts tries to say something actually sensible and factual, but Sunny Hostin ain't having it. She just keeps screeching misogyny, sexism.
These different demographics and these assumptions of where they're going to go. Latinos in Texas, a district that's 97% Latino, went 75 percentage points for Donald Trump. Why?
Misogyny.
It's on the border.
That's the problem. Y'all want to blame everything on misogyny and racism. Y'all have no accountability. It's like y'all sound sad. It's like, bro, It's so funny because it's like, oh, why did Kamala Harris lose? Because I'm going to tell you why. She ran a terrible campaign. There was no preparation. Therefore, it was a poor performance. There's a lot of other reasons, but those are the main two for me. So it's crazy when we say, oh, why she lose? Oh, misogyny. No, it's not about misogyny. Because if it was about misogyny, then we'd also get on Trump for having Tulsi Gabbard over there. Like, let's be real. If it was about misogyny, we'd be like, Trump, you're supposed to be a man's man. The hell you got a woman on your side for? It's like, y'all not even making sense.
The border crisis is on their doorstep. So and they were begging people to care about it for years. We need to take some lessons.
That's what that was.
The lessons are not.
Who's there? Oh my gosh, it's Whoopi.
There you have it. They're all just a pack of misogynist monsters down there. All the Latinos, Hispanics. That's what Sonny thinks. It sounds a little bit racist if you ask me. But the meltdowns did not end there. Here she attacks not just Latinos, but America. The whole country is rotten, apparently.
I think the more relevant question actually is, what is wrong with America? I think, what is wrong with our country? What is wrong with this country that they would choose a message of divisiveness, of xenophobia, of racism, of misogyny over a message of inclusiveness?
Oh, yes, so inclusive,
really,
so tolerant.
Really, so inclusive, so tolerant. But anytime somebody don't agree with y'all have all the racist remarks for them. You have all the racist vitriol. So no, cut the BS. We knew what it was, and trust me, especially here at St. King Media, these lefties can't play stupid with us because we seen how they was acting in the chat. We seen how racist they got. We seen how hateful it was. So when y'all try to say inclusive, quit the bullshit, man. Y'all ain't inclusive. The only people y'all include is the lefties like y'all own, or people who think like yourselves. Y'all don't include nobody else. That's why a Trump supporter wasn't even able to get into a Kamala Harris rally. But a Biden supporter, Kamala supporter can easily get into a Trump rally. It's like, bro, y'all, I don't want to say all of y'all are hateful people, but there's a small group of y'all that are very hateful, and you guys don't shut that group up. And y'all let them yell louder than the group who is not as hateful as them.
She even hear herself, but Sonny wasn't done yet. The angry rant continued, and it got weirder and weirder.
Children to be shot, it's wealth to be hoarded, it's worker to be exploited, it's poor to starve, it's cops to murder.
Okay, talking about weird, really? I'm going to miss this woman, Gwen Walls, the wife of Kamala Harris's VP pick, Tim Walls. She would have been a rich source of material for this segment, but sadly, Harris and Walls were a uniquely terrible, inauthentic, and unelectable team. Here is Gwen, however, rallying the troops after the devastating loss.
I'm not sure if you heard me. We cannot and we will not give up this fight.
You kind of got no choice.
Right, come on! Come on! That's right, we cannot and we will not give up this fight! That's right. All right, you can sit down now.
You can sit down now.
Yeah.
I'm going to miss you, Gwen, but...
I mean, this was the same lady telling everybody to turn the page. Okay, everybody, like your goddamn children, follow me. Turn the page. Yeah, and what was y'all doing? Turning the page, tap dancing to them just like y'all say we do to Trump. Ain't that crazy?
We're turning the page. We're turning the page.
Bye-bye, Donald Trump. We are turning the page.
We'll always have that. That was possibly my favourite lefties losing it moment of the year. She's a little bit terrifying, if you ask.
Well, y'all was trying to turn the page. Hey, we were turning them ballots, baby. Now we up.
Now let's check in with a couple of late night TV hosts who are not.
And shout out Mr. 216 Freak, man. Shout out to my fellow Cleveland man. Hey, man, shout out. I don't get where this whole Trump is racist thing came from. Didn't Trump get an award from Jesse Jackson for hiring so many minorities? Yes, he did, but they don't want to give him credit for that. And then they want to, well, I'm be real with you, tell stories of, oh, well, even though he hired all these black people, he hired black people just to make them hide from him when he came around. I mean, how stupid is that? If you're a real racist, you don't even want black people in your working spot. You're telling me Trump hired black people, got all these black people hired just so you can have them scatter when he comes around. I mean, like, that's literally what leftist media will tell you, though. Especially when you bring up that point in which you said right there, my friend. Especially when you bring that up, man. And shout out to Cleveland.
Coping well with reality.
Stay safe out
Let's
there,
start
my
with
friend.
the painfully unfunny hypocrite Jimmy Kimmel, who was brought to tears by democracy, but he started off pretty cocky before the election.
Little snowflake. What a blowhard. He's a blowhard and a snowflake. He's a blowflake is what he is. He should change the hats to say Make America Wine Again. It's more than half of this country voted for the criminal. Still trying to figure out what happened.
More than half the country.
That's a tad on.
Yes, 74, I think 0.8 million people voted for Donald Trump. All right, you only got 70 million for Kamala Harris. I mean, hey, damn near over a $4 million difference. So 4 million people more voted for Donald Trump. Yes. And yes, I am one of them 75 plus million people who voted for Donald Trump. Shout out my man Donald Trump winning the popular vote and the electoral. What, 312 to what, 226? Pitiful.
Unfair. Let's have a listen to why he's crying. Maybe there is something redeeming or insightful we can learn from this man.
Let's be honest, it was a terrible night last night. It was a terrible night for women, for children, for the hundreds of thousands of hardworking immigrants who make this country go, for healthcare, for our climate, for science, for journalism, for justice, for free speech. It was a terrible night.
It's crazy when they say for science, when anybody who gave an alternate option to, the COVID other than the jab was hit with medical misinformation. So it's kind of crazy how y'all talk about, the science when y'all was disrespecting the science through COVID. Ain't that crazy?
Night for poor people, for the middle class, for seniors who rely on Social Security, for our allies in Ukraine.
Bro, the allies in Ukraine gonna be just fine, bro. They're ready to make peace negotiations now. Y'all be okay.
For NATO, for the truth.
Everybody acting right.
He is totally demented. It was a terrible night for democracy. What democracy was terrible for democracy? A candidate winning in a landslide, winning the Electoral College by the biggest margin we've seen from a Republican in 36 years, winning the popular vote, biggest popular vote ever by a Republican, winning convincingly, including the Senate, every swing state. And that's bad for democracy. You see, the left only values democracy if they win. And during that little emotional diatribe from Kimmel, he talked about women's rights and decency. I'm sorry, but I'm not about to be lectured on decency from this creep.
Tell us what you think of the statue.
Yo.
Do you think that she's attractive or not? Take another look at it.
Yo.
It's so obscene that we've had to pixelate some of that.
I mean, that was funny. Like, that was a little simpy, but okay.
And can't show you the whole thing. He's always been gross and frightfully
unfunny.
And talking about unfunny, let's hear from Stephen Colbert.
Like, I could never even put it in my head to do something like that and think that it would be funny. It looks kind of pathetic and simpy, wimpy. It looks like you're a submissive person to your girl. It sounds like, I ain't gonna lie. Does this man have a wife? Because I'm almost sure his wife pegs him. Allegedly. Maybe I'm just being a bit mean, though. And shout out Seth Troutman. Hey family, can't stay long, half an hour. These libs need to grow up and get baptized on God. And I am not sorry for that, because they got demons in them. Yes, they do. They definitely got them demons in them right now.
Yesterday, I was walking around proudly wearing my I voted sticker. Today,
walking around a low vibration, man. Yeah, y'all better raise y'all vibrations before you get possessed, man.
I wore my I am questioning my fundamental belief in the goodness of humanity sticker. Now, they give those out. This is a democracy.
Okay.
That's democracy with a capital duh. And in this democracy, the majority has spoken, and they said they don't care that much about democracy.
You know, the Republicans should pray to have political opponents that are this dumb, this blind, this deluded, and completely incapable of introspection, so out of touch and insulated in their little echo chambers that they are unlikely to ever work out the obvious reasons why Donald Trump won in a landslide. At least Colbert is honest enough.
And make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me and like the video, or the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support. Any questions, comments, or jokes you want to send in, just $1 and up. Appreciate y'all.
To note that his audience is protected from the truth.
If you watch the show regularly, I'm guessing you're not doing great.
I'm doing fantastic.
Yeah, me neither.
Yep, if you watch trash like that, reality will hit you hard because you've been fed nothing but leftist lies and hysteria.
That is true. If you watch that thing day to day, hearing them saying, yeah, we're going to win, it's going to be a blowout, then the day happens, y'all get blown the hell out, yeah, it's going to be a shocker. I mean, like I said, there was people celebrating before the election was even over.
And a woman who clearly has been on a diet of lies and hysteria.
And Harris wasn't up one time.
Is Barbara Streisand. Remember the last time Trump was president and she claimed that he was making her fat? That's a real headline.
Yep.
Well, this time...
Bro, there was this black woman who pretty much says, oh, how can you expect me to lose weight in Donald Trump's America? I was like, this bitch, excuse my language, but this bitch, man. What? It's like I was saying, it's like, bro, like Donald Trump just this epic scapegoat for these liberals. It's like, as long as Donald Trump's in office, you have an excuse to be a loser. You have an excuse to be a degenerate. You have an excuse to not better yourself, as long as Donald Trump's in office. So honestly, y'all lefties should be thankful that Donald Trump's in office, because y'all now have the excuse to be a pathetic piece of shit. Congratulations.
She's pledging to flee the country.
How do you feel about the specter of a second Trump administration?
I will move. I can't live in this country if he became president.
Goodbye.
Where would you go? Where would you go?
Probably to England.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad.
I like England.
Now, there'll be plenty more lefties content with my next guest, host of Primetime with Alex Stein on Blaze TV. Alex Stein, who also did invaluable work as a white dude for Kamala.
We have to stop Donald Trump from getting into office. I came here with a dream, and I'm not going to stand for it. I'm not going to stand for Donald Trump, and I'm doing it for these kids. I love these kids.
Huh?
I love these kids.
Huh?
I'm just not happy. I'm going through so much, and my damn wife keeps posting on Facebook she's in Cancun, Mexico, with her new boyfriend.
I'm done trolling.
And I just want one kid to learn how to do math.
Oh, some of your best work, Alex.
Yo,
explain
this
yourself,
man is
please.
hilarious. This man literally walked in there to troll them. But what did Trump say? Even Trump made a joke about the white dudes for Harris. It's like cucks for Harris. Yeah, white dudes for Harris. Y'all pretty much expose yourselves as cucks because you want to so bad to follow a woman. I mean, think about it. Y'all literally tailed behind following a woman. When has that ever been a manly thing? White dudes for Harris. Like, really think about what you did with yourself there. Black men for Harris. Think about what you did for yourself there. Oh, so thirsty to run behind the black woman. I mean, come on, guys. Didn't we learn our lesson through what's going on in our community?
Well, Rita, that was the day after the election, and they had a special meeting in Washington, D.C., because the testing scores, the standardized scores for the Washington school children, K through 12, were alarmingly bad. In the inner city schools, that the kids were proficient for their grade level, just 8% of the students were proficient. So they had to have a special meeting all about math. So that's why I went up there and talked about math. But that was the day after the election. And listen, I was up all night celebrating that Donald Trump win. I rolled in there, you know, my pencil was not full of lead, but still, I went in there and did my best. And
it was a great performance.
I'm so happy. Thank you. Thank you, Rita.
It was a great performance. Now, people do
Epic
celebrate
performance.
in different
Well done,
ways,
my man.
and
Well
I'm
done.
wondering whether you had anything to do with this celebration.
You ain't the same on the game. Hey, Donald Trump is your president.
It's your daddy again.
Donald Trump is your daddy again. Did
Boy,
you
Donald
put that
Trump is
sign
your
up, Alex? It
president.
looks like
Donald Trump is your president again, man. And then I don't want to hear that, oh, that's not my president. Oh, yes, he is. Oh, yes, he is.
your work.
No, I didn't.
He's a racist. He's a misogynist. So? Who cares? He's going to make America great again. Don't matter. He's going to enslave women. It's like, maybe they need a little bit of enslavement. All right, I'm just playing. I'm just twisting the knife. I'm sorry.
Not. And, you know, honestly, Daddy Trump needs to come back. He's coming back. Gas prices are about to get cheap. We don't have to worry about biological men beating women in women's sports. I mean, the world is going to get exponentially better. So if we got to call Donald Trump daddy, he is. He's the father of this country, and there's no better father than Donald Trump.
Nah, you wanna know why? Because it's a troll. Because all y'all live, oh, Daddy Trump, Daddy Trump. Y'all kept calling him Daddy Trump. Well, guess what, man? Trump, your daddy now too.
Donald Trump's youngest son, Barron, has been credited for helping guide his father's strategy to attract younger voters through appearances with podcasters, comics like Theo Von, The Joe Rogan Show, Adam Ross. Here is Donald Trump talking about Barron's involvement in his campaign.
So I have a son who's very smart and tall, Barron, right? And he knows all about you. He knows about guys I never heard of. He said, Dad, you don't know how big they are. They're big. You know, he told me how big. I said, who the hell is he? Like Ross. I did. He said, Dad, he's a great guy. I mean, guys that are doing, it's a whole new world out there.
How much of a difference did this so-called bro vote have?
Like, Trump literally had to step into, like, the new generation. I mean, the generation past me, he stepped into the other generation. I mean, even back in my generation, it was still, things still kind of ran the same. Like, you still had to go on, like, the mainstream media. But now in today's times, yeah, there's a bigger, bro. There are podcasts that get more views than these people do every day. The mainstream media does every day. Combined. You combine all the mainstream media and they don't equal up to Joe Rogan somehow, some way. So, hey, yeah, we're in different times where he can go on these independent platforms and have a long form conversation when people can actually hear out his plans and he's not being edited like he was in 60 Minutes.
In this election, I remember Republican women like Riley Gaines, even Megyn Kelly, were encouraging men to go out there and vote to help save the country.
Well, it was huge. And a lot of people want to criticize Donald Trump, but I think the best judgment of a man's character is how well Donald Trump's children are doing.
Bro.
And his son Barron is a genius for basically putting his campaign over the top. And then on top of that, you look at Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, and, you know, his other children that have issues. You know, the Obamas, their kids are pretty
Biden had
wacky.
one good kid.
All of Donald Trump's children work in his business, support him. They all have clean criminal records. I don't think any of them are selling our secrets.
Like, Joe Biden had one good kid. Shout out, rest in peace, Bo Biden, out there catching high-profile pedophiles, my man.
The Ukraine. So Donald Trump is a great father, and he raised a great young man in Barron Trump, and I'm really indebted to him for making him think outside the box and go on these podcasts and do untraditional media. And I really do think that was the difference in this election.
Now let's have a look at some young men celebrating this famous victory.
There was never any doubt, Kamala, you're fired.
Not everybody, they Donald Trump see. Not. America, you gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Being unburdened by Kamala Harris feels pretty good there. They're celebrating hard.
Yes, I feel unburdened by what Kamala Harris could have been. Yes, I feel unburdened by what Kamala Harris could have been.
Has there been any violence? I saw there were protests today in New York, Seattle, Chicago, all the usual places. But
hey, no, I have to.
Are they smashing up windows and attacking people yet, or are they saving that for the inauguration?
Yeah, I think they're waiting for the inauguration to start burning down all of the city buildings. But, you know, that celebration dance is now taking over the NFL and college football. Multiple players for the San Francisco 49ers were doing it today. Yesterday, a bunch of college football players are doing that dance. So Donald Trump is just, I mean, he's a cultural phenomenon. Everything he touches turns into gold, literally. Even his dance moves are the hottest trending thing on TikTok and all over the world. So, you know, we're celebrating. Nobody here is really upset. I think everybody's ready for our country to take a step in the right direction.
Now, Kamala Harris did do some podcasts herself. They just weren't as popular or interesting chats as the one Trump was having. And we're learning that she spent an enormous amount of money. Obviously, she had a lot more money than Donald Trump, around $1 billion war chest, 3 times more than what he had. And spent $100,000 reconstructing the Call Her Daddy podcast in a hotel room. I mean, look at that. How does that cost $100,000? It's beyond me. Tell me about how they've managed to waste $1 billion and still have the most
They paid that girl
devastating
$100K?
loss.
Most likely.
I mean, Rita.
Hey, shout out to that Call Her Daddy girl. That's $100K for an interview plus the views. Shout out.
Kamala Harris spent $1 billion on her campaign and is somehow $20 million in debt. I think that's the definition of girl math. And that would be a clear indication.
Girl math is wild. Girl math is wild. And girl math is just when we give y'all ass the card and somehow you come back with a negative balance. It'd be like, I only bought this, that, this, and the third. It's like, oh, really? And you wonder how we ended up on negative. But yes, how the hell you got $1 billion and now y'all owe 20 mil? They got $1 billion and owe 20 million. That's crazy.
Of how she.
I mean. She couldn't even handle her campaign she couldn't even handle her campaign funds correctly. But you expect her to run America right? You expect her to run the economy well. Oh, wow, guys. Y'all is really funny.
She would run the country. If she ran her campaign with free money and is still in debt, then this country would only get in much worse debt. And you know what? It actually really makes me upset that they had to build a fake set in a hotel room when there's 1 million different studios in D.C. and New York that they could have rented out and redecorated and spent not even 1/8 of that, probably 1/10. Probably for $10,000 they could have got a very nice studio. But they don't care about that. All they wanted to do is waste as much money and not actually do any, real deal interviews. Joe Rogan even said that they
wanna why? Because it's not their money. It's y'all money. Whoever donated to Kamala, that's what she was doing with your money, just blowing the bag. As we say, well, as the black community say, blowing the bag, y'all would say reckless spending. It's like, what in the God's name were you doing? How'd you get $1 billion and you owe 20? Like, what were you doing? Who the hell? How much did you pay Cardi B and Beyonce just to come up and speak?
They needed to curate and edit the interview if she did sit down with them. So she's just inauthentic. She's a phony. And because of that, nobody wanted to vote for her.
Now we've got some news about Donald Trump's administration. He's already announced that the likes of Nikki Haley and Mike Pompeo will not be part of Trump 2.0.
Let's go. No Warhawks.
Pleased his base enormously. And today CNN are reporting that Elise Stefanik will be the ambassador.
No neocons 2025, baby. No neocons 2025. We don't need them in there no more. We don't need no more war hawks. We need nobody pushing war no more. Let's keep our soldiers here, but well trained. And let's stay out of these wars, man. Let's go.
To the UN. That's
and happy Veterans Day. Oh, well, I guess Veterans Day didn't pass, but belated Veterans Day.
Reporting.
Especially to you, Gerard.
What do you think about these choices thus far?
Well, Congresswoman Stefanik's great. She's defended Donald Trump through and through, and she's in a traditionally red district in New York. So even though she's going to be plucked out of her position as Congresswoman, that district will probably still stay red. And, with Nikki Haley, she's got to go. I mean, she stayed in that primary and just costed Donald Trump votes and really positive energy for his campaign and just tried to stifle it before it even got started. So I'm happy that he's not going to surround himself with neocons and warmongers like Nikki Haley and Mike Pompeo. So Donald Trump's already making great decisions.
And
they sit on the board of weapon companies. I can't trust their ass either. Now, what do you mean? Mike Pompeo, everybody was saying, bro, if Trump put his ass in there, 2016 all over again. It's like Nikki Haley, I mean, from the primary, I already knew Nikki Haley just wasn't it. From the primary, the way she caked for Ukraine and Israel, I was like, baby girl, I get it. But yeah, we need America first right now. And right now, you kind of sounding like Israel first. I'm going to be real with you, Nikki Haley. You're sounding more Israel first than American first. And, that's cool. Have your own agenda. But we kind of need the American first agenda right now. And you can have your own agenda maybe in your state or in your county or whatever, but not leading the country.
Finally, finally, Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA supervisor Marnie Washington has now been fired after it was revealed that she had told disaster relief workers on the ground in Lake Placid, Florida to...
Are you serious? This is what she looks like? Why? Black women, why? Like, this is deliberately racist. This is what we mean by, yes, black people can be racist, because who do you think those Trump supporters were? They were white people, most likely. So she was being deliberately racist. She knew what the fuck she was doing. Like, what are we doing here? Like, bro, shame her. All the black community should shame this woman. Like, yo, what are you doing? And shout out Maya, spent $1.02 billion at 10% off. Save $82K, girl math. I'm weak. Oh God, spent $1 billion and somehow you owe 20. It's like, how the hell that happened?
Not assist people whose homes...
He said 120 mil. I've heard 20 mil just only, so who knows?
...had Trump signs in the front yard. This is in the wake of Hurricane Milton. It's incredible that this could have happened. When I first heard this...
Make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. We appreciate the support here at S.E.T and Key Media.
I thought that there is no chance someone would actually give that direction. But, Alex, here we are.
Yes, we are.
Getting fired is not enough. I mean, they should charge her criminally for neglect or at least something more serious than just getting fired. And I'm sure she had a decent job at FEMA, probably made over 6 figures.
Yes, she did.
Like I said, and not giving aid to people because they have a different political viewpoint than you and don't want to vote for Kamala Harris. That's disgusting. That should be some sort of crime.
You're going to jail.
And it just shows you that our federal emergency management system just does not care about actually helping people, especially if you have a different political viewpoint as a person that's handing out the aid.
Alex Stein, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rita.
Wild as hell. I can't believe it. I'm almost in disbelief. Like, are you serious? A black woman out there denying help to those white people. What the hell did they do? They ain't even do nothing to that lady. All they did was voted differently. It's like, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, that type of hate I could just never have for somebody. Like, what? All right. To know that you and your family going through it and I'm just going to sit there and deliberately not let you get it just because we have a difference of opinion. It's not like you out here killing people or hurting children. I could give a damn. But that's so crazy. That's just so crazy. I mean, shame on her. Shame on her. Shame on her.
There's no crying here. Happy Monday, everyone. Today is Veterans Day, huh? It's the day Tim Waltz recalls the terrifying combat he witnessed while watching Saving Private Ryan.
That's a good one.
It was a good one. I just it up. But because it's a federal holiday, a lot of stuff is closed, including banks, the post office, and Bill Clinton's pants.
Yo.
There was a big Veterans Day parade in New York City today. It was a mix of 20,000 marchers, 25 floats, and a few dozen Kenyans from last week's marathon. They always win. On Wednesday, President Biden will host Donald Trump at the White House for a traditional post-election meeting. I don't want to tell Trump what to do, but if I were him, bring a few bottles of Febreze.
Yo.
While walking on the beach Sunday, President Biden stumbled multiple times.
He pretty much saying, boy, Biden might have, pooped himself by the time you get in there, Trump. You might want to spray the room down with Febreze before you get in there.
I guess that's what happens when you try to scatter your own remains.
Yo, this man.
Poor taste. Leonardo DiCaprio turns 50 today, huh? Yeah. To celebrate, he's taking his girlfriend to get her learner's permit. A Yale psychiatry fellow told MSNBC it's okay to cancel Thanksgiving plans with relatives who voted for Trump. Also endorsing the effort, Trump voters.
So is that not spreading the vision?
Yeah. Nick Bosa, is that his name, of the 49ers, was fined by the NFL for pointing to his MAGA hat during a broadcast. The fine will go toward promoting LGBTQ sports, also known as soccer.
Oh, all right, hold on, G. Ah, that hurt. I like soccer.
Trump has named former ICE director Tom Homan as his border czar. And to prove that he's not messing around, Homan asked Melania for her paperwork.
Are you reckless? This man
All right.
got food.
That was fun. So it's postmortems galore, watching the media point fingers at everyone but themselves. But really, this is just a mass misdirection in an effort to save what's left of their credibility. And like true psychopaths, the media lacks the empathy.
I mean, trust me, it's racism, misogyny, and etc. You know, it's everything but the fact that, well, yeah, the liberal party, the Democrats, y'all were just being condescending as hell. Well, you know, I mean, overly cocky and condescending, you know, those two C's never work together. I promise you. It always gives you bad results. And that's what y'all did. So look at the results y'all got. I mean, a blowout.
To realize that we know they're lying.
You'll be okay.
And we knew it's been them all along. So what you're seeing now is a ruse. See, the media is like the creep who gets rid of the spouse, but then volunteers to lead the search party. Except in this case, it was a disappearance of truth. And now they're volunteering to search for it, telling us where to look and actually expecting us to include them, even though they're metaphorically covered in blood. Jesus. And Brian Stelter's actually covered in tomato sauce. But they're terrified, not just of Trump, but of losing their influence. So now they're starting to sound like us.
Interesting message for Democrats. Maureen Dowd's piece for the New York Times entitled Democrats and the Case of Mistaken Identity Politics. Some Democrats are finally waking up and realizing that woke is broke. Democratic insiders thought people would vote for Kamala Harris even if they didn't like her to get rid of Trump. But more people ended up voting for Trump, even though many didn't like him because they liked the Democratic Party less.
And we got a supporter. Big Wave Dave said the same thing. He says, I do not like Trump. I don't like his character or nothing. But them policies is busting. Them policies I like them. Them policies is gonna help America get somewhere. So yeah, there's a lot of people who don't like Trump, but they like his policies. They like what he stands for, and it is what it is. I mean, let's be real. We have a lot of people that we don't like, but we respect them. And sometimes that's all you need is the respect. I mean, especially as a man. I mean, you know, F everything else. Give me the respect first.
Now remember, that's the same duo who blamed Kamala's loss on racist black and Hispanic men. So maybe they finally ran out of people to scapegoat, and the only targets left are in the mirror, except they keep breaking those. Listen to Jen Psaki dishing out advice.
Look, I happen to believe that Donald Trump is a major threat to our democracy. Too many people either didn't buy it and didn't show up, or were willing to price in the risk because other issues were more important to them. And the answer to that failure isn't to say fascism doesn't matter. It does. Or to say everyone who didn't vote for Harris is to blame for not hearing or understanding the threat.
I mean,
it's for candidates to rethink how they prioritize what they talk about moving forward. It's to rethink how they engage moving forward. Do that Joe Rogan podcast.
Every fascist move was pretty much done under Democrats, the liberals. So it is pretty crazy when they talk about fascism, but y'all the ones who had all these authoritarian mandates. So what's up with that? What's up with calling Trump a fascist, but y'all have all the authoritarian mandates? Ain't that crazy? And then you also believe that everybody should just think the same as y'all. And what's another definition of fascism? Being a one-party state. So it's crazy how the liberals expected us to be a one-party state, and it's kind of shocked that there's a difference of opinion. So don't y'all kind of like align with the whole fascism ideal more? I mean, for real? Think about it. Y'all wanted to be a one-party ideology. You expected everybody just to vote for one side. Aren't y'all the real fascists then?
Yes, by the way.
Little late. Jen, I'd say quit while you're ahead, but you're so far behind you need to circle back to wipe your own butt. Dems all over are sounding the alarm on what Trump will do. Geraldo suggests Trump could demand a third term.
No, really think about that. If you expected, 140 million or 100 million votes or 80 million votes for Kamala, if you expected Trump to basically get blown, now I'll be real with you, you kind of are a fascist in the literal sense, because you literally expected all of America to go one way. You wanted America to go one way, which is fascist. Us, we were cool with y'all. We didn't want everything to go red. Everything went red, but that's just how things turned out. We didn't expect it. And we're okay with y'all ideas. We don't hate y'all for them, but y'all hate us for our ideas. So you're right. Y'all have a fascist ideology right now. It is what it is, because you honestly believe that we should be of one mindset, of one, let's be real, one party. And that's the Democratic Party that y'all all want us to align with.
Thankfully, he made this prediction while wearing a shirt. Don't worry, Geraldo. If Trump takes a third term, you'll be too old to know what a president is.
Done.
Many predict Trump will break the law or violate the Constitution. Sorry, he's not going to put the View in an internment camp. Although they could use the exercise. But they assume Republicans would go along with law breaking, like using the levers of government to target political opponents. In other words, they assume Republicans are just like them, but they're not. And it shows that the media and the Dems don't know any actual Republicans. The closest they'd come is smelling one of Liz Cheney's farts in the green room. For Republicans, the Constitution, Bill of Rights, that comes first. If Trump tries to unconstitutionally take away anyone's rights, we'll be first in line to stop it. We always are. After all, isn't Trump's main promise that he's going to actually enforce the damn law, as in have a border, remove criminal gangs, restore order to the cities? Show me this great respect for the law that the Dems have. Was it during the 2020 Summer of Love when Kamala helped bail out the rioters and Gwen Waltz kept her windows open because she loves the smell of burning Firestone radials in the morning? What about a president that's incapacitated? Isn't a president who keeps falling down supposed to step down? This guy was responsible for more spills than a waitress with Tourette's.
Make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me, or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Appreciate the support, guys.
And yet no 25th Amendment or forced resignation. A move, by the way, that prevented the first black woman from becoming president. And yet they accuse you of bigotry because you didn't vote for Harris. Now, never mind that Trump increased his numbers with blacks, Hispanics, and yes, even suburban white women. Turns out Mr. Hitler himself, Mr. Racist, Mr. Misogynist, is more about inclusion than the Democrats themselves. That must be a real kick in the nuts to this woman.
For real. That's the thing. It was all over the internet. You could be a Kamala Harris supporter, have all the Kamala Harris gear on you want, and you would be let into a Trump rally. And nobody have no beef with you. But if you were a Trump supporter, Trumped out and everything, MAGA hat, MAGA shirt, all that, and you even got the man's sneakers on, bro, they're gonna stop you at the door and say, "Look, dog, not only can't we let you in here, but we're not gonna let you in here for your safety."
And these accusations of racism are coming from people who said nothing when the Democratic Party itself rejected Kamala. Kamala's 2020 primary for president made the Hindenburg look like SpaceX. But we're the racist
Be right back, guys.
No, fact is, Kamala's about as popular with both parties as crabs are at a nudist colony. She had to appear with Liz Cheney so she wouldn't be the least popular person on stage. But it's so much easier just to call us Nazis. It's certainly easier than reporting on a candidate who can't answer a question without cackling like a hyena who's twirling on the wrong end of an electric toothbrush. But it was them who didn't want her, or they could have had her. She could have been president, used the 25th Amendment. That would have been lawful, actually. So why didn't they do that? Was it racism? Was it misogyny? Because, they can still do it.
Joe Biden has been a phenomenal president. He's lived up to so many of the promises he's made. There's one promise left that he could fulfill. being a transitional figure. He could resign the presidency in the next 30 days and make Kamala Harris the president of the United States.
Whoa. See, bat crazy people can be right. If they truly believe Kamala was denied the presidency because of racism and sexism, Biden can resign right now and she can be president for 2.5 months. So what are they waiting for? They can make history or herstory. So why haven't they done it? Who are the Nazis now? Let's welcome
That's real.
this Hawaiian has Democrats crying. Trump transition team co-chair
Yo.
Tulsi Gabbard. The stuff he writes keeps.
Hey, shout out. They got Tulsi Gabbard on here. All right, bet. I have another Tulsi Gabbard video for y'all next. And go ahead and like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Appreciate the support, guys.
Newsom up at night, founder of Public News on X and Substack, Michael Schellenberger. His one
Female leadership I can get behind. Tulsi Gabbard. Let's go.
liners upset liberal whiners, comedian Dave Landau. And she's expectant and needs disinfectant. New York Times bestselling author, Fox News contributor, Cat Tip. Tulsi, I've watched you change, and I don't think you've changed that much. I actually think the world has changed
very much.
But I think you noticed what I'm talking about, that it wasn't necessarily left versus right. It was about this larger environment of dishonesty.
Yes.
And that it was like pitting people against each other rather than just like listening to the truth. What role are you going to play in this fight?
That's a nice segue there.
Yes, that was no segue at all.
No, it was really incredible. As you know, Bobby Kennedy and I were out on the campaign trail for the last several months, and it was amazing to see how many people were coming together because they were hungry for the truth and common sense leadership that was focused on how do we actually solve the very real problems that people in this country are struggling with every single day. At almost every one of our events, I would ask the crowd, raise your hand if you're a Democrat or you're a former Democrat. And in crowds of thousands of people, there were always somewhere between like 35 to 45% of the crowd would raise their hands. Mm-hmm. And it was amazing. At the last event that we did, it was in Wisconsin. Mm. And this was just a few days before Election Day. And it was they raised their hands, almost half the room raised their hands. And the cool thing was, people in the crowd started looking around, and all like 3,000 people stood up and started clapping and just showing them kindness and really symbolizing we are all Americans who love our country, who cherish peace and freedom. And I think that's the result that we saw on election night, was Americans coming together for our country.
So, to conclude, Secretary of Defense.
President Trump is making some decisions.
Yes. Michael.
Yep, and that's true. Definitely, man, I was wrong. 75.1 million for Trump, and now we got 71.8 million for Harris. And, I guess these are all the votes finally getting turned in. It's kind of crazy. Days out to the election, we're still counting votes, but it's too late. It is too late. Trump has already won. I'm sorry. Nothing's coming back for y'all. It's okay. So don't worry. You just lost by just a little bit less, about 3 million. You'll be okay.
Always good to have you. Haven't been here in a while. You were one of the very first people to raise the alarm on the issues in California, the effects of wokeism, especially in the drug area, what it did to places like Portland and Oakland. How do you feel about this outcome and the fact that it doesn't feel like an ideological victory at all? It just feels like a voice or something.
Like a breath of fresh air. I mean, I felt the next day I literally breathed more easily. Justine Bateman from Family Ties tweeted that she was decompressing from 4 years of walking on eggshells. I think a lot of us that came from the left just lived under this and raised concerns around things like censorship or the FBI and CIA interfering in the 2020 elections, or maybe not blocking the puberty of children.
Everything that the left stood against, they started doing. And that was why a lot of them, their main players, their big dogs left, or I'd say the ones that aren't complete sellouts. Yes, I would say this. The ones who are not sellouts in the Democratic Party left because they realized, everything we stood on in the beginning, the reason why I was in this party is now is not what we promote.
Operating on them if they might.
That's why Tulsi and RFK Jr. left.
Not be sure of who they are. We were called, just like conservatives, fascists and racist and phobic, raising very legitimate questions. I mean, it really culminates this year where we see this attempt to basically incarcerate President-elect Donald Trump, while at the same time accusing the Republicans of being the fascists and wanting to undermine democracy. So I think for a lot of us, those of us that have had this experience, I mean, the conservatives were beat up for so long, and now I'm very sympathetic. A lot of us lost friends, lost communities over this transition. So it feels like a hard reset and a necessary one for the country.
Yeah, I think we're going to talk about it in the next block. I do think there's a way to get people back together, but it has a lot to do
I'll
with...
say once we get some of these policies in and, some of these people start figuring out, oh, well, damn, hold on, no tax on overtime, I'm pulling in some bread. Oh, wait, no tax on tips, say less. Once some of these policies get enacted, once we send all these immigrants back and, there's more jobs and people feel a little safer and all that good stuff, the tariffs get enacted, jobs start coming over here. They'll come around.
With ego. There's a lot of bruised, damaged egos out there. Speaking of Dave.
Yes.
Where have you been able to handle this week? You were in where? Were you in Detroit?
I was in Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to people. I was amazed that Michigan turned red. And then meeting with people in Detroit, I'm surprised that county didn't, but I think it was close to 50-50. But it's been an exciting week. I mean, you're watching them now try to explain their strategy, which is don't do the #1 podcast in the country. And it's like, what would they talk about? It's like, well, Joe does jiu-jitsu, and that involves being on your back, and that's how Kamala got this far in the first place.
Damn. Okay.
She deserves that joke. She lied to us.
And also the idea that she's just going to step in real quick for Biden is the saddest participation trophy I've ever seen.
Shouldn't he resign though? Look, we're racist for not voting. He's racist for not stepping aside.
I don't know who's president. I don't think anybody does.
That's fair to say.
It's the best.
We didn't vote for a black woman and we're racist. So what you mean? Biden didn't want to step aside for a black woman. Now he should be racist too. Wait, Biden been racist. What you mean? Crime bill, stood up for segregation, got a black kid up out the pool. It's like, come on now. Biden been racist. Ain't nothing new.
It's the best. Clearly, we didn't need one, Kat. Kat, are you still riding? You were traveling this weekend. How were your audiences?
Later, Seth.
Personally, I'm still high. It's a natural high, but I'm very high.
Very happy.
Yes.
Yes, very excited, very, very happy. Would it be funny? So, by the way, I'm not sure that Joe Biden even voted for Kamala.
Yeah.
To be honest. He didn't want to step down. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but would it be funny for him to step down for one day?
Yes.
Obviously, he's not qualified. He shouldn't be the. I get it. We don't have our president. Everyone who says that is correct. But how would that be? Because it'd be like giving someone something and then she has to. I'm just giving him a tip if he wants to play any mind games. Because she would have to then act really grateful and what kind of speech would you give if you're president for a day? That sounds like a movie from the 90s starring Macaulay Culkin.
Yes.
But she'd have to take it seriously.
And she would technically be president, so she'd be the 46th though.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It's almost like people become president when, she was probably acting president when Joe Biden was like out.
He should make it a big deal.
Yeah.
Have her be president for one day, and I want to hear what she says about it.
I'm gonna be real with you. Biden's the one, this is me and Key's wild conspiracy that Biden's the one who sunk her campaign. Biden did not want Kamala Harris to win. Bro, you can't say you wanted Kamala Harris to win and then pretty much Booby Trapper was saying that, oh yeah, what you mean? Everything that I wanted to do, she stood right beside me. And I know y'all ain't like me, so y'all know y'all ain't gonna like her. Then days before the election, called Trump supporters trash. Bro, you can't tell me this man didn't know what he was doing at a certain point. I don't know. I just really feel like, that man Biden wanted Kamala to lose. Y'all gonna get this fake black woman the election? Hell no. And he's ruined it. But all right, let's hear that.
That will be rethought.
Let's talk about everybody else and what matters here. The fact that we have all these troops in the region, this is an issue of sensitivity for you about where America is and why. Do you believe that this is something that will be rethought by the Trump administration?
Well, thank you, Chris. It's good to be with you on your show, and I appreciate you recognizing our veterans, my brothers and sisters in uniform, and the many challenges that our veterans in this country still face alongside their families. And to me, the most important commitment that veterans and servicemen and women should have from our leaders in this country, the best way to recognize that service and sacrifice and to say thank you is to make sure that our men and women in uniform are only sent into harm's way, or only sent to war as a last resort, after all measures of diplomacy have been exhausted. Now, this is one of the many reasons why I think so many Americans turned out to vote for President Trump, is because he understands this. And we've seen how through his last administration, he didn't just talk about ending wars. He actually went out and did that work of direct diplomacy. He went out and met with dictators and adversaries in that pursuit of peace for the American people. So in his next administration, and he was very vocal about this throughout this presidential campaign, that his goal is to end wars.
I think Kamala brought this up. I mean, not Kamala, but Keenan brought this up about Kamala earlier. I'm sorry, but Key. It was wild because he was telling me that, yeah, so ain't it kind of weird how, well, she ain't talked to Putin? I think Trump exposed that during the debate. If you were listening correctly, Key definitely did say it correct. He's like, yo, Trump called her out. She didn't ever met with Putin, but she bragged about meeting with Zelensky 5 times. And we're like, well, the over-dominating force is Russia, so why wouldn't you want to meet with Russia as if Zelensky can stop a war? Like, what you mean? He throws his hands up, nobody cares. Russia can keep on going. Russia throws their hands up, the war actually stops.
Not start them. His goal is to prevent World War III and nuclear war, and spoke many times about things that Kamala Harris never brought up during her campaign, about how he understands the seriousness of the stakes and the threats that we face as the American people, specifically because of the foreign policy decisions made under the current administration. And so I can tell you, as someone who still wears the uniform, I'm a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserve, as someone who's deployed to multiple war zones in different parts of the world, the most important responsibility that any president has is to serve as commander-in-chief. And it's important on this day as Veterans Day, as well as you said, as every day, to recognize the best way to ensure our gratitude is shown to those who serve and their families is to make sure war is a last resort, and if it is required, that we take care of our men and women in uniform if and when they come home.
LTC Gabbard, I thank you for your service, of course, and your family, because the whole family serves, no matter which member it is. The sacrifice is real, and you may serve again. What is your attitude towards being a member of the Trump administration?
President Trump is going through, and I know this is how he's spending a lot of his time right now, is looking at making these decisions about who he wants to serve on his team and in his cabinet. If there is any way that I can help achieve that goal and objective of preventing World War III and nuclear war, of course, I'd be honored to serve.
Where do you think you would be of most help to President Trump and this administration?
In a place where I can do that. There are a few different roles, I think, within this administration. But again, President Trump will make his decision, and it looks like he's already making some announcements this week.
They're coming out. We're seeing them. But you've never been one to want to play politics. Have you been active in the process, or you're just waiting to be asked?
No, I've been active.
I'm weak, though. Okay, so we got Chief of Staff, Susie Wild, and then we got Tom. Oh, yeah, everybody was complaining about this man, Tom. Tom sounded savage. He's like, what you mean? You can get deported with your kids. I was done. I was like, yo, this is the man we need. When he literally said, so how do you feel about separating families? I mean, like, what do you mean? Their kids can go with them. I was like, my man. All right, Double, let's see here. We got a decent lineup.
As a member of the transition team, as you know, Chris, there are thousands of positions that a new administration has to fill within all of these federal agencies. And so we are doing our best to try to bring people together who support President Trump's vision, specifically as it relates to national security and foreign policy, to try to prevent what happened last time, which was he ended up with some neocons around him who were trying to, and I saw this as a member of Congress, they said yes to his face, and then around his back were trying to undermine his objectives so that they could feed their goals of continuing to keep us in a perpetual state of war to the detriment of the American people and our troops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you, but you got to be careful with just putting loyalists around you right?
Yeah, Trump is staying true to his word. He's picking the right people. Now, like I say, he was in there once, he got bamboozled, he said never again.
It's
you
not
want better minds
loyalists.
to the
It's
extent
not
that you can have
loyalists.
them.
It's people who are committed to the Constitution, who support our democratic republic, and the mandate that President Trump has been given by the American people in this election through the popular vote and the electoral vote to reject the neocon warmongers and actually work towards bringing about peace.
So let's talk for a second about what that looks like. The 40 to 50,000 that we have in the region, is that something that should be on the table for reassessment? Because I don't care where they are, they're certainly not completely safe. So is that an okay risk for America now?
I'm sure this is on President Trump's mind, and he will look to see where our troops are, where they are in harm's way, where they are based around the world, and make his decisions as commander-in-chief.
Starting making some negotiations here. Like, all right, let's make some negotiations so we can get our troops out of there, or we see we need to leave our troops in there for stability reasons. Let's see what we got to do. Because right now, it just looks like we've been stalling in a lot of these conflicts.
All of these examples of does their presence, does their deployment, does their mission actually serve the best interests of the American people and our national security? He's obviously been very vocal about what that means and what that looks like throughout this campaign, and that assessment will come.
Hey,
let's talk about...
And shout out Tulsi Gabbard. Now, let's go into one of Trump's other picks as well, though. Because he said Rubio.
Now, and with what we've seen on the ground.
Because, these lefties are losing their mind over every person he picks. Over every person he picks, they got a harsh critique of. So, expect the worst.
I want to start this evening with CNN's Jim Sciutto, who is joining me on the phone on this breaking news. Jim, I just want to first get your take on hearing that it doesn't appear this is formal yet, but if Trump is leaning in this direction, and that is what all of our sourcing is indicating at this hour, what the significance of a Marco Rubio as a Trump pick for Secretary of State would be in your view?
For one, it very much, Caitlin, puts China at the center of Trump's foreign policy. The combination of Rubio and Waltz, both of whom are big China hawks. Rubio's portfolio on China goes back years. He's drawn attention to China's trade practices. He's pushed for restrictions on selling advanced technology to China. He's highlighted China's mass incarceration and forced labor of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, as well as China's intelligence gathering inside this country. So he has a deep and long resume on China.
All right, finally, we got somebody on China's ass, as somebody should have been. I mean, y'all spent so long focusing on Russia, China was running amok. Now, shout out this man, Marco Rubio, gonna step in there as Secretary of State and be like, yeah, China, y'all ain't getting away with nothing no more. Yeah, all them wheat farms you was starting up over here in Oklahoma, done. Oh, yeah, the money you sending to the cartel, hopefully we can intercept that somehow, some way. But, yeah, we're gonna put a spotlight on you now.
And listen, it shouldn't be surprising, given that Trump himself, of course, has made China a target both of his national security policy, but also his economic policy, the discussions during the campaign of imposing significant tariffs on Chinese goods. This would bring to his team a Rubio and a Waltz, two individuals with history there and focus on China. I'll say this as well, that given the concern about some of Trump's foreign policy positions, particularly among Democrats, the outgoing Biden administration, but also some more traditional Republicans, I think it's safe to say that both Rubio and Waltz are not out there, as it were, right? That their positions on China are very common with other Republicans, but also, frankly, it's a bipartisan position right now in Washington, a far more aggressive China policy, both in terms of national security and trade. Their positions on Ukraine, for instance, Rubio has been a skeptic of additional aid going there. He, like other Republicans, has said it's time to bring the war to an end. But he is not a Republican who has praised Russia. He's not a Republican who has denied Russia's blame for the invasion, right? So even as he has been skeptical of additional aid, he's not from the wing of the Republican Party that has questioned whether the U.S. should have been there in any way at all before.
Okay.
Yeah, certainly a different view in that sense. Of course, the question is what happens now and with what we've seen on the ground. Jim Sciutto, thank you for that. And on this breaking news, I also want to bring in CNN anchor and chief congressional correspondent Manu Raju, because Manu, as we were looking at this, I just want to know what Kristen Holmes is reporting on top of this. She says that she heard from a source this morning who thought Trump was leaning toward Rick Grenell, of course, who served as his acting director of national intelligence. Before that, the U.S. ambassador to Germany. We know Senator Bill Haggerty of Tennessee was also in the running for these two positions, though he seemed to have fallen out of the contention a few hours ago. Manu, though, when you look at this, if this is what Trump ultimately formally goes with, and a caveat there just because it's Trump, I imagine Rubio would have a pretty easy time getting confirmed in the Senate.
Yeah, no question about that, Caitlin. In fact, if it were Rick Grenell, that could potentially have been a problem for some Republican senators here. Rubio is different, though. He's been a long-time senator. He's got a lot of allies in the Senate Republican Conference. He's one of those senators who has straddled both the Republican establishment world and the Trump MAGA world. And
so he has connections throughout his party, too. So when it comes to getting some of these things pushed through, he's going to be the main people talking to the Senate, the Republican Senate, like, hey, yo, yeah, let's get this through, guys. Damn. When they talking about almost some in control, they was not lying.
he has, despite of all of his criticism against Donald Trump back in 2016, he has very much aligned himself and been a chief defender of Donald Trump through his 4 years in office and on the campaign trail and the like. And his foreign policy views do align to some extent with the Republican establishment, but he also has broken with them as well. He did vote against the big foreign policy bill of this past year. That was a $95 billion aid package that included aid to Taiwan, aid to Israel, aid to Ukraine. He called it legislative blackmail, that bill. He contended that it should not have been all tied together. Should have done more should have went after border security issues as well, even as Ukraine was clamoring for that money at that critical moment earlier this year. So he has broken from a lot of his colleagues, including the Republican leadership, on that issue, but he is very much on Trump's side here. And assuming this pick goes through, I do expect him probably have no problems to get confirmed. But if he is confirmed to this post, then that opens up a vacancy in Florida for a Senate seat. This would give the governor there, Ron DeSantis, the ability to name a replacement to that post. So it would not affect the current balance of power right now. But I can tell you, without talking to too many Republicans at the moment, with this news just breaking, I will be talking to a lot of them tomorrow. I can expect many of them will be happy to hear this news if it does happen. Marco Rubio getting this major pick for Secretary of State, someone they believe can carry out America's foreign policy effectively on the world stage. Caitlin.
All right. So shout out Marco Rubio, man. Hey, the way he sounds like he's on China's ass and he's on these foreign adversaries, you know, he put these foreign adversaries on his watch list. I like it. We need more people like that. We need more people like that.
You know, and the Daily Show was kind of an answer to what was happening in the Bush administration and I think Fox News at that time. And Jon Stewart kind of became a symbol for people who felt.
And make sure to like the video, guys. We're going to go ahead and get into this Piers Morgan. This should go ahead and be a good one here. Let's see. And let's go.
Trump doesn't know what he said or why he said it. How hard is that job? And who's the best type of person for it?
So one, thanks for the trip down memory lane. I appreciate that. Now I understand Anthony's comment at the beginning. It makes a lot more sense in context now. I'm just kidding, of course, but I get it a lot more why he started the interview and the comment he made. Look, it is a tough job. I came into it, I think, with a sense of a traditional nature of trying to. And what I think he needs to do is make sure, or frankly, the opposite, what the person who takes this job needs to do is understand that Donald Trump speaks for himself, and that if you're going to go out there and make policy pronunciations or directives or personnel announcements, you better be darn sure that you have the best and latest information when you go make that comment. It's one of my lessons learned from working with him. I just assumed too much at times, that where I thought he was on a position, instead of continuing to confirm what he thought, or because I relied on sometimes staff and others. But anyway, I think the person that takes these high-profile jobs in this coming administration better be certain when they speak on his behalf that they know exactly what he thinks.
And just on that point, Anthony, I'm going to come to you, Larry, in one sec. But Anthony, just on that point, unlike Sean, who stayed loyal to Trump, you turned on him pretty savagely.
Damn.
Why?
The guy, hold on a second. The guy went after my wife on Twitter. Okay, I gave the guy $1 million for his campaign. I gave him hundreds of hours of media advocacy.
And congrats. The only person that should be having beef with Donald Trump is this guy. He went after his wife. That's real understandable. That's respectable. With the rest of y'all, that bro, what y'all have towards Trump, bro, it don't even make sense. Don't even make sense. But all right, though. Let's hear out my man Sean Hannity interviewing Stephen A. Smith on this
Publicly, he's a friend of mine.
Cause man, he's probably the one liberal, the one Democrat who ain't crying and who's just taking it in as it is.
We don't agree a lot on politics. It's ESPN host. He's a rock star. There is no, as far as I'm concerned, there is no ESPN without my friend Stephen A. Smith. I watched you on The View today. How you doing?
All right. How you doing, Sean? Congratulations on the election, the results. You called it. You said it was going to happen. I can't refute it. I can't refuse the fact that the president of the United States, the president-elect, is well deserving of it. It was a romp. It was an annihilation. I know a lot of people are trying to, label it like, what, he won a little bit in a lot of different places. I don't want to hear that. He won, and he won in absolutely convincing fashion, so much so that I think that in light of those results, we have to look at this election as a referendum on the Democratic Party and America saying, we're not feeling where you are. We're not feeling where you tried to go. We want no part of it. We're not having it. And they made their choice, and we all have to accept it.
And you were very gracious, by the way. Privately, we have our own conversations, and you said that to me, and I'll live with it. And I've had elections that I really wanted my side to win that they lost. And you know what, Stephen A., I go on, and I plow through, and I do my job. There's not going to be retribution.
That's all you can do is just like, oh, okay, it is what it is. We lost. We're not going to go ahead and make a whole social media campaign over and start crying on camera. Like, God forbid anybody does that. Like, yeah.
None of the hosts of The View are going to be taken off. I used to go on that show. They wouldn't even they wouldn't accept a conversation with me at this point. Isn't that pretty pathetic? Because I used to like Whoopi Goldberg. Joyless Behar, she's a little, yeah.
I would ask that you don't look at the show. What you look at, what you should look at is the ideological tilt that has taken place in our country. We've gotten to a point where, God forbid, somebody has a difference of opinion and a different form of ideology.
I don't even think it's an ideological tilt. It's just that, well, the Republicans became the 90s Democrats that I think we all wanted to align under. Yeah, that's the problem. Like I said, we didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left us and it's wanted to supplicate the feminists and gays.
Then you're damn near the Antichrist. And that's not what makes this country great. I mean, the reality is that, you know what, we could sit up there and we could say what we want, and everybody has their different opinions about Donald Trump. You know how I felt. You knew why I didn't vote for him. I don't like the way he behaves. I think the presidency is a statesmanship position, and I think that level of hubris that he's accustomed to showing needs to be dialed back significantly. But having said that, the bottom line is simple. You can look at a lot of things on the right or the left. He talked about the economy. Okay, he inherited. Biden inherited, what was it, like 1.5% in terms of inflation. It ballooned to over 9.1% before it got dialed down a little bit. We looked at open borders. Barack Obama was once considered the deporter in chief because he actually deported more folks than Donald Trump. But Biden comes into office, and the first thing he does, day one, executive order, he opens the borders, and obviously that created so much tension. And then
for those of y'all who don't know, like, oh, where's the wall? Trump built the wall and Biden got it taken down. He literally sued states to take down Trump's wall, his water wall that he had in the rivers to keep these immigrants out from swimming over. Yeah, Biden sued Louisiana to take those down. He sued Texas to take down their walls and everything. So yes, the Biden administration deliberately opened the border. It made it easier for immigrants to get over the border. Deliberately.
Look at the culture wars, the identity politics, some of the transgender issues that people were bringing up in terms of individuals.
And that is one of the reasons why Kamala lost, if you liberals didn't know.
Transitioning from male to female and wanting to participate in female sports and stuff like that, or sharing the same bathroom as females and all of this other stuff. America said, hey, we're not down for that. We're not going for it. And no matter what you try to throw in our direction, that's not what we're concerned about. We're primarily concerned about the economy. We're primarily concerned about our borders and about being safe. And they voted that way to send that message. And all we've heard over the last couple of days is folks going absolutely bat crazy because the candidate that they preferred to win didn't win. And I just want to take a moment to remind everybody this is America.
I disagree, Cool
Guess
Bean.
what? Sometimes you don't get what you want. But we are known for having intestinal resolve and making sure we're able to march forward and work with whichever candidate ends up being in office and winning, and find a way to work with one another and reach some degree of compromise so we have civility in this country instead of chaos. It's going to be up to Donald Trump to contribute to that, no doubt. But the way I've seen some of the Democrats reacting since Kamala Harris lost, to be quite honest with you, is utterly ridiculous. I'm not going to get into any names, but it's been utterly ridiculous.
You know, one thing, when I'm on your show, I do all the talking. When you're on my show, I let you do all the talking. We kind of have this unspoken agreement, because but together when we have conversations, they're really thoughtful conversations. They're real. We keep it real. You know, you always tell me to stay in my lane politics. I tell you to stay in your lane sports, but you're making a lot of sense tonight, and they would be wise to listen to you. And more importantly, the spirit in which you're telling
Bro,
it.
he's literally the only person in the Democratic side that's honestly, taking accountability. He's like, yo, we missed this one. The reason we missed it is because we played too hard into certain things that didn't align with the American people. We did not align with the American people, a majority of them. And instead of sitting here trying to call everybody racist and misogynist, which we're trying to call like over 70 million people racist and misogynist, like y'all just setting yourself up to lose the next election. If anything, at a certain point, the Green Party and the Libertarian Party is going to have a better chance than the Democrats. Y'all are almost going to kill the entire Democratic Party if y'all keep pushing this. You know that, right?
Yeah, and I give you a lot of credit for that. You know, here's where I see it, and tell me what you agree or disagree with. They could not run on one thing that they could point to where we were better off than we were 4 years ago. One major thing that improved the lives of the American people. The campaign ended with, you're a racist, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist, a misogynist. Even Barack Obama and Stacey Abrams calling African-American men misogynists and sexist. Stacey Abrams says they're racist.
Oh, you said my mic cut out, guys. Are we good?
And a lot of what they said was just flat out lies. Kamala told us for 3 years the border was secure. It was not. Everybody knew it wasn't. She said for 3 years that inflation was transitory and denied that we had an inflation problem. She also lied during the campaign, her final argument. She told American women, she told them that Donald Trump's going to sign a national abortion ban. That was a lie. She said Donald Trump will limit your access to contraception. That was a lie. She said that he would ban IVF. That was a lie. She tried to scare seniors and say that he's going to take away your Social Security and Medicare. He promised he would not do it. Benefits went up in his first term when he was president. So analyze that strategy. You can't run on what you did or what you succeeded at. So you're going to go to the lowest level, tell lies, and call people Nazis and fascists. Not a good strategy, Stephen A. Not nice either.
Well, I'm not going to deny that it's...
Man, and make sure y'all like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap the screen or the 3 dots up in the corner, man. We appreciate the support here. And Cool Bean, I believe we've actually debunked that on the show before, where, bro, we pay for more for these illegals than they generate in tax revenue. And then think about this. Some of these illegals come over here and work under the table. So what tax revenue? It's literally a myth. It's literally a lie that the left put out there. Like when they said immigrants commit 3 times less the crime, even though they got a smaller sample size to compare it to. Yeah, it's the same thing. It is literally a lie that immigrants come in and they give us more tax revenue than they take from us. That's a lie. I mean, didn't the TPS program prove that? Didn't the fact that some of FEMA's funds was going to immigrants, didn't that prove that? The fact that we're actually over here shuffling funds for these people? Like, think about it. If they were funding themselves, they wouldn't need to be shuffling funds around.
It's not the greatest strategy. I don't know if you're entirely, completely accurate in everything that you're saying, because I can think of lies that the other side as well. But I will say this to you. If you're Kamala Harris, what you could have done is lean on the reports that the economy was actually getting better, and it actually is in a good place compared to where it was. You could have acknowledged that, guess what? True. I was a bit wrong in a position. I was a bit wrong in the position that I took on the border. And obviously it's not about flip-flopping. It's about me correcting the error of my ways. She didn't do that. But in the end, I will tell you, I'll do you a favor and tell you where the biggest crime came about from the Democratic Party. You had a situation with Biden, who promised to be a transitional president. He labeled himself a stopgap, somebody that was going to come in there, sort of calm the waters, and then move out the way for a young blood to come into the fray, and new blood rather to come into the fray and be the next president of the United States. There was supposed to be a red wave in the midterms. It didn't happen. What does he do? He's the incumbent. He gets comfortable and says, I'm not going anywhere. And that threw everything up in flux. So suddenly he's debilitated a bit. The cognitive decline is something that we were witnessing. People were noticing it but didn't want to speak about it. You let him go on stage and get embarrassed. June 27th, 3.5 weeks later, you elevate her. She never went through a primary or anything like that, which raised question marks.
Bruh.
And then what do you do from there on, Sean?
It's like, bro, so Stephen A. Smith, the only person that gets it? It's like, this is the only Democrat that I kind of understands how crazy y'all was looking, just anointing or appointing Kamala Harris. Like, oh, she couldn't even win the primary. She got dogged out by Tulsi Gabbard. She called Biden, bro. She even called Biden a direct racist, and somehow y'all still think Biden was the best for black people. I mean, make it make sense at a certain point, bro. Y'all can't even rationalize why y'all accepted Kamala. Y'all can't even, bro. At this point, y'all literally let the Democratic Party, like, just, bro, ditch democracy. Ditch a primary when she's supposed to go out and prove that she's the best among her peers. She should have been up there debating at least 3 or 4 more candidates for the presidential candidacy of the Democratic Party. She should have done that. But nope, they just threw her on there and y'all just went with it. And then here's the thing. Y'all expect her to be a good president, but y'all can't say nothing she did as vice president. And then when we call you on it, y'all want to say, oh, well, she was just vice president. She can't do much. Then why are you trusting her to do much as president?
You've got you obviously they felt they needed to do whatever they could to get votes. This is what they were doing, and it didn't work. It didn't work, and that's what you have to applaud. The American people have spoken. They said, we're not going for that. We're looking at policies. We're not going for all of that.
One last question. We don't have a lot of time. She never had to explain one time why she co-sponsored the Green New Deal, $93 trillion, and said she'd eliminate the filibuster. She never had to explain her position on gun mandatory buyback. She never had to explain why she said the rioters in 2020, 574 of them, won't stop, shouldn't stop, and she won't stop supporting them. She never had to explain. She never had to explain, why we're going to pay for free sex change operations for illegal immigrants.
Can I help you out?
And give them amnesty when they don't respect our laws. Will you agree with me? And we have 30 seconds for you to answer. That legacy media is dead. Do you agree or disagree?
I'm not going to say it's dead because I'm holding out hope that it can be resuscitated. But hold on to this moment, Sean, because it's a rarity. Hold on to this for the rest of your life, okay? I am going to agree with you from the standpoint that what was done was inexcusable because it was favoritism in the media and it had no place in it for a presidential election. You got to call balls and strikes. And that's not what people on both sides are doing, but especially the left over the last couple of days.
I mean, we ain't got to call no balls or strikes because we won, Stephen A. But they do because they lost. And instead of just actually going like, you know what, maybe just riding hard for abortion just wasn't it. Or maybe just trying to shame people for not going with us just wasn't it. Maybe we should have some actual substance. But they didn't. So, yeah, that's the accountability y'all need to take instead of trying to call everybody a racist and misogynist. I mean, they're trying to call white women, Hispanic men, white men, like they're all racist and misogynist because they like predominantly voted for Trump. Like, come on now, stop being so soft and stop crying.
Officially your president, whether you like it or not. He won last time, but what does it mean to you? A lot of people are celebrating. We put this event together. We had 2,000 people at our new property. We're doing a live. It was the biggest live stream on YouTube worldwide. 291,000 concurred ahead of BBC, NBC, CBS, CNN, Fox, everybody. And at the end of the event, everyone's watching, oh my God, this is going to be so great, celebration. I said, Trump being a president, what does it do to you? John F. Kennedy years ago, when he became a president, he announced he's lowering taxes. When he said he's lowering taxes, you know what he said to the American people? He said, hey, John F. Kennedy, I'm lowering taxes. A Democrat, very different than today's Democratic, because today they say they raise the taxes, they clap. Back in the days, he says, we're lowering taxes. He says, this is your chance to be wealthy and make some money. If we have the clip, we'll play it for you to watch what he says in his own words.
The worst deficit comes from a recession. And if we can take the proper action in the proper time, this can be the most important step we could take to prevent another recession. That is the right kind of
the 60s was one of the best times, man. A lot of everybody was making money in the 60s. So, yeah, Kennedy knew what he was talking about.
Tax cut, both for your family budget and the national.
Oh, God, help, man. Ending that taxation.
The most important step we could take to prevent another recession. That is the right kind of a tax cut, both for your family budget and the national budget, resulting from a permanent basic reform and reduction in our rate structure, a creative tax cut, creating more jobs and income, and eventually more revenue. And the right time for that kind of bill, it now appears, in the absence of an economic crisis today, and if the job is to be done in a responsible way, is January 1963. The billions of dollars this bill will place in the hands of the consumer and our businessmen will have both immediate and permanent benefits to our economy. Every dollar released from taxation that is spent or invested will help create a new job and a new salary. And these new jobs and new salaries can create other jobs and other salaries, and more customers and more growth for an expanding American economy.
What's the point? The next 4 years, go to 2028, because here's how it is. Last night, everybody's arriving at 6 o'clock, okay, at this event. I told everybody, like this, it's going to be 2 o'clock, the event's over with. You know how quickly it happened? Felt like 30 seconds on how it was over with. Right now, it's 2024, November 6th. Last night, he won. Early this morning, they announced he won. It's over with, right? You know how quickly it's going to be November 6, 2028? Like this. By November 6, 2028, what will happen to you and your family? Where are you going to be with your current job? You're going to get a promotion? Are you going to be a manager? Are you going to be contributing more? What are you going to do with all the taxes that now it's coming back? What are you going to do with all the stuff that's going to change with the interest rate? Potentially, if it happens, the stock markets right now reacted just today. If I look at day after the election, the way the market has reacted, Dow is up 3 points.
Bro, and that's crazy because like Bitcoin ain't never seen such a surge, bro. I mean, whoa, it was at 68, now it's at 81K. All because Trump got in office? I mean, the stocks went up all because Trump went in office. Businesses done killed some of their operations overseas because what? Oh, Trump's in office? Like, I mean, bro, everybody's starting to act correctly now that we got a real leader in the office. And it's okay, guys. For all y'all be like, oh, well, when all this bad stuff happened under Trump, well, look, man, trust me, I'm waiting on it. I'm waiting on it just like you are. And trust me, we'll both be waiting a long time because only good things coming. If you pay attention to them policies, you'll see that you'll be making more money as well.
0.57%. S&P is up 2.53%.
Because for some reason, the left has lied to y'all about trickle-down economics. Yes, they've lied to you about it because you've been living through trickle-down economics, honestly, since you've been working. as you've been living in trickle-down economics.
Almost at 6,000 for the first time. NASDAQ up 3%. Bitcoin is at $76,000. This is just one day. Dollar got stronger just today. Everyone's talking about where this is going to go. Business planning for you. Alliances, partnerships, relationships. Like, I remember when I only had $3,000 in the bank.
And here's the thing. Like, what are y'all afraid of? Name one thing you think Donald Trump's going to do that's going to hurt America. Because you can't even say the tariffs thing because you don't even know the full argument for tariffs. Because you can't argue tariffs unless you know about America's $1 trillion trade deficit. So, yes, you can't touch on the topic of tariffs if you don't know our trade deficit with these countries is why we need to enact these tariffs. Because guess what? Other countries got tariffs on our products, and that's why people in their country don't buy ours because they're placing tariffs on ours, which means we have to raise the price. And guess what? Since we're raising the price on our products in their country, it makes our product less appetizing. So we're crazy when we try to do the same thing to them. We have Americans standing up for us getting robbed out here in the trade wars or getting robbed in trading. We have our own American citizens going like, yeah, what you mean? It's going to pass down the cost to us. Oh, guess what? But if we don't do that, you'll lose your damn job. All these companies are going to go somewhere else to operate.
Bank with $49,000 in debt, and a crisis happened or an opportunity happened. I said, listen, within 4 years, I want to pay off my $49,000, and I'd like to have $50,000 in a bank. 4 years later, paid off my debt. I had $50,000 in a bank. That was a big milestone for me. I'll never forget the first time I had $10,000 in a bank. I'm like, I have $10,000 in savings. I have $25,000 in savings. I have $50,000 in savings. This whole thing that happened, if you don't put a plan together.
All right, Liquid, you're done because this man said trade deficits are beneficial. So the fact that we're losing money in the market, we're losing money and our products are not being bought overseas is beneficial? Yep, you're done. You're just saying anything. I mean, like, dog, come on now. We like grown adults in the chat who actually know how to talk. Like, please educate yourself. Then you can come back in here tomorrow, okay? Okay.
For you, your wife, your kids, your family, where you're going to be in 4 years, it's a waste of an opportunity. It means nothing. It's just a guy who won, who
Hopefully I wasn't disturbing anybody's chat with him because I don't know how you were doing it. I'm looking at this and I'm just like, yeah, this guy's not educated enough to be in this chat right now.
Celebrating. A lot of people are capitalizing off of it. And if you sit around in 2028, you're in the same position as you are today, this was a wasted opportunity for you. Everything is now about planning, capitalizing, and finding a way to recreating yourself. So by 2028, when you look back and it goes like this, you say, man, I'm glad I capitalized off of that because the reality of it is, you know how many people won't? 90% of people won't do anything.
Yeah, like, bro, you should be investing at this moment, bro. You should get this Trump derangement out your mind. Stop being a sad ass little bitch and start investing. Things are going up. Things are looking up already. And you're too busy being sad about Kamala losing to really see the opportunity around you. It's like, do you not, bro? The stock market is going up. We're going in a upwards direction already. And the man ain't even sat in a chair yet. And the economy is already reacting to him being president. Stop crying about Kamala and look around you and you'll see that there's a whole lot of opportunities that's about to open up. And especially we get this no tax on overtime, you know, you might just have a little bit extra money to invest in these things.
You can go be in the same place. You can lower taxes. You can raise every opportunity. There's going to be 90% of people that are going to do nothing with it. My challenge to you is to be part of the 10%. And for some of you,
and you're going to be one of them 90% who don't do nothing. If you just sit around crying about, oh, Kamala's not president, we're doomed. Just like, did you not just look at the stock market? Did you not just look at Bitcoin? Man, everything's going up, man. Hey, they're seeing they're seeing opportunity. We're seeing opportunity. 75.1 million people are seeing opportunity, but not you. Okay, bro.
You guys that are fully crazy, go be part of the 1%. Sit there and say, man, next 4 years, I'm planning on doing X, Y, Z, and read it. 4 years ago, we're doing a podcast, PBD podcast. We just started it. You know how many people were on our first live? 57 people. You know who wasn't listening to it? None of my family members were listening to it. They're like, what is this guy doing talking politics? Who the hell are you to talk about politics? What makes you think? I'm like, listen, I just got opinions about this stuff. 291,000 people listened to us. Concurrent was 5.2 million people during the time that we were live. What? YouTube sends us a report saying it was bigger than ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN. All these other things, yes, Why? But 4 years ago, I sat there and I told Tom, I told Adam, I told Mario, I said, in 4 years, we're going to own 2024 elections. And we planned for it. We hired the right people. We recruited the right people. We got better. We got discipline. We created a better system on coming up with our research, our stories, on short clips, how to do it, how to drive all this stuff. We were watching everybody. We got better. 2028, where will you be? By the way, this video should...
And that's what I'm saying. Is like, look, what Patrick Bet-Davis was just explaining was reinvesting. Bro, when they get less corporate tax, when they're saving 7% on corporate tax, they can give that to their employees. They can create more jobs, more factories, more opportunity for the American people all together. But when they're spending too much money to the government, they got to take some things away. That's why when Kamala Harris was taxing the rich, raising the corporate tax, I mean, bro, we were going to lose hours and lose jobs. Tax on unrealized gains, bro, this is going to be the most uncompetitive market to operate in and to manufacturing at a certain point, and we're going to lose all of our businesses. So it is crazy how some of y'all truly did not know what y'all were voting for.
It'd make you both nervous and excited. You should be like, oh my God, he's right. 4 years is going to go by quick. Oh my God, we're going to take over the world in 4 years. It should be a good, like, you know how you make good food and all the recipe, everything just, it's perfect, like pizza with cheese, pepperoni, and thin crust or thick. If you like thick, a lot of cheese, and you eat it, put it in your mouth, you're like, oh, perfect recipe. But imagine doing that without the cheese or without the crust. It's not pizza. You need the right tomato dressing, tomato sauce, right? You need the level of excitement, but you also need the level of paranoia to say, I better buckle down and get this thing down. Watch this video with your wife, your husband, your kids, and family. Say, guys, the next 4 years are going to be ours. The next 4 years are going to be yours. Capital.
And since I have y'all attention on tariffs,
do
I got
not
y'all.
be left behind. This is why on November 19th, I am hosting a webinar called the No Matter What webinar to talk about business planning for 2025. If you want to know how I prepare for business planning every year for the last 25 years, click on the link below. Go register.
Because, like, y'all honestly don't know what a tariff is, nor do you understand how it's used. And it's something to educate, and I love educating. And shout out to Being Real Infotainment, because come on now, I would lose viewers if I did it the boring way, how y'all would do it. And that's why y'all don't got no views, because y'all boring. Bruh, come on, who want to sit here and watch me read off tariffs word from word? It's like boring. Let's get into it, guys, though. Let's get tariffs explained.
There's all these arguments over tariffs. Mark Cuban, no, it's it's the worst thing. You should never do it. Trump, my favorite word in the dictionary is tariffs. Everybody's talking about trade deficits, trade surplus. How the hell does this thing work out? I'm going to explain to you tariffs in a way that you can explain to anybody moving forward. You ready?
And pay attention for all you haters on tariffs. Pay attention.
Let's just say I am an accountant and I need referrals. I want you to give me clients because I need to grow my business. Let's say you sell auto insurance and we meet each other. We're friends. We're networking at a local Chamber of Commerce event. We say, hey man, you give me one referral, I'll give you a referral. You want to kind of share some clients together? Let's do it. No problem. So all of a sudden, a month later, I've given you 5 referrals. You've given me 0. I have a referral deficit of -5. You have a referral surplus of +5. Trade deficit, trade surplus. You get the idea? Now, think about it if a year later, 5 years later, you and I are giving referrals to each other. I sit down and I look at the numbers and I said, wait a minute, Johnny, I've given you 1,100 more referrals than you've given to me. Damn. Do I look like a dummy to you? Why do I keep giving you referrals? And you give me nothing in return. You're like, well, I take care of your clients when you send them my way. What's wrong with that? I show them, like, I want to make some commission. I'm not making any money on this deal. It doesn't matter. I'm taking care of your clients. That's exactly the relationship between U.S. and China. So you may be saying, Pat, why 1,100 referrals? What's the big deal? Here's what the trade deficit of U.S. with all the other countries worldwide is. If each referral equaled $1 billion, our trade deficit is $1.1 trillion against the rest of the world. We've given the rest of the world $1.1 trillion of business more than they've given us. What?
And how is that a good thing? I come on now, please rationalize that argument for me. Us giving the world more than we're receiving, that means we're losing out on profit. How is that a good thing? Last time I checked, you keep losing out on profit, you got to close down operations. So what was that whole talk about? Oh, a trade deficit can be beneficial. To who? To who? The person who's in the plus, who's in the positive? Yeah, of course.
What the hell are we doing in America? Is this what it is? And we just give everybody business? And by the
That's
way,
good, Michelle.
guess what country in the world has the highest trade surplus, who has taken more referrals than anybody else in the world? What country do you think that is? It's China. Do you know how much more? 823 billion more than they...
In surplus. In surplus. In surplus. 833 or so, over $800 billion in trade surplus. Why can't we be like China? Honestly, it's kind of crazy.
Do you know how much more?
Because
820.
why can't we be like Germany? Why can't we be like Russia? Russia's in a trade surplus. Well, we're supposed to be damn well doing better than Russia. How the hell is Russia in a what? In $120 billion surplus, but we're 1.1 trillion deficit. But some of y'all in the chat will sit here and there saying, think you sound educated, saying that, oh, that could be beneficial. When in time has it ever been beneficial to be in a trade deficit?
23 billion more than they've given to everybody else. You know what China is saying? Hey, don't tell anybody, man. They keep sending us business and we don't need to send. They're not saying shit to us. Keep taking the money, and boom. Oh shit, this guy got elected. His name is Trump. This guy's problematic. He doesn't like this stuff. What do we do? Release a virus, do this. What do we do with all this stuff? Let's shut down the entire world so this guy doesn't get reelected. Oh my God, thank God all these other guys show up. What do we do with these guys now? That's the whole concept of tariffs, trade surplus, trade deficit, and why it's becoming a topic of discussion where Mark Cuban is reacting to it, Trump is reacting to it, and everybody else in business wants to really get to the bottom of it. If you get value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Let's take a look at the countries in the world that are leading in trade surplus and trade deficit. Let's first look at trade deficit to see who's doing a good job and who's not. If you look at deficit, I already told you who's at the top, which is us, but then look who's next after us. You'll see next is UK with 270 billion. They give referrals out more than they receive. Then it's India at 240. Then it's France, Turkey, Hong Kong, Japan, Philippines, Spain, Egypt, Greece. All of these guys are not having anybody buy more from them. They're buying more from others than they're selling themselves. Look at the ones that have the leaders in trade surplus. If you notice this, China's obviously at the top. Who's second? Germany. 225. Quietly, they're selling 225 more. No one's talking about Germany. 225. Russia. 120, Saudi Arabia, 111, Netherlands, Brazil, Australia, Norway, Taiwan, Qatar. You see the rest of the names there? So imagine you're the CEO of this company called United States of America, and somebody is getting more referrals and more business from you than you're giving to them. You think that's okay? Should you not go renegotiate old contracts? It's like a lot of companies. When you go to a company, you're like, who negotiated these contracts? Tariffs and sanctions are all about negotiations. And if you don't have any leverage, you cannot negotiate. If you got any questions you want to ask me on negotiations, we created the app Manek, so you can have access 100% of the time in audio recording. Download the app, ask me any questions you may have, and we'll go from there. So I have a list of every single one of the deals that we've ever negotiated and who was the president when we negotiated, because he gets up there and says, who the hell negotiated on?
And make sure to like and subscribe, man. We're giving you crucial information. Let's go ahead and double tap that screen or 3 dots up here in the corner, because when anybody ever debates tariffs with you, they better understand that there's a trade deficit going on. If they don't understand that, then they don't even need to be debating the topic, because they don't understand what's truly going on and why we need these tariffs to be imposed. Or, to be threatened. Not really imposed, but threatened. I'm just going to be correct myself on that one. We need them to be threatened.
All this stuff. Either these guys were dumb, he calls them stupid, or they got paid or something happened to them. Why would you negotiate all these deals that hurts America and hurts everybody else? Good question to be asking, no? However, I'm going to throw you a curveball. You may say, Pat, where are you going with this? This guy who wrote this book called Wealth of Nations, his name is Adam Smith, one of the greatest economists of all time, was not a fan of tariffs. He said, why would you put tariffs? Best part is free trade. Let everybody compete, because back in the days, tariffs are not a new thing. They've been around for a long time. Tariffs were used during the Roman Empire, a form of taxes on imported goods they were using during that.
And damn near one of the richest nations in history.
That time. And then later on in 16th, 18th century that we use as mercantilism, which was tariffs being used as a prominent role in global economy during that era. European powers like Britain, France, Spain imposed tariffs and trade restrictions to protect their domestic economies and accumulate wealth. Meaning, hey, you're not buying from us? Tariffs. You're not buying from it? Tariffs. Wait a minute. What's wrong if I'm not buying from you? I'm selling you all this stuff. I know, but I want my businesses in my country to be selling stuff to you. So guess what? If I buy from you $1 billion, you buy from me $1 billion. But that's not how it works. It's how it should work. Why can't we do that? Germany.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends in trade? Why can't we either break even? Why can't we just have zero taxes on both of our stuff and we just sell it at price? Because that's what's going on with our products in their countries. Little do y'all know. Like I said, you don't have enough knowledge of what's going on in the world to honestly make this tariff argument, sadly. Because if you know that they're putting tariffs on us, you would be like, oh yeah, let's do it back. You would be right on our side. But you don't know that. You don't even know that we're in a $1 trillion deficit.
We buy you a Mercedes, BMW, all
And
this
trade.
and this. How about you buy some cars of Ford? How about you buy some cars of Chevrolet? How about you buy some cars that we have here? No. We're okay with our cars. Why are we buying your cars? I'm sorry. Why are we sending all this business to you? Buy some other products from us to match the $220 billion. No, that's not how this works. Bullshit. We're giving you the money. Guess what? You don't want to do that. Here's tariffs. That's the leverage a president has. However, when Adam Smith came out and he said, in order to have free trade, tariffs disrupts it. Let everybody go compete because it causes the price of goods to go lower, which he's not wrong. Like when Toyota came in here in 1958, sold the first Toyota, and in 1972, Toyota sold 1 million Toyotas in a year. It's like, oh my God, we have to find a way to lower the prices. Ford, we can't compete with these cars. They're cheaper, they're this, they're giving more miles per gallon. We got to make our cars better. So all these major companies in America that were like able to make all this money, oh man, this isn't a good thing. Why do we let Toyota come into America? Free trade, free trade, free trade.
Game up.
Even Adam Smith says on 2 occasions.
It's like, it's crazy in America. We driving all types of cars, foreign cars, American cars, all that. But in other countries, most of them are only driving their cars. Yeah, most of them in Germany, you'll mostly see them driving German cars. In Japan, they're only driving Japanese cars. China too. So, but it's crazy how, some of us reject our own, cars, American cars. We sell out to China and Japan. And then when car factories start closing down, we're so surprised.
We should use tariffs. Do you know what Adam Smith with the 2 occasions to use tariffs? Here's what he said. 1, defense of domestic industries essential to national security. And 2, counteracting tariffs imposed by other nations, creating a level playing field, which means what?
Yes. Please cook again. Defense of domestic industries essential to national security. So, and we failed with that one when it came to steel industry. We already failed on that one. We should have imposed tariffs to make sure our steel industry stayed here. We failed with that.
1, defense of
this is one example of that. If we don't impose tariffs, we could lose out on major industries in globally.
Domestic industries essential to national security, and 2, counteracting tariffs imposed by other nations, creating a level playing field, which means what? You put tariffs on us, we put it on you. So why is this important? Because, hey, some of that is happening right now with China. Look what America did. So if I'm a president, if you're a president, shouldn't you use this as a way to find out defense against domestic industries essential to national security? China hurt us during COVID, did they not? Should we just sit around and keep letting them have a $823 billion national surplus? When it comes on to trade surplus, when it comes on to all the money they're making and what?
Hell no. I look at China right the F now like, all right, dog, I don't know what we about to do, but we either going to break even or I'm going to make a couple bucks. I don't give a damn if it's just $200 I'm making off y'all in trade surplus. We're going to start making some money. And we're going to stop being in the negative with y'all. And how, bro, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, wouldn't it make more sense if we're in debt with China? Wouldn't it make better sense to try to establish some type of trade that doesn't put us in further debt with China? I mean, doesn't that make sense?
At 1.1 trillion. By the way, as a president, as anybody in business, you have to know what areas you have leverage in when you're negotiating. The tools of sanctions that Trump used against Iran, or the tool of tariffs that Trump used against China, that is a weapon in your arsenal. If their weapon is stealing IP from us, everything America built, they stole. Everything that you use in America, they stole and did it there. This is documented all over the place. So you want me to keep letting them do that and pass us up, and America becomes number 2 country in the world? Why should we stop competing? Should that be okay? By the way, so you have tariffs, you have sanctions. Shouldn't the president of America be able to threaten some of their enemies that are bullying you and I, and you lose the jobs, and not say, if you don't do this, I'm going to put tariffs on you? 100%, 200%, 500%. What if he just has the power to put that threat out there? What is the purpose of the button? Not to use it, is to threat, right? What is the purpose of a strong military? Not to use it, but to scare the crap out of you so you don't attack. What is the purpose of a tariff and a sanction? To say, if you F with us, I'm going to use this tariff and sanction. You best not F with us and bring those jobs back to America. Are you willing to do that? Then let's talk. If not, we don't. By the way, steel industry. In the 40s and 50s, we were the ones running the world, steel industry. employees left and right work in the steel industry. 700,000 people in America were working in the steel industry in the 50s. You know what that number is today? It's number 140. How the hell do we go from 700,000 people that take care of their wives and their kids to 140,000? You may say, I don't work in the steel industry. Who gives a shit? Go to Pittsburgh and see what they're doing. Hence, Pittsburgh Steelers. Whatever industry you're in, if it directly impacted you, would you not be upset about it? Imagine how upset they are. By the way,
and that's what I'm saying is like, because some of y'all people have never been a victim of like, you know, your whole industry moving to China or your whole factory just moving out the country. Y'all don't know. And the thing is, y'all are not experiencing this to the point where you know, like, oh yeah, because all these people are buying this from outside, the company that I work for who make American-made products went out of business because, well, over there in China, they're making a product for cheaper and they're sending it over here with damn near no tax on it, and it's super cheap and everybody's buying it. But little do everybody know that they're costing jobs. That's what I'm saying. It's like y'all don't even know what y'all doing. That's why we're not mad at you. Nobody's mad at you for buying that Honda or that Toyota. And I'm going to tell you why, because you didn't know what you were doing. I'm pretty sure if you knew that, you know, if I buy this Honda or Toyota, man, I might be costing American jobs. I'm pretty sure we all had that in our head. I'll be real with you. I ain't gonna lie. The Chinese and Japanese probably hate me right now for saying this, but I'm pretty sure their sales would go down if we knew the consequences of this.
You right now, of the top 15 steel industry companies in the world, how many companies of ours are in the top 15? What would you say? 5? Would you say 10? 8? Where do you think we're ranked? You think one of our steel companies is in the top 3? We're probably number 1, right? Take a look at this list. Here's as of 2022, top 15 crude steel producers worldwide. Number 1, guess where it's at? China. Number 2, Luxembourg. Number 3, China. Number 4, Japan. Number 5, China. Number 6, China. Number 7, South Korea. Number 8, China. Number 9, China. Number 10, India. Number 11, China. Number 12, China. Number 13, China. Number 14, Japan. Number 15, India. And guess who's number 16? US. We used to rule the world in steel. What happened? Oh, we gave the business out because it was cheaper. And we went from 700,000 hard-working Americans.
We gave the businesses out because it was cheaper, and we lost jobs here. That was the problem. Like, for y'all cheap products, it costs businesses. And the thing is, though, it's only a matter of time. And if we keep on selling out, it's only a matter of time until it reaches you as well. That's the sad reality of it.
Americans supporting their wives and their kids to 140,000. Go explain that to 560,000 people that were working in that industry, and now those jobs are in China. You know how many of the companies out of the top 15 are China? Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 15. Damn. Are you competitive? Do you like to lose? I don't like to lose. Are you an American? Do you want your country to win, or do you want China to win when it comes down to this? Why? What happened to Andrew Carnegie Steel? What happened to us rocking it with this industry? Bad policies negotiated by weak.
And y'all thinking like, oh, well, China, they're like, well, come on now. They don't even care about their people. Not only do they underpay them or they put them in slavery, but like, come on now, the age requirement to start working is low as well. It's like, yeah, I get what you're saying. I get you. But we can combat that as well. Honestly, if you really think about it, Trump's plans is making sense now that I'm explaining it a little bit more. Is like, if your job is to compete with China, then we actually have to lower the corporate tax. We have to sacrifice something, right? So, and we all know, us as the American people, we're not going to take a lower minimum wage. We're not going, okay? It's already 7 something. We're not going below that. So since the people are not willing to take a lower minimum wage, then the government's going to have to take less taxes. So we need to lower the corporate rate, and we need to lower the corporate rate in order for these companies to see us as a more profitable place to do business in. That's it. That's the only way I can honestly see it. And Trump may be dropping it 15%, pretty good, but we might need to drop it down to where Ireland got it to like 12.5%, and I'm pretty sure we'll be pretty damn competitive then.
Negotiators helped China be 9 out of 15 worldwide. You want to know all the different negotiations happened and who the president was when this took place? I'll read them to you, and you go judge them, because it's not only one side, it's both sides. Ready? The USMCA, United States Mexico-Canada Agreement, happened in 94. You know who the president was? Bill Clinton. You know who went back and renegotiated? A guy named Donald J. Trump.
Hey.
Next one. The United States-Korea Free Trade Agreement. You know who negotiated in 2012? Barack Obama. Okay, you know who renegotiated that? A guy named Donald J. Trump. The Central American Dominican.
Yeah, now I guess that's why him and my man Kim Jong-un was getting at it. He's like, yeah, bro, I'm about to come over there, about to fix this trade. Y'all ain't about to just keep eating off us like this.
Public Free Trade Agreement. You know who negotiated that? Bush. You know if there's been any negotiations? No. This was 2006, 2009. Australia-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, 2005. No renegotiations. This was under Bush. U.S. trade agreement with Bahrain, 2006, under George W. Bush. No renegotiations. Chile-U.S. under President Bush, 2004. No new renegotiations. Colombia-U.S., 2012, Barack Obama. No new renegotiations. Israel-U.S. Free Trade Agreement under Reagan, 1985. No new renegotiations. Jordan-U.S. Free Trade, 2001, Bill Clinton. No new renegotiations. Morocco-U.S. Free Trade, 2000.
And like I said, nobody who argues tariffs, like for Kamala or the Democrats, understand this situation that we're in. They don't. They don't understand that. Yeah, we have a lot of bad trading deals that we're in right now that just don't make sense. And a lot of it is one enacted by Bush, a couple enacted by Democrats, but it needs to get fixed. And the problem is Kamala wasn't helping that, but Trump is. And if you further educate yourself, you start seeing that, oh, this is why Trump is talking about tariffs, because we're in a lot of bad deals that I didn't really know about. You know, if you're being honest with yourself.
Guess who was the president? George Bush. No new renegotiations. Oman, U.S. Free Trade Agreement, 2009, Bush. No new renegotiations. Panama, U.S., 2012, Obama. No new renegotiations. Peru, are you getting bored already? Peru, U.S., 2009, George W. Bush. No new renegotiations. Singapore, U.S., 04, Bush. What do you think? No new renegotiations. You think maybe there's an opportunity for a new person to get hired and said, hey, this is such and such colony on behalf of U.S. and the President of the United States. I'm flying out to you guys next week. We are no longer going this deal that we have, or else we're going to put a tariff on you. I have the breakdown here, out of all the countries that we have surplus and not deficit. You know how many countries it is? Argentina, 5 billion, barely any. Chile, 6 billion. Brazil, couple. Colombia, couple. Nigeria, 1, Egypt, 3, and a few others.
Ain't that crazy? But majority of countries we're in a negative surplus with. We're in a deficit with. We're in a negative trade deficit with most countries.
Mexico, negative surplus.
Bruh.
Canada, Ireland, China, India, Taiwan, Japan. I'm calling every one of these guys.
All right, most of them make sense. But y'all get my point here. Now that we're really looking at the world and we're actually seeing that we're in trade deficits with most of these countries, now you see why Trump is like, yo, this shit needs to be across the board. We're getting finessed. And we are. And now here are the numbers to prove it. You know, if you're honest with yourself, you're going to sit here and look at this and be like, oh, damn, I didn't know that. Okay, now I'm starting to see the strategy behind tariffs. But if you're not, you're going to be like, oh, look it up. I'm like, okay, bro, okay.
And I'm going on the road to say we are renegotiating these deals that everybody else did. You're not going to like it. If you don't want to renegotiate these deals and you buy stuff from us, you in America building this stuff, there's a tariff being put on you. This can either be a very easy conversation with you. It can be a very tough conversation with you. What would you like to do? I would like to come to your place. We have a great conversation. I'd like to try your food. I'd like to learn more about your culture. I'd like to walk away saying you're a country that we're going to do business with for decades to come. But if you think for a second we're going to continue this, things are going to be very rough for you and your economy the next 4 years. How would you like to approach this? No problem. We're on our way. My team will call your team. Let's book lunch and dinner. I need a full day with all your decision makers. We'll see you guys soon. That's tariffs. That's trade surplus. That's trade deficit. The next time somebody starts screaming.
That's what I'm saying. So before anybody can talk about tariffs, ask them, do they know about trade surplus and do they know about trade deficits? Ask them, all right, cool. Do you know the 3 T's? Because before you talk about tariffs, we need to talk about trade surplus and trade deficits. And if you can't talk about that, then you don't need to be talking about no type of tariffs and what tariffs do. Because you don't even know why they're being enacted or why Trump is trying to enact them.
Off of the top of their lungs. Oh my God, this isn't what we should be doing. Even Ray Dalio said in his books, as a society in a country gets bigger, you start hiring people on the outside, and that's what happens because you have all this money. You don't want to pay it internally anymore because people are worth too much money. You can't afford it. Yeah, okay, that sounds all good. But guess what? We got to kind of bring it back over here. If we go the way we're going right now, we're paying all these guys, and the jobs are being taken away from you, your family, your loved ones, your friends. Do you want that? If you don't, go share the hell out of this video with other people.
On God, make sure y'all like and subscribe. Make sure y'all share this video, man. Shout out PBD Valuetainment. It's some very important information to know, because you need to know every variable that goes into this whole tariff argument. You need to know every variable. You just can't approach it with just tariffs. No, it's more than just tariffs. It's tariffs, trade deficits, and trade surplus. Let's go. Now make sure to like the video, man, and go ahead and double tap the screen for me or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. If you want to send a question or comment or just a joke, man, just $1 and up. Appreciate the support. You know, Trump could have the same power that Bush had, or I say the same negative effect that Bush had on the Republican Party. I'm always say if he sells it, or if he gets into some type of war, something crazy happens, or if he or something crazy happens again, which I doubt it. I'm gonna be real with you. The only thing crazy that happened under Trump was COVID. So if we can just get a nice little, 4-year run with nothing crazy happening, he should be good. But God forbid, if anything does happen, then yeah, we are going to be right back with another Obama, or going back to the Democratic Party because, well, we done got hurt with Bush. And if we get hurt with Trump the same way, well, that's how we ended up with Obama in the first place. Let's be real. If Bush did well, McCain would have won. But Bush did not do well. We all know why Bush didn't do well.
Where it's like all.
You know what's so crazy interesting about the polls? When you look up these polls, they go over registered voters and likely voters. And it's kind of crazy because on YouTube, we were doing polls, and every poll leaded out to Trump. And I'm talking about, hey, we're being played like around the world here. These are all types of people, and all through the United States. So all types of people are weighing in voting, and every time it leaned out to Trump. So it was kind of crazy when this election went off, Trump outstandingly won. And I'm just like, well, ain't that crazy how we've been running these polls every day before the election, and it was showing the same results of Trump being up 70%, 70, 30, 70% Trump, 30 Kamala. Every poll we did, and all of a sudden the election turns out to Kamala getting blown out. Everything just started making sense. It's like, all right, I wasn't tripping, because I thought I was tripping. I'm like, you're telling me every stream I did, even when I started a stream off with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, so straight Kamala Harris and Tim Walz stream, when I still put who y'all got, everybody coming in for Trump. I'm just like, all right, I must be tripping. I must be tripping then. But as soon as the election came out, it all made sense. And I'm talking about we got 3,000 plus voters. I mean, some of these polls that y'all be looking at, bro, they have like less than 1,500 voters who actually tune into these polls. Yeah, I know. That's where these polls are. 1,500 likely are registered voters. They get to vote in, and that's who you're getting your polling from. Vivek Ramaswamy, New York Times interview. Yeah, we did get halfway through that. I got you.
Yeah. Donald Trump is hit.
But make sure y'all like and subscribe, man, and send a super chat for any questions or comments or jokes. $1 and up, man. Appreciate the support, guys. Talk about the Hispanic men, and then, I mean, it's so funny. Oh, yes, Puerto Rican, an island of trash. They have a trash problem. Thank you for highlighting that. And then as soon as the man highlights it, Kamala want to come out with pandering policies. Here's my policies for Puerto Rico. I'm like, well, hold on. What? Now we want to recognize Puerto Rico has a trash problem? Crazy. And then y'all try to turn Puerto Rican or Hispanics against Trump because he talked about y'all. He said the Puerto Ricans were trash. No, he's talking about Puerto Rico, the island. Yes. It was like, why'd you vote for Trump? Because I'm racist, sexist, and anti-gay. It was hilarious. It's like, that's kind of vague, man. Let's go to Vivek's stellar interview with the New York Times, man. Because that guy, boy, he knows how to defend his points every trip.
A lot of looking into how those laws are playing out. And the amount of...
But let's go into... Let's see, because he wants to... Let's take it back to national identity.
Always struck me as complicated in this view. One is that national identity is itself malleable. And what different people feel is the nature of attachment to America and the nature of the instantiation of American ideals differs from place to place. I'm Californian. We are a state with very high...
And make sure to double tap the screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, man, or 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate it.
Immigration, very high immigration of people who don't come speaking English. I grew up in Orange County, and a part of Orange County with very high Asian immigration. A lot of the people I grew up with didn't speak English. Amazing Americans, work hard. Their children are amazing Americans. They contributed a huge amount also to the economy of the country. And part of being California, at least in the way I am, part of my national and state identity has to do with the way America assimilates and mixes in immigrants. Trying to get at that in a test. One of the things I sometimes find interesting about an argument like yours is I get where you're coming from. But there's this part of you that will, in a minute, tell me about the government's incapacity. All the administrative agencies we need to shut down, all the regulators who might be well-intentioned and want to make the world a better place.
I get where you're going. Yeah.
And then you're going to be like, but what we can do is give people a test on paper.
Yeah, so I get
that
it.
is
I
going to
understand.
tell
I understand
us
where you're coming from on
what
this.
kind of American they're going to be.
So
Tell me
let me
about how you
just
think
let me
about
just
that.
start with a basic premise because it's a fair point for you to raise. Totally. What I've said is, at the very least, for example, just to people who have not followed my entire campaign but are listening to this conversation, just to understand where I'm coming from. I'm looking at these principles not just to the outside but also to the inside. So one of the controversial positions I adopted during my campaign, which I stand by, is I think every native-born high school senior should have to pass the same civics test that we already require of every legal immigrant who enters this country, which I think every native-born high school senior should be able to pass that, arguably to even be fully viewed as a capital C citizen in the United States.
In order to vote.
Well, I think that we could debate the way that you implement it, but at least I think every high school senior, let's just say the mildest version of this, which I think should be least controversial and most adoptable, is to graduate even from high school. You should be able to know the same thing about our country that every legal immigrant is required to know before they become a full citizen. So this is a civic nationalist view that goes far beyond just immigration policy. As it relates to immigration policy, it speaks to me.
Yeah, nationalism, just having pride in your country and being like, honestly, it's like, I'll consider myself a nationalist. I have pride in being an American citizen. And I love my fellow American citizens and I love my country. That's just me being a nationalist. And it's kind of funny because they try to get you to reject nationalism these days. And it kind of related to Hitler was to try to get you to not love the country that provides you so much freedom and liberty. And and opportunity. But hey, that's y'all. I'm a grateful person. I am.
When you talk about your identity as a Californian and the different attributes that compose identity, right? Identity is such a complicated concept.
Try to be more
There's
grateful.
a lot of layers of what one's own identity, religious identity, ethnic identity, what foods you eat, the cultural traditions that make up who you are. And I am not of the view, I hope I haven't ever represented myself to be, even inadvertently. I'm not of the view that you need to abdicate those other forms of your identity to opt into the American identity. It would be a bizarre thing for me to say because I am the kid of legal immigrants to this country, and there are many elements to my own identity that go beyond just the civic commitments to the U.S. ideals. But I think that is a necessary condition of actually being able to opt into those ideals. So I draw a distinction between your knowledge of the ideals enshrined in the Declaration of Independence.
Like how much do you know about America and how well is your English? That's what I want to know. Like, do you stand for the ideals of America all the way through? And how good is your English? Because all that lets me know how much you respect this country. Because if you're not even willing to learn English, and I used to be so upset when you low-key go into some of these places and nobody knows a lick of English. Like, and let's be real, I'm talking to my Africans and my Hispanics. It's pretty damn frustrating when us Americans walk up to you, y'all over here in this country on visa, out here taking it, living the life. And we're walking up to you, you don't know a lick of English? I'm like, hold on. I thought we were trying to get the most talented of y'all. I feel like the most talented of y'all will be able to pick up English, at least a good amount of it to communicate, right? So yeah, that kind of goes to disprove that we're actually picking out the best and brightest of these immigrants. Because if they were the best and brightest, why aren't they coming over here at least trying to adapt to our culture and assimilate? Because that'd be the, the high IQ thing to do. And also, to pick up our language. Like, let's be real. It's like we literally let these immigrants come over here and disrespect our culture.
Our constitutional system of self-governance, your ability, and I think this is the most controversial.
It's okay to speak Spanish. Cool, but if you're going to be an American culture, don't you think it's crazy that there's some factories where only Spanish is being spoken in America? This ain't Mexico. This is America, and there are literally factories I can point out that only Hispanics are speaking. Some of them aren't documented. Like, let's keep it real. And I'm nothing against the Hispanics. Like, trust me, there's legal Hispanics, of course. I know a hell of them. But even they know what's going on. I mean, trust me, even the Africans know what's going on when we invite them over here and they don't know a lick of English and they got to get the one guy in the workplace to teach these people how to work. And you're wondering, whoa. Why is we showing so much special treatment towards them. It's like if I didn't know English or if I was stupid with my English point where you couldn't understand me, you send me home. But this guy shows up and don't even know English, and he gets a job. Like, think about it. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's like it's just crazy. I just don't understand it.
But your ability to speak English, which I think is a precondition for assimilating into a country of other people who share those same ideals, versus whether you like to play baseball, soccer, or cricket. And I bring that up because I think that is an issue for certain cultural vision of what identity actually is. Like, do you have to like hot dogs and baseball rather than, enchiladas and soccer? I don't think that
distinguish
matters
between the two things here, because this is actually not even meant to be a style question. I think the question I am getting at is within your framework, not even within my.
It's so crazy. People always do say, well, they take the jobs that nobody want to work. I'm like, no, that's a lie, bro. It really is a lie, because our youth can work these jobs. You know that, right? Like me, hey, I know people that are working at 15, me 16. So you're telling me we couldn't have gave these jobs to our 15, 16-year-olds to work, these low-wage jobs so they can learn how to deal with the money on their own and all that good stuff, instead of, I don't know, kind of spoiling them. Because now they feel like they're too good for these low-end jobs, and now they don't have no damn work ethic. Because we don't let these immigrants take these jobs because we think it's below us. I'm like, no, the fuck they're not. Nah, give them to these kids, let them work these jobs, and let them learn how to make a buck the hard way. Oh, no, that's for immigrants only. It's like, why the hell are we making jobs just for immigrants? That don't even make sense.
Framework. What do you believe these tests can really do? A minute ago, you said to me, right?
I don't want to fetishize the test as one attribute, right? English as a national language, I think, would be high on the list.
I understand that. A minute ago, you said to me that our immigration system, what it prioritizes above all else, is a willingness to lie, right? Because if you come and you'll claim asylum in your view falsely, that gives you, you get brought into the country at least for a period of time.
It's not my view, Ezra. Don't just say in your view. It is what's happening today.
I am saying that people can disagree on what is, and in fact, do disagree. You have a whole thing in your book about the rates at which different judges grant asylum claims.
Right.
So the question of what counts as a credible asylum claim is not just contested, but is itself ambiguous. And in, among other things, the bill that Donald Trump helped kill.
This may sound a little racist, but I damn near think it should be it's almost be impossible to operate that well so efficiently in America and you not know English. It should almost be impossible. Like, what? You don't know no English? How the hell are you operating in this country? How the hell are you even getting a job, employment, all this other good stuff? How are you even communicating with the other Americans? Well, I would tell you, because the Hispanic people are hella smart for this. They got their own damn hubs of cities and all that where there's mostly Hispanics, where they hang around. All these jobs are mostly given to Hispanics, so they don't gotta learn English.
We were going to change the sort of levels of asylum claims you need to be able to make in order to claim that successfully. So I think I'm actually saying the same thing you are. Asylum claims are ambiguous, although I don't always think that the same people you probably do are falsely claiming it. I think, different levels of fear are understood differently by people. The thing I am saying is that how do you just avoid this being a teaching to the test? Right? Coming to America is great. Being able to say on a form that the Declaration of Independence was about equality for all men is easy.
So now we're talking about plumbing and implementation, which I don't want to reject.
I don't think we are. I mean, isn't this how you want to instantiate
it? I think a test is just one example. I think proficiency in English is high on the list. And I don't want to dismiss the question about implementation. But what I do want to just draw the distinction of is there is a very different competing vision that this is at all the thing that we're supposed to be concerned about, versus saying if that person is going to work harder and more hours for a lower wage, that's a problem. So that's the basic distinction I'm drawing. Now, how you implement it, I mean, I'm not trying to just be a philosopher in the clouds here. Those are important questions to get to. But at least you got to know what you're solving for before you actually even solve for it. And there is a deep-seated divide, even on the right, about what we're actually solving for. And I think right now, especially if we're successful in winning this election, as I'm rooting for and working hard to make happen, I think it will actually be really important for us to just see with clarity the why of why we're advancing each of these different visions of trade and immigration policy, and especially attitudes towards regulatory reform.
So why don't we talk about, just at a philosophical level, the difference you see between the way that the national patronage side, as you call it, and your side think about what should be done with the administrative state?
Sure. And I use the word national patronage and national protectionist sometimes interchangeably. But I think there's two competing visions of how we view the administrative state and the regulatory state. One is that we want to use the levers of power to advance affirmatively pro-American and pro-worker ends. You could even call it more broadly conservative ends. There was a moment where, I remember it was Bill Clinton kind of in the, I think it was in the late 90s, that he said something like, the era of big government is over. Which if a Republican said it during that same period, it would mean nothing. But of course, the fact that he was the Democratic president of the United States carried a lot of weight. And though it hasn't been articulated in so many words yet, I think there's a version of the Republican statement right now from the protectionist or patronage camp that says the era of small government is over. Nobody said in so many words, but effectively, that's what's on offer. The separate vision is to say that we don't want to replace that left-wing regulatory apparatus and bureaucracy with a conservative or pro-American or pro-worker version of anything. We actually want to get in there and actually dismantle it and shut it down. And my view is that we are likely to repeat the mistakes of the past if we take the short-term approach of empowering the CFPB to cap credit card interest rates and implement a statute that would do so and use a regulatory apparatus to enforce it, or to empower the Department of Transportation to include a broader set of regulations to make sure, something we all want to see not happen, trains aren't going off the tracks in East Palestine. None of us want that to happen, but is the right solution more regulation or less regulation, actually, to make that happen? The Department of Education, do we want to continue subsidizing four-year college degrees? That hasn't worked out so well, but is the right answer to then redirect that to subsidize two-year college degrees or vocational programs? Or is the right answer actually to shut it down and send the money back to the states and respectively then to the people? Those are very different competing visions.
Because I ain't going, but then again, though, for the United States government to admit that college is a scam, they would literally have to, well, cancel out hella loans because they'd have to be, we're sorry. We low-key made you go through this useless program, take you these useless core electives, all these classes we made you take or to study up on a subject just for you to get out here and you can't even get the job because you have no experience. And you thought the 4 years that we made you pay for was experience, but it's really not. And only some of y'all will get through. And like I said, those in STEM. And there's only reason why is because in STEM, you usually got to work with your hands more and it's easier to pick up internships in those programs.
And my own view is that we cannot claim to reform this administrative state by just incrementally clipping it around the edges, cutting off one head of an eight-headed hydra is an analogy I sometimes use. It grows right back. We have to be willing to take on the project of actually just gutting the thing versus the protectionist or patronage view says, okay, that's already here to stay. It's not going anywhere. Conservatives have been talking about this, to give fairness to this view, for 60 years and it hasn't happened. We might as well use that machinery to at least achieve positive ends for American workers and manufacturers and pro-American goals. And that's, I think, a well-intentioned but very different view than the one that I hold.
Let me try to inhabit that other view for you.
Sure.
Which is, I like the way the riff you gave at the beginning, which is that in a way, the promise is the era of small government is over. I understand J.D. Vance and Kevin Roberts at Heritage, who's got a forthcoming book about some of this, as really saying you could see this as having two axes, right? Big, small has been the traditional argument about government in American life for decades, right? That the distinction that is being made now is theirs, ours, right? That the era of their government is ending. And what's coming is the era of our government. The deep state will be turned to our use, right? In the use of things like Schedule F to sort of fill the administrative state with more political appointees, the sort of set of vetted and personnel like databases and plans, which makes sense. I mean, people I talked to in the Trump administration from the first term say, and I think this is a completely credible argument to make, that they were foiled often by bureaucracy they felt they could not control. But that the promise being made is not just towards conservative ends, but, we'll use the administrative state to do some things we like to do, but that it will actually be a tool of, Republican, in this case, power that'll be taken over and reoriented. Ron DeSantis, who I think was sort of similar in this, would often make the argument that what he was going to do was use the power of the state to bring other institutions that had become too woke or too liberal to heal, business, universities, etc. And that has been what has been exciting in it to people in that movement, right? One of the lessons of Trump 1 was, this has all been taken over by the left, right? We don't control the government even when we control the government. And the core promise, I think, of a lot of the from Project 2025 to others sort of MAGA-oriented policy projects has been, no. Next time we will control the government.
So I think it is as yet indeterminate. That's the case I would make to you. And again, I come back to this principle that some of the most prominent and most of the prominent and well-spoken voices out there at the top, right, of the intelligentsia have come down on the side of using the levers of power to advance positive goals. Or certainly what our movement sees as positive goals. But I see an interesting trend when I travel the country, which is, this will just be maybe interesting to you because it's just rooms I've been in that maybe you've been in too, but I've been in a lot of them for the last.
You travel more than I do.
Year and a half. Well, yeah,
we can agree on that.
The last year and a half, I've there's a lot you can just get by the sixth sense of being in a room.
Yeah, I totally agree with
people that you don't get from any poll or anything else.
Look, there are a lot of books in this room, but books leave something out.
Yeah, but books leave something in too. But I would say that in this case, if you're in a room and I was in a room with 1,000 people in Ohio last night and have been in similar rooms like that in places from Iowa to New Hampshire to to Nevada to other states across this country over the last couple of years. And there's a funny thing right now, which is you could walk into a room of 1,000 of those people in a tent in Wisconsin, for example, another example of place I've been, and a leader from the protectionist strand of the America First right could say, we need to bring more jobs back to America. We need to protect American workers. We're the party of the working class. We need to make more things here. We need to make sure that the government's not taking advantage of you, break up the big companies. And if delivered in the right and compelling way, which isn't always exactly done, but which is the best version of that, you're going to get a rousing applause, standing ovation. Yes, we're in favor of that. Same room, replay it. I go in that room and say, I don't want to replace the left-wing nanny state with the right-wing nanny state. I want to get in there and dismantle the nanny state. I don't want to get in there and reform these agencies. I want to get in there and actually shut them down. Rousing applause to the same thing. Those are two different competing visions of exactly how you're going to use the levers of the state to advance or not advance certain policy goals. And what that says, and why I think this is important to explicate these differences now, is that I think our base, right, the MAGA base, the America First base, and what is now effectively the future Republican base, and even beyond the Republican base of the country, is I think actually very open to which way this movement is actually going to be led. I will grant that some of the most well-listened to voices that are most prominent from a media perspective and otherwise.
Vice presidential candidates.
May land on, I would say the NatCon current for the last several years, I think, has been in this direction. But the reason Yoram invited me to speak at NatCon this year was to make the case that even in the NatCon New Right movement, that accommodates, or there's a place for the movement in that New Right movement for my strand, which is different than the historical strand of the New Right. So in some sense, I'm proposing a New Right that I think is quite distinct from.
I guess I don't
from
actually totally understand on this what is different about your strain. So when Rick Perry famously gets up on the stage and is like, I'm going to take out 3 agencies, and it's energy, it's education, and can't remember the third one. But that was a very common sort of thing to say, right? Famously, Reagan wanted to get rid of the Department of Education. And one of the theories, or certainly one of the arguments, has been what Trump has represented is an ideological break with that, a sense that people didn't want it. And one reason they chose him over others in the party is that they just didn't want that. They didn't want the Paul Ryan thing, the Ron Paul thing. They're not libertarians in that way. So tell me what you think is wrong in that interpretation of your own.
So first of all, Donald Trump actually, interesting you just bring up that example. Donald Trump actually has called for the abolition of multiple agencies, including the U.S. Department of Education.
Yeah, but given that he didn't do it, I don't think anybody believes he will.
Well, I think that
he didn't even try.
Again, talk about the evolution over the course of that first term.
Rick Perry ended up running an agency he wanted to get rid of, which is one of my favorite little pieces of American political history.
We'll put that to one side. But I think that part of the problem in having the discussion, and I said this earlier when you brought up Paul Ryan, is when you bring up any one person and try to pin the ideology to that, you're always going to find a diverse ranges of actions and perspectives that a person has that don't map directly onto the ideology. But in terms of the ideology, is some of that there with Donald Trump? Absolutely. We're talking about Schedule F. The first step was actually firing a lot of those employees. The goal of whether or not you refill those positions is a separate debate that comes afterwards. If you look at the Efficiency Commission that we're talking about right now, I mean, is the goal of that to rehire a bunch of those bureaucrats? That's not the character of certainly what Elon did at Twitter. And I don't think it's going to be the character of what the most important part of that project actually looks like, which is shaving down and thinning down the bureaucracy. Now, it's not just limited to these esoteric functions in the Department of Education or Commerce or whatever. I think a lot of this gets pretty close to the center of the national security state. Gets a lot closer to even when you think about agencies that the Department of Justice interfaces with, regulatory agencies. Those haven't really been areas where conservatives have taken real aim in the past. And the irony is the protectionist strand or the patronage strand effectively is accepting the neoconservative concession to say that some of this government's here to stay. All that the Paul Ryans want to do is how do we tame further growth of it, whereas now we've accepted that premise even further and said that we need to just use it in service of our own ends, where part of what I want to bring back is actually the vision of completing the unfinished work.
What's your list of what you want to get rid of?
75% at least of the head count. I think on day one, I mean, if you woke up tomorrow and there were 50% fewer people working in the federal bureaucracy, not a thing is going to change for the worse. But a lot, I believe, will have changed for the better. You're going to see a lower
Not
rate
a thing.
It slows the rate of what I view as unconstitutional lawmaking, which has been, I think, the cardinal sin of the last half century in American life, is that most of the laws that are passed aren't actually passed by Congress. They're passed and written by agencies that wrote them by fiat, by employees who were neither elected nor could be elected out of their positions, and according to classical interpretations, couldn't even be removed by the people who were elected to those positions, which I think is a violation of self-governance, and it's also the wet blanket on our economy. And so the way I would see this playing out is you look at the Supreme Court holdings over the last 3 years, culminating in the overturning of Chevron deference with the Loper case this year, the Loper-Bright case, and you say a mass number of those federal regulations, quite possibly a majority of them, quite likely a majority of those federal regulations as they exist on the books, run afoul of the major questions doctrine in West Virginia versus EPA. And for people who aren't aware, what that case basically says, if it relates to a major question that has a major economic impact on Americans, or it relates to a major policy question, and they give you the benchmarks of what counts as a major question, it had to be passed through Congress, not by regulation or fiat. And that provides a basis, a roadmap for saying, okay, if you have this much of a constraint in the application of the regulatory state, we necessarily have a surplus in the number of employee headcount that we need to support that. That supports mass, non-specific, but purposefully reductions in force.
This feels to me very generalized in a way that's not going to hold out specifically. And I'll give an example, right?
Okay.
I suspect that you are not a huge fan of the raft of environmental laws passed in the early 70s, right? NEPA and the environmental...
Under Nixon included, by the way.
I mean, they were almost all passed under Nixon, right? He was
not a
the
Republican
main
Democrat
progenitor.
thing, exactly,
Part of my work right now, I do a lot of looking into how those laws are playing out. And the amount of work that different companies have to engage in, kind of working back and forth with agencies, trying to see, oh, did my environmental impact report, work out? And if you knocked out the head count without changing the legislation, what you've just done is unfathomably slow down all of this infrastructure.
Case, right?
But you're not going case by case. You just want to do a 50%, 75%
we're
reduction.
Talking headcount reductions. On the regulatory case, I think the way to do this is you have a constitutional lawyer embedded in every agency, or some could overlap and double between multiple of them, and you just measure. Here's the standard in West Virginia versus EPA of what counts as a major question. Are all regulations right now going to fail that test? No. But are a lot of regulations going to fail that test? If that regulation on coal miners failed that test, and a lot of other folks who are even more advanced than I in the constitutional sphere of administrative law agree with me, you are talking about thousands upon thousands of federal regulations that also fail that test. One of the further obstacles...
But those will have to be litigated individually.
So if Kamala Harris is president, that's correct. What I'm offering is a vision of executive humility. To say that the executive branch is being told by the Supreme Court that so many of the regulations that have been perpetuated by our executive branch actually go beyond this constitutional scope of what the executive could do. So the Supreme Court has already put the executive branch of government on notice. And I do think that part of what's happened, this is my own theory of how we got to where we are, is I'm going to be a little glib about this, but only a little bit. When you have a bunch of people who show up to work who should have never had that job in the first place, whether it's a company or a government agency, they start finding things to do, actually. I think that's a big part of how we got to a lot of this overgrown regulatory state. It's a bit of a cycle where you have overhiring, people then find things to do that they shouldn't have been doing in the first place. And so I think you could look at a lot of these agencies in the history of sort of the agency creep and overgrowth of policy as part of actually just the existence of a bureaucracy where in some cases, even if you take the Department of Education, part of the problem of what happened is the initial problem that it existed to solve, which in the case of the Department of Education was making sure that southern states weren't siphoning money away from principal.
And all right, now here, I'm going to go ahead and get on to this Laura Ingraham segment as she explains, well, the Republicans' dominant takeover of the Senate. Oh, and other things.
He's got to work with all of us when it's all said and done.
Now for the hard part. That's the focus of tonight's angle. All right, all weekend long, I was still kind of processing, like many of you, Trump's historic comeback. The bogus lawsuits, the frivolous and...
Make sure, like the video, guys, go and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Appreciate the support. And if you have any questions or comments you want read out loud, just go ahead and super chat it in. Appreciate the support and shout out Maya. Still listening. Just occurred to me that if we don't fix shit now, the deep state that's dying, Biden/Cheney, it will be replaced with the same thing. Yeah, because all they did, Maya, was jump, bro. They were infested in Bush's administration. Then they jumped ship to Obama's administration. Then they jump ship. It's like, bro, these neocons, these warmongers, they jump ship to every party. And we need one candidate who's going to sit there and cut them off. Like, yeah, you're not crossing into this administration. You're no longer crossing into these administrations. Yeah, we're not letting none of y'all warmongers in no more. None of y'all warhawks, y'all got to go. Because the whole reason why we turned away from Bush, and then somehow they finessed it into Obama, then they finessed themselves into Trump. Now, and they you know they was in there in Biden. Yeah, we need to get these people off us. And I'm talking about, well, we need to get these warmongers out of office and keep them out.
Indictments, the relentless defamation, Kamala's $1.2 billion war chest. I mean, not even 2 assassination attempts could break him. Even his most strident critics are recognizing the opportunity he has to reshape Washington.
He swept every battleground state. He increased his margins in New York and California. Trump is riding into Washington where there anyone, I mean, just the political reality is that he is politically as dominant and strong as he's ever been.
Holy Toledo. All right. Trump gained ground in 49 states and the District of Columbia.
But of course, the question is, how much support can President Trump get on Capitol Hill? Because, look, he outperformed pretty much every Republican who ran this go-round. Trump's agenda, which he specifically campaigned on, should be the Republican agenda.
At this point.
And his focus was not just the border, not just the economy, but our trade policy, our defense policy, too. So given that the GOP likely controls both houses of Congress, it'll be a narrow majority in the House.
Sweet Jesus. 214, 204. We done flipped 6 seats. 6 seats has been flipped, guys, in the Senate. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, like I said, Republican in office, Republican Senate, Republican Supreme Court. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, it's looking. Yep, that's a red wave. That's a red wave. And, hey, Democrats, it's y'all fault. It's y'all fault. Y'all condescendingness done got you to here. Congratulations. You're looking down on everybody. Y'all making names, thinking that everybody was thinking with you, thinking that everybody had the same vitriol and hatred that y'all have. Look at where y'all at now.
It's realistic that Trump voters expect his policies to be swiftly moved through Congress. But at a minimum, and I mean a bare minimum, President Trump should be able to rely on Republicans that he helped to regain the majority in the Senate. They wouldn't have beaten Sherrod Brown without Trump.
Be right back,
They wouldn't have beaten Casey without Trump.
Damn.
Or maybe not even John Tester without Trump.
Oh, man.
And under these circumstances, especially...
The red wave. That's what I'm saying. Like, the liberals did it to themselves because there was coming out all these BS policies and everybody who was Democrat went along with it. There was very few Democrats who stood their ground and said, yo, I'm not doing this. But a lot of y'all folded. Y'all went into this liberal agenda and y'all lost y'all seats, as y'all should, because y'all went against y'all people and y'all stopped being for y'all people. Yeah, I'll start being for the deep state.
Again, with that small House majority,
for the people, by the people, motherfucker.
The position of the Senate Majority Leader is even more critical. Now, just so you all understand this, and there's no reason you would have to know the intricacies of Hill inner workings here, but as a practical matter, no bill can get to the floor of the Senate and no amendments can be put on that bill and voted on in the Senate without the support of the majority leader. It just does not happen. That's why Mitch McConnell is so powerful. Now, right now, there are 3 candidates for the position. 2 of them, John Thune from South Dakota and John Cornyn from Texas, are both seen as disciples of Mitch McConnell, and both have a history of being fairly critical of President Trump, who they'd prefer not wade into the internal Senate deliberations at all.
My preference would be, and I think it's probably in his best interest, to stay out of that. These Senate secret ballot elections are probably best left to senators, and he's got to work with all of us when it's all said and done.
Now, I understand why the Senate wants to preserve its independence. I get it. But at the same time, let's be real. They all owe their majority status to him, Donald Trump. And think about it. When McConnell worked with the MAGA Republicans and the MAGA agenda, like on court nominations, the USMCA, the tax bill, they got stuff done. It was great. But when they're at cross purposes, as you saw with that Lankford-Schumer immigration bill, that fiasco, or the absurd infrastructure bill, the results are just horrible. The people have spoken. Trump has won Texas, where Cornyn's from, South Dakota, where Thune's from, 3 times in a row. Woo. So it is logical for voters in those states to believe their lawmakers will work with him, not against him, to advance the agenda. And certainly not throw monkey wrenches.
I mean, you really think about this. We all voted for Trump. So what made you think that we also weren't going to vote for the people that Trump endorsed? Duh. Like, bro, if Trump would have came through and endorsed a couple people in Columbus, we'd have Columbus would have probably went Republican. But he didn't. And that's the thing. All you have to do is make a couple endorsements, and everybody's like, oh, well, we want your agenda to fall through, so we're going to go ahead and make sure this district go for you. It's like, what you mean? You voted, it was Republican, Republican, Republican. I didn't even know the motherfucker. I just say, you know what? Republican, I'm just playing. No, I know about the guy. But I do know people who vote like that. I know people who just go Democrat, Democrat, Democrat. Don't even know the motherfucker, but Democrat, Democrat, Democrat.
At it. Now, we have an incredible, and this really is a once-in-a-generation chance, Charlie Kirk was right when he said that last week, to make a difference in America and to enact policies that the voters have been wanting for years. We have no time to waste, which is why over the weekend, Trump urged whoever gets the leadership role to agree to recess appointments, because sometimes the votes can take 2 years or more on key cabinet secretaries and other positions, which is what the Senate did last go around. And Trump added, we cannot let that happen again. So John Cornyn is trying to get around the recess appointments by promising to keep senators in session even over the holidays to get all Trump's people through. And those are nice words, and maybe that'll happen. But Trump does not have the luxury of time. And even if his agenda is stymied by the usual swampish uniparty maneuvers, the Republicans are going to get wiped out in 2026 and maybe in 2028 if they try to slow the agenda down. And what, after everything that he's been through, everything the country's been through, what a travesty it would be if Trump's historic victory is undermined, not so much by Democrats in resistance, but by his own party. How do you think voters would react to that next time they hear in a call or an email from the RNC? And while we're at it, why are these Senate leadership votes secret anyway?
Good point.
Look, if you disagree with President Trump, that's your right. Disagree with him on whatever it is, deportations or tariffs.
What you think he's going to do? Lock you up for disagreeing? What you mean? That's what y'all do. It's kind of crazy how they expect us to do the same thing they do, because they know damn well what they've done. They know they dead wrong, and they know they deserve the retribution, but we're not going to give it to them. We're going to go ahead and take the higher road, as we usually do.
On China, why not, though, stand?
That's the reason Hillary's ass ain't in jail.
Then be heard. Others have done that in the past. Let's not play hide the ball anymore. That's not what we're into. We never have been. No more killing essential legislation in committee. President Trump deserves a fair hearing and a vote on the policies that he campaigned on relentlessly. And if senators or congressmen, they take issue with what he's saying, then vote against those measures. and then let the voters decide the fate of those legislators or senators when they're next up for re-election. Might be worth remembering Pat Toomey, or Jeff Flake, or Liz Cheney, or Adam Kinzinger. See how it worked it all out for them.
Yeah.
We don't elect senators to be part of a club. They're supposed to be representing the interests of their states. And the voters in their states have been very clear. They support Trump. The other candidate for the Senate Majority Leader is Florida's Rick Scott, who's been a stalwart supporter of President Trump since his first term. Scott has also said this.
How do we get Trump's agenda done? How do we get his nominees done? How do we codify his executive orders? That's what's up for this leadership race right now. We have a mandate for change. So number one is who is going to represent all the Republican voters?
Bingo. Of course, he's right on that. But Punchbowl News is reporting that some senators who don't support Scott are annoyed and they feel bullied by the growing online chatter. Now, I was talking to my kids about this. We're driving around in the car. I said, imagine, boys, being a U.S. senator and feeling put upon by voters mobilizing online. I mean, isn't that...
Well, the liberal tears. That's what's making them cry. We're celebrating that Trump is, president, and they're crying about it. It's actually crazy. Some people are just enraged, and you know what? It's better to be enraged than sitting there crying tears on camera. Like, I'd rather you be angry. Let's be real. But let's get into this video real quick. This should be a fun one. Shout out Liberal Hive Mind, man.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind.
Yo,
It's focused on exposing the
handing out L's. Trump, here, take this L. Kamala, you've been waiting on this L in the waiting room the whole time. You've been waiting 3 months for it, and here's the L. All right, let's get to it, guys, because this got wild. Let's go.
seem to be ringing the alarm bell, pointing the ability to look at the world in a non-hyper-partisan way. Joe Rogan acts fair, neutral. He's literally on their side, but they perceive him as being alt-right, an enemy of the left, of course. And so they've pushed him away, essentially forcing his hand to vote for Trump. It was a bad mistake, a big blunder. And some of the Democrats' closest allies seem to be ringing the alarm bell, pointing the spotlight on this particular issue. For instance, here's Andrew Yang.
When you and I were speaking at one point earlier, you were talking about algorithms, all kinds of data that was available that you were, people were going to be presenting to the Harris campaign.
Yeah.
And I suppose you're going to say that did fall on deaf ears to large part?
Yeah, Van's right. They were like, we've got it.
We've got it.
And they didn't have...
Make with the bullshit, bro. Cut the crap. Y'all brought the thing and they're like, look, it's not hard hitting enough. Now y'all want to sit here and fake like y'all did y'all job. Like, look, we went out there, we got the hard hitting dirt. They didn't want to take it. Really, the Harris campaign that's gonna take any chance to take a jab at Trump. Really, their thirsty asses. Okay, guys.
Have it.
Be right back,
one
Chad.
Very obvious missed opportunity is that Joe Rogan is the biggest audience in the country. It's disaffected, low propensity men, kind of the audience that the Harris campaign should be trying to reach. It was much more upside than anything else. Kamala goes on, Tim Walz goes on, and then you have millions of men who are exposed to the Democratic message, and they turned it down because she was too busy. I mean, like it makes zero sense, except in the context that the team just didn't have confidence in her.
And thank you, because, bro, one of the main reasons she did lose is because she could not go on Joe Rogan and hold a 3-hour conversation. Because even the Harris campaign knew that she couldn't go on Joe Rogan and spew that Trump derangement BS, or it was all going to be disproven. That's the fact. That's the main reason she didn't go on there, because as soon as she lied, it'd have been like, Jamie, pull up that rally from Trump, because she's saying that Trump said that good people stuff. Pull up that rally. Oh, we're talking about January 6th. Cool. Pull up January 6th. Let's talk about all the people who have all these conspiracies about it. Or let's talk about the real timeline of January 6th. Let's bring it up. It's like all the lies she spewed would have been honestly debated. And the only way she could have turned away from that would just not to be talk about Trump and talk about her policies for 2 or 3 hours. And God knows she can't do that. Thank God that woman lost. Thank God. Oh, my God. God bless America.
her to do it, which would be its own issue.
But now the question is, have they learned anything? Well, of course, you know where I'm going with this. We're talking about the Democrats, and probably as you can see from the thumbnail and title, Rachel Maddow at MSNBC, yeah, they've learned nothing. I'm sure there's a lot of talk of unity, blah, 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 unity. It's time to come together, kumbaya. We've certainly learned our lesson. Meanwhile, Rachel Maddow is screaming to the base that Elon Musk is a national security risk. Let me show you guys what's going on, but this video is actually brought to you guys by a sponsor, so let's play that clip. This video is brought to you guys by American Hartford Gold. Listen, folks, in terms of a long-term financial...
Get you some gold. Huh, interesting. Get you some gold, get you some free silver. It's always best to invest in commodities. You never know when the world's going to go upside down. We going to have to go back to the gold coins like back in the medieval days, I believe.
They've learned nothing.
Security disaster, and one that President Harris is going to have to clean up, and quickly. I mean, you really can't have the head of a company.
I mean, y'all rode too much on a girl who could barely, coherently make a point. Y'all put way too much on this lady.
That is the primary rocket launcher for the Defense Department and NASA. You can't have the head of that company in secret communications with America's worst enemy while America's enemy is actively waging a war against one of our allies, especially once you learn that he's using his businesses to help the other side, to help Russia in that war, and apparently to do secret favors for China against our other allies like Taiwan. I mean, that can't be. I mean, also, just for what it's worth, presumably a guy who's reported to have regularly used ketamine plus LSD, cocaine, ecstasy, and shrooms, and who smokes weed on a national podcast, presumably he can't even have a security clearance.
Wait, man, fuck you talking about? Smoking weed on a national podcast like that's a crime or something. And shout out to my national podcast that's going out right now around the world, and I should now start smoking weed on my national podcast. Fuck you the hell.
A personal security clearance, but you definitely can't have
$200 billion up though. And disclaimer, he doesn't actually smoke weed. That was like the one time he smoked weed. He was just curious about it. And if you remember, he came back on and he told Joe Rogan how him and his whole squad got drug tested because of it.
Have a security clearance, let alone that much leverage over American national security. If you are doing
and bro, y'all libs. Hold on. Y'all liberal as hell. Hold on. Y'all the main people want to legalize weed. Y'all the main people, all LGBTQ, do what you want. You want to do drugs, we'll let you shoot up in the middle of the fucking street. What are you're judging Elon Musk about weed and shrooms? Hold the fuck on. Are we not San Francisco where everybody dying out on fentanyl and stuff? What? Are we really bringing up that point? Liberals, y'all might need to really sit the hell down on this one. Sit y'all asses down. Bro, did y'all went to a gay pride parade? What the fuck they be doing? You want to talk about this man smoking weed on a podcast? Look what y'all allow John Cena to do on TV.
American diplomatic favors for dictators with whom you are in secret communication. So buckle up. Even if Trump doesn't win, the Defense Department and NASA are going to need a new arrangement for all their rockets. And for all the multi-billion-dollar contracts Elon Musk's companies have with the U.S. government.
Son of a bitch.
The U.S. government is going to have to either, unwind from all of those contracts, or Elon Musk's companies are going to have to unwind from him. This is an untenable reality in national security terms.
Bro.
Now that we know what we know about Elon.
The most weed-like friendly states are liberal. Colorado, California, Michigan. We used to be Michigan now. Shout out Michigan, man. Y'all voted red. Mob. Hey. Don't worry. Hey, it's back to football, but shout out, man. We appreciate y'all. But come on. New York, the most liberal places have the most lax weed laws. And you want to talk about him smoking weed? Okay.
This election, regardless of who wins, has produced a national security problem that is going to be a huge new thing for our country to deal with, likely with tons of drama, and it will start as soon as we've got an election result either way. So pace yourself.
I mean, that was a 2-minute long hit piece. That's all that was. I'm supposed to take this as a serious criticism of Elon Musk, but pretty much the thing that she leads with is Elon Musk is a drug addict who, is working for the Russians? It's absurd. Completely insane. Frankly, what it feels like is Elon derangement syndrome. Maybe Trump's going to be less of the target now. Democrats have found their new target, and that's Elon Musk. This idea that Elon Musk's loyalty is questionable, or that he's somehow a danger to the nation is ridiculous. He's the embodiment of the American dream. He makes American cars for Americans. He's likely to go down as one of the most revered American icons in not only modern history, but in world history. The guy's freaking catching rockets with chopsticks, but you want to have us believe that he's a drug addict national security risk.
Rockets with chopsticks is hilarious, because that's exactly what everybody was saying. It's like, bro, it's like you literally just caught a rocket with two little things, like, boom, rocket caught, boom, reusable rockets achieved. I'm like, oh, nice. I'm glad we have him now. Didn't know we have him, but now I know. Shout out Elon Musk. And it is crazy, though, because it's crazy how she had to try to make that whole point while being a liberal. Maybe if you were a conservative, Fox News can make that point and it's valid. Fox News can sit there and shame Elon for smoking weed and it'll be valid. But any liberal news publication, any left-leaning news publication, y'all need to calm the fuck down.
Who's having regular phone calls with Vladimir Putin and is now a danger to the nation. It's completely insane, and people who are paying attention can obviously tell how far out of left field this one is. I honestly can't stand it, and it feels like the exact same thing they did to Donald Trump, another American icon and symbol of the American dream. I cannot stand how Democrats have handled Elon Musk in this situation. I mean, here we have one of the most brilliant innovators of our time, a man who has done more to advance American technology, space exploration, and energy independence than any government agency ever could, and instead of embracing his genius, they turned on him and turned him into a political target, their latest public enemy #1. It's pathetic, it's short-sighted, and it's an outright betrayal of what America stands for, in my view. Excellence, innovation, and the relentless pursuit of progress. I mean, he's your frickin' guy, but the Democrats would rather play petty politics. If you don't bow down and kiss the ring and spout their talking points like a parrot, they'll come after you. The moment Elon Musk refused to play their game, he became...
The left eats itself. The left literally eats itself. You could have been left the whole time. As soon as you just maybe go a little more moderate, they eat you. They start talking down on you immediately.
Public enemy #1. It's frankly sickening, especially the hypocrisy of it all. They preach about how much they love science and progress. They claim that they're the party of future and innovation. But let's be real. What they actually want is obedience. They don't want innovators, they want puppets. The second someone as influential as Elon Musk starts challenging their narrative, or God forbid buys a social media platform to promote free speech, they lose their minds, and all of a sudden, he's the most villainized and demonized man on planet Earth. The Democrats are focused on demonizing the very people who push our civilization forward, yet they pretend to be the party of progress. Just think about that for a second. This is the pattern. It's like clockwork. The moment someone steps out of line, they mobilize the fake news squads in the media and social media platforms to smear and discredit that person. We saw them do it with Rogan. We saw them do it with Elon Musk. And of course, we saw them do it with Donald Trump. And after seeing it, well, I've seen enough. I've seen it all. I don't need to see any more.
Y'all been getting a little too desperate, liberals. Y'all been getting a little bit too desperate. I mean, let's be real. Like, first off, what was his name? Grant Cardone. Grant Cardone, what, women around Trump aren't smart? None of them, no strong women around Trump? Highly disrespectful to every female that's voting for Trump. And let's be real, though. Like, there's people, Democrats, who, mom might be a Trump supporter. You feel me? Like, so you might have irked, like, Democrats the wrong way as well, especially independent voters. So, come on now. Biden calling us trash. It's like, it's crazy. Y'all don't want to blame the fact that y'all use terrible rhetoric. Y'all don't want to blame the fact that what y'all did is what y'all blame Donald Trump for, which is divisive rhetoric. And you use this divisive rhetoric to your own detriment. That's why you lost the election. But yes, come on now. Go ahead and put the mirror back on yourself.
Seen what the Democrats are all about. They're all about their power. That's what it really comes down to. They don't care about American greatness. They'll stand in the way of American greatness. They'll stand in front of that ambition and try to shut it down if it's not happening their way. If their government agencies and government fingers and paws aren't all over it. And in this campaign, they want you to believe that Elon Musk is somehow an evil figure now lurking behind the scenes in the Trump administration. Give me a break. It's obvious why they're saying that. He's a threat to their power. He's talking about unleashing the American engine and allowing businesses to get to work and innovate. He's talking about getting the people to work, not sending the people's money to Washington where it pretends to work. You know, again, I played this clip before, but I'll play it again. We're talking about Elon Musk here, the man who built a full-scale GPU farm to power a huge AI venture that his company's taking on in 19 days. A feat that was so great that it had the CEO of NVIDIA scratching his head, wondering how that's even possible.
That first part, just building a massive factory, liquid cooled, energized, permitted, in the short time that was done. I mean, that is like superhuman.
Right.
Yeah. And as far as I know, there's only one person in the world who could do that. Right. You know, I mean, Elon is singular in this understanding of engineering and construction and large systems and marshaling resources.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. What they achieved is singular. Never been done before. Just to put in perspective, 100,000 GPUs, that's, easily the fastest supercomputer on the planet. That's one cluster. A supercomputer that you would build would take normally 3 years to plan.
Right.
And then they deliver the equipment, and it takes 1 year to get it all working.
Damn.
Yes.
We're talking about 19 days.
Wow. Huh? Yeah, I think it's fair to say that government could never accomplish anything of the sort, and they know this. They just don't want you to.
Because the problem with our government, we just recklessly hand out money. I mean, like with NASA and the military, it's like they can get things done for cheaper, but we just recklessly just give them money and think that they're doing the best with it, which they're not. Admittedly. Like, come on now. Do you think the government and NASA is honestly using their budget well? Of course not. Or we'd be to Mars way before Elon, or we'd be able to go get them people who are stuck in space before Elon.
To know that. They don't want you to know what's possible and what they've been preventing, what they've been getting in the way of. A couple things are obvious. The Democrats have learned nothing, and the obvious conclusion from that is that it's by design. They don't want to win on the ideas. They want to socially enforce their ideas. Well, not so sure it's going to work in the freest country on earth, because those people are simply free to go to the other party and then ensure that...
Yep, and that's exactly what happened. Y'all lost... Bro, Democrats lost people as soon as they start censoring. When it came to party of censorship, that's when you lost us. I promise you. Just go ahead and take that accountability, man. Look, y'all need to take this L you need to take the L for loss. You need to take the A for accountability. So go ahead and take this LA, the loss and A accountability. You take those two together and you'll come out a better person. I promise.
On and focus on the most important thing, the agenda. What is going to define this future era of conservatism? And I know according to the left and all their doom and gloom from the election, what's coming is an autocratic fascist takeover of the nation and the implementation of spooky Project 2025. But in reality, it's just Agenda 47. And at the top of the list...
And make sure to like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner to like the video, man. Appreciate the support, guys.
Of priorities is closing the border and beginning the largest mass deportation in American history. And knowing it's coming from Trump, I think it's less of a slogan and more of an actual promise. It seems as though it's happening, it's coming. Let me show you guys exactly what I mean by that. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, friends, so of course we've heard the statement, we've heard the campaign promise.
As soon as I take the oath of office, I'll terminate every open border policy of the Biden administration and begin the largest deportation operation in American history.
And now, well, I guess we have a soft confirmation. Vivek Ramaswamy makes an appearance on ABC News where he essentially states it's happening. Get ready.
Now, obviously, Trump's promised, and you've talked a lot about this, the mass deportation of undocumented immigrants. First of all, do you really think that we're going to see him round up and deport upwards of 11? Sometimes he's put the number as high as 20 million people out of the United States.
Yeah.
Is that really going to happen?
Donald Trump's campaign promise.
I mean, yeah. I don't care if we got to hire extra people. I'll work part-time at ICE if it even means we got to get these people up out of here. I mean, I'm that dedicated to the cause. Shoot, go ahead and send me the application. I got y'all. Like, shit, it is what it is. Like, whatever we need to get it done, because most of these people gotta go. And, you know, I wonder, I ain't gonna lie, I'm curious about how they're gonna do it too. And I wonder, how far are we going back here? Is like what? People who've been here 4 or 5 years ago, who just got here 4 or 5 years ago, we kicking them out? Or are we kicking everybody out? Like, and I'm just saying, like, everybody who came in under the Biden Kamala administration, are we kicking them out? Are we going back further? Because who knows? But actually, I kind of do know. Realistically, we're going back 4 years, if not 2. Realistically. So those you said, oh, you're going to get deported because your people didn't come. I'm like, you know, I was born in America, right? On American soil, Nashville, Tennessee. Hey, what's good? Shout out to my people in Nashville. But yeah, I can't go nowhere. Even if bro, I can actually be deported and they look at me crazy. Like, we can't deport you. You were born on here. Like, what? For 25 years. Like, bro, you could be, bro, in like 10 years, you could be president.
Was the largest mass deportation in American history. Okay. And he's going to keep that promise. And I'll tell you, let's just start very pragmatically here. I think most Americans agree with this. You take the number of people who have entered the country just in the last 18 to 24 months.
It's like, dog, when you're so American, you can run for office.
That's millions of undocumented immigrants, illegal migrants, who have really no place in this country. Anybody who's committed a crime. Automatically, that already is the largest mass deportation in American history. Now take that to the next level. Not an iota, not a cent of government spending should go to subsidize this, not to sanctuary cities, not to federal aid to people who are in this country illegally. And we're going to see a large number, by the millions, of self-deportations as well. And so these are pragmatic places to start that would give us, yes, the largest mass deportation in American history.
So people are going to be like, I ain't even going to wait for them to round my ass up. I'm leaving. I'm going back. I'm done. But we tried them, guys. We tried them, but we got to go back. Hop on the boat, the plane, however y'all got back over here, however y'all got over here. If we flew over here, I guess we're going to spend the money to get y'all back over. All right, it is what it is. But y'all got to go.
Short of 11 million or more.
We're going to go step by step aggressively. Donald Trump's going to stay true to his campaign pledge, but in a way that respects the dignity of the Americans who are already here. Okay, and I do think it's offensive to use, when we have $34 trillion of national debt, government funds to subsidize this type of illegal migration. That's half the problem. And if any illegal migrant is no longer a customer of the welfare state, you're going to see self-deportations combined with deportations of those who enter.
Let me ask you, though.
And so there it is. That's the soft confirmation. And as expected, the left is throwing a hissy fit. I don't know, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez must be crying near a fence or something.
Yo. Not AOC though. They wild for AOC.
Yada yada Hitler, yada yada fascism, but I don't get what the fuss is about. How can you describe this as fascism when it seems to be a policy implementation directed by the electoral will of the people? The American people have spoken, and they chose.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're telling me what? 75 million people who participated in this democratic process were all fascists. Really? Really? Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Backs Donald Trump's plan for mass deportations. It's happening, and the Democrats have an option here. Come back to the world of common sense. You know, back where the party stood on the issue maybe 15, 20 years ago.
You wild.
So,
like, come on.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them.
I'm saying Vivek is like, bro, as an American as you can get. Like I said, American enough to run for office. That's how American we want you. Like, how American do they gotta be? American enough to if they turn 35, they ask can run for office because they was born on this goddamn soil. This great soil that we call America. Yes, America. So, yeah, that we ain't deporting anybody like that. Now, if we're talking about newborns, kids, like, I don't know, probably gonna have the age from 0 to 5 of, oh, you were just born here, but your parents are illegal immigrants. All right, well, you're going back with your parents. Now, if they done finessed it for like, I don't know, 15, 20 years, you over here, established member of society, well, you're here. I'm pretty sure that's what it's going to be. It's going to be something pretty damn reasonable.
No questions asked, they're gone.
It makes sense that no great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders. I've been arguing for the need to put more protection at our borders.
And this is the same man who took protection off the border. I mean, and you're right. Biden wasn't running anything, but whoever Biden's handlers were in the Biden administration, they took off the borders. And this was him in 2008 when him and Barack Obama was, deporting people left and right. So it's kind of crazy how Biden goes from, rocking with the deporter in chief to now himself being the person who lets all these people in. I guess he had some regrets, I guess.
So I think what you have to do is you have to have a significant increase in the security at the border, including limited elements where you actually have a fence. So I think the combination of virtual fencing, some fencing, additional,
That's interesting, Mr. Dockhill.
additional border patrol is important.
I think we should have strong border security. It doesn't make sense for us to allow hundreds of thousands of people coming through our borders without us knowing who they are.
Now, Obama, why couldn't you have told that to Kamala instead of trying to, wag the finger at us for not voting for Kamala? You could have said that to Kamala instead of talking to black men, ask for us to vote for Kamala. Maybe if you'd have told that to Kamala, we might have been able to get behind Kamala. You never know. Maybe if you'd have, spit some of this, knowledge on her.
Oftentimes in very hazardous situations and unmonitored situations that could do us long-term damage.
Yeah.
I think we should have a serious employer.
Come back to your senses or just continue doing what you're doing until it runs your political party into the ground. Oh, what's that? Democrats have learned nothing?
If the Trump administration requests it, would the Massachusetts State Police assist in mass deportations?
No, absolutely not. Every tool in the toolbox has got to be used to protect our citizens, to protect our residents, and protect our states, and certainly to hold the line on democracy and the rule of law as a basic principle, right?
Yep, they're keeping up the sanctuary city nonsense. That's the governor of Massachusetts promising that her state won't assist with deportations. No biggie, just violating her oath to the Constitution. Just to get a couple seconds of fame, look at me, standing up to Trump. Here comes the resistance again. But someone ought to inform the Democrats in Massachusetts that their state shifted rightward almost more than every other state in the union. It's clear the Democrats lost the moral argument, and that the electoral will of the people was to enforce border laws, to get the job done, and it seems as though the Trump administration
and as my man
fully intends
kept
on
saying,
doing so. And now
it's the mandate of the people. Like, I'm sorry, but it is what it is. Y'all lost. Like, terribly. I mean, goddamn, it couldn't even have been close. I can't even sit there and say, oh, we were only 100K votes off. This is a rigged. Bro, y'all can't even say that. I mean, y'all got blown the hell out. Honestly, I wonder what y'all gonna do from here to the inauguration, January 20th. I wonder what y'all gonna do, because I ain't gonna lie, and this may sound bad when I say it, but I'm gonna laugh my ass off if you try to pull a January 6th. I mean, y'all not built like that. I mean, y'all don't even believe in protests for real. I mean, look how much you guys were against January 6th. Imagine how stupid y'all be doing it yourselves. So I know y'all not gonna do that. So what is y'all gonna do? Well, I know what you should do. Sit back and enjoy these 4 years, man, of prosperity. Let's go.
Well, and I've heard some arguments from the left claiming it's impossible. It'll cost way too much money.
We have seen one estimate that says it would cost $88 billion to deport a million people a year.
James, you out here trying to start problems in the lesbian community, I see.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is it worth it?
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
Hell yeah.
It's going to cost.
And, it's so funny. Oh, my, bro, he was a savage. Carry
out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
He's a savage. This man don't care. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's ruthless. We need him, bro. I need this guy. We come on, go and send him to the border. He's the border czar now. Let's go. He's a savage. Let's go. And it's funny because black people get deported too. Yes, the ones that come over here and commit crime, they gonna get their ass deported. Yeah, right, as they should. The hell wrong with y'all? What you think we don't know that? Black bro, I'm after for the Haitians to get deported too. Come on. All the Africans who came over here crazy as hell, Indians, I don't give a fuck. Goodbye. I don't know you. Hey, you ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here. It's like, you think I give a damn what color they is, man? They came in here illegally. I don't give a fuck. Get them out of here.
It's going to cost billions upon
billions. Actually, I'm feeling like my man right here. Like, you know what? This is my attitude about the border. This guy right here, with his mean ass mug and cold expression, that's gonna be my attitude. Just they can be deported together, one big happy family. Yep, together.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what it would?
Senate, I'd say there's a decent chance that it is possible, and I've heard some arguments from the left claiming it's impossible. It'll cost way too much money.
Really, it would cost way too much money, but y'all did it though. So why'd y'all do it knowing it would cost $88 billion? Then why'd y'all do it? Why'd y'all do it for seeing this? So tell me, hold on, y'all created a problem. Now y'all bitching about how much it would cost to fix it? You created the problem. Shut the fuck up. Bro, none of y'all Democrats should be talking about this border problem no more. Y'all created the problem. Shut up and let us fix it. I don't give a damn what the price is at this point. Y'all made the problem. Y'all wasn't even going to try to fix it. Okay? Shut up. Want to talk about $88 billion. Yeah, we needed that for the goddamn border the last time. Y'all wanted to send most of it to Ukraine and Israel. Shut up.
We have seen one estimate that says it would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
Mark, I think you're being copied again.
It's going to cost billions upon billions of dollars every single year if you want to deport 1 million illegals. And this counter argument, let me tell you, it's...
And you're right, my immigrants vote for who let them in. Bro, I had a whole video of a whole bunch of immigrants stashed away in some hotel in Arizona going like, yeah, I'm voting for Kamala because Trump said he's going to kick us out day one. So if Trump get elected, I got to go. And I love it. I love it. I just love it. I just love it. They already know what's up. Trump 2024, you got to go. Out the door.
Blatantly idiotic. $88 billion. Is that the number she's...
And make sure to put back the barbed wire when you're on your way out, man. Come on, bro. That shit costs money.
Cited? Yeah, well, the cost of the border crisis alone is already at $150 billion and counting. And that might be with a very conservative lens or outlook. That's not counting the economic effects of Americans losing out on jobs.
$150 billion is costing us. And then y'all want to complain about the $88 billion you take to fix it. It's like, bro, be quiet.
Or all the under-the-table money that isn't being taxed or recycled domestically, but rather being sent abroad.
That's like your little kid breaking, bro. That's like your kid breaking something, and then you gotta clean it up, and they're complaining about how you're cleaning it. Like, bro, like why you gotta sweep? Why can't you just use a vacuum? It's like you damn near want to slap them. Like, are you serious? you made this, and ain't no way.
It's not counting the crime crisis or what local states and counties are dealing with. And so Democrats are stating it's going to cost $88 billion to deport 1 million illegal migrants. I don't know, seems almost fiscally responsible, doesn't it? Of course, that's exactly what it is. And the implication that it's going to cost this every single year is ridiculous. Once the law has been enforced and once people realize that the law is being enforced, the problem is likely to dwindle to a fraction of where it is today. In other words, it's not going to cost as much money to deal with it because you'll have a ding secure border and secure nation, just like every other modern nation across the globe. The Democrats try to play this emotional game, but their policies on this
issue. And here's the thing though, break that down, Democrats, because y'all been coming up with BS ass numbers all year. So now it's hard. I don't even know why we even believe the numbers y'all come up with. So break that down, how it costs $88 billion a year. and then try to explain how that's not your fucking fault. Excuse my language, but I ain't gonna lie, that kind of did piss me off. I'm like, y'all have the nerve to complain about something that y'all let get bad for 3.5 years? There's no way, like, ain't no way I'm hearing that. And shout out Hell Batman. Let's not forget the term anchor baby and get rid of that too. There should be no reason for an illegal immigrant being unaffected for breaking the law. Oh God, it's like, come on now, the anchor baby got to go with you. As my man says, they can be deported together. I'm like, cold. And he's a savage. God damn it, Trump got the savages, man. We need the savages back.
Issue especially have caused untold suffering. It can only be described as human catastrophe. And now they're trying to make an argument about fiscal responsibility. Give me a break. You guys are the ones creating a crisis that's running the country into debt. I mean, multiple compounding crises. It's time to find a solution, not fund endless bureaucracy. See, again, this is what the Democrats do. They cause a crisis and then try to create a bloated bureaucratic department to continue dealing with that crisis or enabling the crisis. Look what they do with substance abuse. They let it run rampant on the streets and then create big government entities where they're spending all kinds of money on a bunch of paper-pushing
Bro, I'm so thrown back by the audacity. It's like, I can't, it's unreal. It's almost unreal. It's like, y'all create the problem that y'all want to bitch about the price that's going to take to fix the problem? I couldn't even imagine. I couldn't even imagine doing that, having that much audacity, bro. It's like, what?
Bureaucrats who have no actual incentive to solve the problem. Well, it's the same thing with the border, and you just can't give in to the emotional manipulation, the gaslighting, the finger-pointing, and accusations of fascism or cruelty. They are the cruel ones. They're cruel to the migrants with these false hopes of refugee claims and amnesty. Not to mention they send those migrants directly into the belly of the beast, that being the cartel beast. And of course, the crisis they create is then cruel to the American people and American taxpayers. The Democrats have lost the argument, and it seems like border security may finally be on the way. I think that's at least what it's looking like. I'd say probably the last thing that I need to be fully convinced on this matter is seeing this guy nominated as director of ICE. Then
bro, I swear to God, I'm gonna go to sleep thinking about this point, and I'm a low-key probably gonna wake up laughing tomorrow. Like, bro, they literally did that. They literally caused a problem, then bitch about how we gotta fix it. It's like, oh my God. This is probably the funniest thing these people have done. I ain't even gonna lie to you. This is gold. It's absolute. Oh my God, bro. I damn near want to tell it as a joke. I'm gonna frame it as a joke to somebody, and then I'm gonna actually tell them what the joke is based on. They're probably not gonna believe me. It's like there's just no way. It's like they can't blame themselves for nothing, bro. It's really crazy. It's like, yo, y'all really can't blame yourselves for anything. No accountability at all. Oh my goodness, it's golden. And shout out Maya. That's racketeering. That's what you're describing. Yup. Ain't it crazy? Ain't it crazy? Oh my goodness, bro. It's wild. I actually, you know what? There's no humbleness. They have no humbleness. They literally have no chill. I'm thrown back. It's like, I can't believe it. It's like you would. It's almost, I'm lost for words. I'm just lost for words. It's just too funny. It's just too funny.
Yeah, we got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks. So look, I may be wrong, but my takeaway from this election, if I was a leftist, what I would be focused on would be probably dialing back the extremism gauge, you know, the crazy rhetoric. Yeah, I don't think they got that message.
If you look at the arc of the Biden presidency, he was in really good shape until August of 2021. When Afghanistan happened, he went under 40. She went under 40, and they really lived there until the end of the presidency. He's still there.
Why?
I'll tell you why. Because he ran and told us that the adults were back in charge, and that was the opposite.
Yeah, they
of
were
that.
because
and
Donald Trump was a child.
And you know what else? Yeah. And you know what else? The fact that they wouldn't give.
Well, that's what you're being, a child. Like, you guys just can't admit that. Well, you're wrong. And Americans don't think he's a child. They don't think he's a felon. They don't think he's a rapist. Actually, they kind of see him as a hero. So sorry that most of America don't share y'all opinion or y'all hatred of Donald Trump. I'm sorry. You just have to sit there and cry about it and get over it.
Give these 13 service members' families the time of day.
Dude,
the time of day.
I'm sorry, but Donald Trump hates veterans. He called them suckers and losers. He did. He absolutely, despite he has his whole life.
He has his entire
I know you're super emotional. I just.
Oh, yo, he lost his entire life. Bro been up his entire life. I mean, well, what are we saying here? Like, you can hate the man all you want, but like, why? Like, bro, think about how crazy this party is to the point where they're trying to say that, oh, he's not really a billionaire. Oh, he's not a successful businessman. It's like, y'all was talking that crazy. So now that I'm thinking about it, maybe y'all complaining about the problem, us fixing the problem that y'all created now makes a little bit more sense to me now. But I'm still going to laugh at it early in the morning when I wake up. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm still going to laugh at it when I wake up. I ain't going to lie. It's going to be a nice chuckle.
Because he ran and told us he was.
I mean, even line up a joke for the people I work for. It's going to be funny. And shout out Zoloff, 70 more days and daddy's coming home. USA, man. Oh, God, man. Hey, man, he's your daddy now, too, man. Shout out. Shout out Trump. Boy, I know y'all was mad about that one.
That the adults were back in charge, and that was the opposite.
Yeah, they
of
were
that.
because
and
Donald Trump was a child.
And you know what else?
Yeah.
And you know what else?
He's a
the fact that they wouldn't give these 13 service members' families the time of day.
Dude,
the time of day.
I'm sorry, but Donald Trump hates veterans. He called them suckers and losers. He did.
No, he didn't.
Absolutely, despite he has his whole life. He has his entire life.
I know you're super emotional. I just.
Of course I am. I'm terrified.
I'm telling you, the political reality is that when they made that decision.
It doesn't matter, but you don't admit
Oh, you be okay.
You don't admit it. You deny a man, Chief John Kelly, a Marine. You deny. You say he lied.
You're still campaigning.
You say he lied. It's not over. It'll never be over. The wars in Afghanistan,
it's over.
The war in Iraq, the Republican policies that led to those wars, the idea that Joe Biden made the final difficult decision, and his administration and his military leaders. I mean, you guys live on the tippy top of bull mountain. If you actually think that so many people think that the pullout of Afghanistan was the pivot point, are you kidding me?
I mean,
well,
I can read a
it was
chart,
one of them.
I can read a poll. I guess you can't. But the reality is when he made
petty insults.
When he made
No, dog. That was like one of the main reasons that, yeah, one of them was the pullout of Afghanistan and how it got a lot of our soldiers, wounded and 13 killed. And then the fact that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden didn't show up for the funeral, but Trump did, is even crazier. So, I mean, you want to talk about him calling, like, what you call it, soldiers, suckers, and losers, which he never did. But you want to talk about that. Well, what is it? What are you saying to the soldiers that you got killed and you didn't even show up to their funeral? What are you calling them at the end of the day? What are you saying about their sacrifice at the end of the day? But you Democrats don't want to talk about that. Well, one of the reasons why y'all lost.
Are so weak, dude. You have no idea. Like, I don't even understand if you hear yourself talking.
Look,
you can laugh all you want, but like, I can't read a chart. Like, it's
just a second.
It's so hacky. It's so uninteresting.
The reason
and
that we brought this up is because that was from a Democratic.
I mean, the level of arrogance is just through the roof. And really, I thought his behavior was quite telling. This is what the interaction feels like. A bunch of posturing as an elitist Democrat who's right about literally everything, and then, of course, spend the entire debate dismissing everything your opponent says as totally crazy, and they get hyper offended when you get dunked on in the debate. Scott Jennings made a perfect point. This absolute clown does the typical feigning of outrage gaslighting. Are you seriously crazy enough to suggest that the Afghanistan withdrawal was a turning point for the Biden administration? What are you, crazy? I'm an elitist Democrat. I know everything.
Yes. I mean, disrespecting soldiers in that fashion is going to lose you some people. I mean, what did you think?
And then Scott Jennings just goes, yeah, I can read a poll. And of course, he's not wrong. Joe Biden came into office with his freshly inaugurated presidential approval honeymoon, of course bestowed on him by the media, an experience Trump certainly didn't receive during his first term in office. And then what happened shortly after? Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan happened. And then, of course, case in point, total approval collapse. It's literally in the polls. We saw it. I remember it like it was yesterday. That was the first little bit that caused the avalanche of Biden-Kamala Harris policy disasters that followed quickly after that. But of course, in typical leftist fashion, don't address the point being made, just signal outrage. Throw your handkerchief in the air and take the how dare you approach.
How dare you?
It's just so typical. It's always the same kind of behaviors. This is what lost them the election. This elitist nonsense, talking about
And
all
they
these
can't
Latino
stop it.
men somehow being out of their minds for voting for Donald Trump.
Yes, we're all racist and misogynist because we didn't want to vote for the cackling woman. It's like, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But no. It's not about being misogynist. It's not about being racist. It's just, she just wasn't the woman for the job. She had no real policies. She was thrown in out of nowhere. Didn't have to debate any point. She didn't prove that she was the more dominant among her peers. So yeah. I kind of try to finesse a little too hard with this one. Yeah, I kind of thought y'all can get anything past the American people, and you took us for, like, you know, idiots and uninformed people. Well, you were wrong.
They all just cut him off and basically lecture him for 3 minutes.
And for everybody out there wanting Trump to pivot or change or somehow whatever you want him to do, he just won a mandate from the American people to execute on the program that he laid out in this election. It wasn't particularly close. And I think you ought to put people in place who are going to do it. That's what the
Who will
people
go
are
after
asking
his
for.
enemies? I mean, that's
They went after him. Now, I'm not condoning him going after his enemies. I'm just saying, though, you can't get mad when y'all go after a man the way y'all did. And then be like, oh, go after his enemies? I'm like, what y'all scared about? Oh, because y'all know y'all did it to him. Now y'all scared he might do it to y'all. Oh, okay. But don't worry, CNN. Y'all safe.
That's not what he ran on.
Yes, it is. It is explicitly what he ran on.
That's not what he ran on.
That's not what he ran on.
One news got
sent
sent.
past week. He literally said that he was going to exact vengeance.
You still don't understand how you lost. He ran on
Don't
immigration.
say me. I'm not a Democrat.
He ran on immigration.
I'm a journalist.
He ran on inflation.
I'm not here paid
He
to
ran
represent
on-
one of the many things
he ran on in addition
He ran on the issues that people care about. He ran on the economy. He ran on
Nobody's saying that
immigration.
he didn't run on those things, but he also ran on vengeance.
Yes.
He did also run on going after the people who went after him.
And journalists.
Is that fair?
Yeah, Scott, he literally said, I am your retribution, the Biden crime family. Lock her up.
All they do is...
I mean, well, yeah. Hunter Biden been out there committing crimes. Like, y'all did kind of put my man through a kangaroo court and trumped up and turned misdemeanors into felonies. So, yeah. Actually, yes. He does have every right to go after y'all asses, and y'all deserve it. And if he don't, then honestly, hey, it's through the grace of God, and I ain't even gonna be mad if he don't go after y'all. He honestly, just like you with Hillary, you just take the high road and just keep the main mission going, man. America first and make America great again. That's all we care about. We don't care about y'all asses no more. Y'all done, y'all through, old news and fake news.
Preach, regurgitate the party talking points, and don't let you speak. And of course, while emoting and feigning all kinds of outrage and emotion in an effort to sway people. I don't have to win the argument. All I have to do is speak over my opponent and pretend as if what he's saying is so outrageous and so morally reprehensible, then I just automatically win. It's constant. I mean, here's another example. I'll play a short bit of it.
I think there are a lot of families out there who don't believe boys should play girls' sports.
They're not boys. I'm not going to listen to transphobic.
To be for real, we hired him to go after the bad guys. Yeah, that is true. But I think more or less he's going to keep the bad guys out instead of actually going after these guys, in my honest opinion. This is just my honest opinion. Now, if he goes after them, then fucking tastic. I mean, hallelujah. But I think the best thing we can get is just not having them in any seat of power. And that's the best thing we can honestly hope for. Because, you know, them going to jail, fantastic. But them also not having any type of access to power, even better. It's like, that's also cool as well. I mean, I ain't even really tripping. Like, you know, let them live their life in shame.
At this table, I am not going to listen to you call a trans girl a boy.
Are you going to allow me to finish my explanation?
When you use a word that's a slur, I'm going to interrupt. That's not how it is. They're not boys. They're not boys. They're not playing girls softball. I'm not going to sit there and listen
for a second because
Okay. I definitely do hear your point, Maya, because I'm like, yeah, it would be nice if he did just lock some of their asses up. But let's be real. If he start locking people up, bro, these libs are going to go crazy. I mean, you know what? He might start leaving the country because he's going after people who actually did him wrong. They're gonna think that they're gonna go after them too, and they ain't really done nothing but talk shit about them, and that ain't gonna get you put in jail now.
Look, this is a really heated issue, right? And Michael, I know you. I know that you understand that
Hey,
people
yo.
have different views on this.
James
I think out of
Foley, yo.
respect
My
for
man.
Jay, like, let's try to talk about this in a way that is respectful.
Okay, so let me rephrase this since I'm being targeted here.
I don't.
There-
You're
no,
not.
no,
Just
it's
to be
okay.
clear, you are not being
But
targeted.
I am, but it's okay.
I'm specifically
It's okay.
saying that I know that you are not intending to be transphobic.
He should know that I'm not. He wants to sit here and bloviate.
Shit, don't ever let me on CNN. I'm like, I'm not tending to be in trans. No. I'm trans intolerant. I hate the word transphobic, homophobic. It's like it don't even make sense. Like, I know I'm not scared of trans people. I'm not scared of gay people. I'm just homo intolerant. I'm trans intolerant. Let's call it. Let's change the word. Let's start making words, mean what they're supposed to mean. Cause a phobic, no. Intolerant, a little.
You're using a phrase.
Well, I'm not homo intolerant. I'm actually okay with gay people, but trans intolerant. Yeah, I can vouch for that.
I want to give you an opportunity.
So the way
to
regular
rephrase
people
that.
interpret it.
Again, instead of talking about the ideas, it's just yell and shame my opponent into agreeing with me. The narcissism of the left is something that honestly ought to be studied. It's this Karen-type behavior. It's why they're so hell-bent on censorship. It's about being an ideological enforcer, enforcing their control over what you can do and what you can say by means of social intimidation. And that in 2024 is exactly what voters rejected. I mean, outright rejected. In this election, the American people said, nope, you won't talk to us that way. We're smart enough to get what's going on. And it's obvious, it's becoming increasingly obvious that they're not paying attention. They're not listening.
Where you have, again, this like arrogant, condescending group that says if you don't vote the way we do, you're a fascist, you're Hitler, you're Hitler-like. It's 1933 again, as Jen Rubin from the Washington Post tweeted yesterday. During the attack on Jews in Amsterdam, she's tweeting about how it's 1933 here. Let's look at Europe for a second.
In some ways, he is Hitler-like. I'm sorry, but that's just...
How? Because y'all just say it and y'all can't prove it, but y'all just say it. When y'all are more fascist, then y'all act more fascist than anybody. The way y'all showing out right now proves y'all fascist.
When being told to their face this exact kind of rhetoric is the problem, the leftist responds with that exact kind of rhetoric, in the exact described, condescending, dismissive manner that you might expect, while quoting a bunch of fake news. I feel like we could probably just end it on that video, honestly. This elitist, Democrat Karen nonsense is exactly what's losing them so many votes, and they just continue to act the exact same way. What an utter disaster. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys on this one. Hopefully you enjoyed the...
Man, that was actually a pretty good one. I ain't gonna lie. Shout out Liberal Hive Mind. Now let's go to one of our favorite segments here at S.E.T and Key Media. One of our new favorite segments. Shout out. Lefties losing it again. Y'all gonna keep losing it, huh?
Try to neutralize her effectiveness.
Now it's time for Lefties Losing It. The post-election analysis is underway, and we've talked about Republicans being blessed with some of the dumbest political opponents on God's green earth. And this next lefty is no exception. Here is Vanity Fair and MSNBC's Molly Jong-Fast blaming not just misogyny, but institutional misogyny and sexy images for Kamala's downfall.
Shout out institutional misogyny.
Leaned into a
Hey, like I said, why we voted for Trump? Because we're racist, sexist, and anti-gay. Remember, if they ask you why you vote for Trump, you're racist, sexist, and anti-gay.
lot of the institutionalized misogyny as a way to try to neutralize her effectiveness. So she's a super effective speaker, really galvanized voters in a really important way. And what the Trump campaign did, and I think ultimately they were able to, was they flooded the internet with over-sexualized images of her. They spread lies about her romantic history.
That is so completely divorced from reality.
But she did sleep with Willa Brown. We all know that. All of California knows it. What you talking about?
It's unintentionally.
We talking about our lady.
She actually claimed that Kamala is a really effective speaker.
Really?
The word salad queen who can't utter a coherent sentence to save herself. But Molly wasn't done yet. Listen to this bit of bat poop crazy analysis where she claims that Kamala's own campaign, which was hyper-focused on securing the female vote, was actually anti-women.
And you'll remember, he ran this bros campaign, right? A campaign that was largely sort of anti-woman in a way.
Look, it's only a matter of time before Molly joins the other crazy cat ladies and cuts her hair on camera to protest Trump and democracy.
Have I given up on America? Yeah. I've also given up on coloring this hair because, right? Coloring my hair.
Don't worry, baby girl. Don't worry. They gonna leave you alone. Nothing gonna happen to y'all. Y'all be just fine. But it is funny though, cause that lady, no accountability. No accountability. They were even go as far to blame Harris's party and be like, oh, they were anti-woman. I'm like, bro, they centered their whole shit around abortion and women's reproductive rights and women's health. It's like, what are y'all talking about? The problem was y'all went 2 women and gay. 2 women and gay. Like, come on now, y'all did it to yourselves. Like, come on, grow up here and take some accountability and take the L. It's okay. And as a woman, very excited for Trump 2024 misogyny. Hey, I'm weak as hell. And don't worry, man. It's the type of misogyny where we love women and we protect them. We make sure y'all don't do things that's too hard for y'all. Oh, God. The good misogyny.
Having my hair be long and luxurious. All that being skinny, being hot, and all the things that the patriarchy wants us to be. Because clearly, they don't give a about us. And I'm talking to you, too. Those of you ladies who have the internalized misogyny required to do what you did. The minorities who are so scared of a woman in power that you'd rather cozy up to the white man just in case some crumbs fall off his plate.
Did you forget that you're a white lady? I mean, it's not about him being white, but I mean, did you forget that you're white? Ain't it crazy how they kind of show their racism as soon as you don't agree with them? I told you. And then I'm pretty sure most people kind of skate past this and be like, whoa, that was kind of racist to say. I guess that's what y'all really think about us. And I mean, like, all right, well, what about the liberals the black liberals who are voting for Kamala? Aren't they kind of doing the same thing?
So that you may eat from them. Yes,
yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah. That's what they were trying to do. Get Kamala in there because she was going to help them eat off the rich. Go ahead and give them tax breaks and taxes the rich, even though the rich was going to take their job somewhere else and leave everybody broke. But what that was your idea, right? Right? To get the scraps off the rich, right? Okay.
I don't know how to work this thing, but I'm on my way.
Put to one side the dementedness there, the racism, the bold-faced racism
That's what I'm
against
saying.
minorities who voted for
Racist
Trump.
as hell.
Marvel at just how hopeless this woman is. She can't even work a clipper. A literal monkey could work clippers. They're not hard to work out. Let's take a little trip down memory lane to just.
Hey, thank you. She wasn't black. Hey, she chose the right joke because if she was black, she said a little monkey could work clippers. Oh my God! I thank God you in Australia, sweetheart, because ain't no way. But anyway, though she ain't lying.
A few weeks ago, when supposed sensible lefty Bill Maher had convinced himself that Kamala was going to win and win comfortably, this has aged like a glass of milk.
Am I going to worry about it? First of all, I'm not going to worry about it, Phil, because he's not going to win. First of all, she's definitely going to win the popular vote, as Democrats almost always do now. But I think she will win.
Oh dear, how wrong can you be, Bill? You want to pretend you're the critical thinker, the leftist who isn't protected from reality, but your Trump derangement syndrome has you uttering absurdities like this. I hope Dr. Phil stepped in with a prescription after this rant about Trump's supporters.
His followers, I think, I don't think their heart will really be in it, as it was in 2020. Some of them, there's lots of people who will always be in the bunker with Mrs. Goebbels taking the poison and giving the poison to the children because it's better than living in a world without National Socialism.
Dr. Phil's face says it all. This dude is beyond help. Bill Maher may occasionally say something sensible, essentially copying what conservatives have said for years, what we've said when it actually mattered, but in the end, he's just another lefty losing it like this dude on CNN having a full-blown tantrum because a conservative on the panel, Shermichael Singleton, actually used accurate language to describe boys as boys.
There are a lot of families out there who don't believe boys should play girls' sports.
They're not boys. I'm not going to listen to transphobia at this table. I am not going to listen to you call a trans girl a boy.
Are you going to allow me to finish my explanation?
A troll or trans, bro, you know, I look at them and be like, no, you better listen to this transphobia or this trans intolerance. No. We're going to reframe it. Yeah, you're going to listen to this trans intolerance. Yes, it is a bit weird that we are trying to turn little kids into, the opposite gender. Like, why are we trying to turn little girls into boys? Why are we trying to turn little boys into girls? Like, what the hell are we doing? Why are we trying to groom kids into this? Why are we chemically castrating kids? Allegedly, of course. Like, isn't that a little bit strange? Like, so you're telling me you're for this? I'll look right across the street. So chemically castrating kids is something you're down with? And you wonder why we lost the election? Like, are you serious, G? I'd have to look that man dead in his face. I'm like, bro, you wonder why we lost. Because look what you support. Look what you're getting behind right now.
Use a word that's a slur. I'm going to interrupt. That's not how it is. They're not boys. They're not boys. They're not playing girls softball. I'm not going to sit there and listen for a second.
Well, somebody got to cook that man.
Look, this is a really heated issue, right? And
Ain't no damn heated issue.
I know that you understand that people have different views.
This is about as easy as don't enforce this weird stuff on kids. It's about as easy as that. Simple, easy, simplistic.
On this, I think out of respect for Jay, like, let's try to talk about this in a way that is respectful.
No, shame on the host there for siding with the fringe-dwelling hysterical clown and trying to police the completely accurate and reasonable language of a man who was making the pertinent point that most normal people don't want boys in girls' sports.
Yeah.
But the white dude for Kamala, well, his tantrum was not over yet.
So the way regular people interpret it,
that's not regular people. That's not regular people. There's no consensus.
Regular people. Yes, that's how regular people interpret it. That's the problem. Y'all bro. Y'all really think y'all the majority? Y'all really think that everybody think like this because you don't actually go outside and experience life? Because all y'all do is live in these cities and you hear the same ideology. But little do you know, you go outside these cities and people are gonna ask you, yo, what the hell are you talking about? What do you mean a little girl can become a boy? What do you mean a little boy can become a girl? You sound insane. And it sounds like Satan for real. This is some old Satanist. This is some old demonic shit right here. And if y'all don't even really know what this is rooted in, but this is rooted in some demonic shit. So it is kind of crazy how everybody's going with this as if it's like normal or if it's something that like, well, I'm gonna be real with you, just has to be accepted. I mean, go ahead and make your own life choices as an adult. It's like, cool. You want to be a trans, Satanist, whatever. Do whatever you want as an adult. But to push that type of stuff on kids, yeah, you're crossing the line. And the thing is, they're not your fucking kids to do this on. Do this on your own kids. Oh, I forgot you can't have any, so you got to recruit. So, yeah.
These are actually boys. This whole thing about trans girls is a canard. We're talking about a tiny, tiny sliver of the population using rhetoric like you just used, saying this is boys playing girls sports. First of all, we're talking about 5 people in the entire country. We're talking about trans girls being allowed to play with the people who are in their gender. And if you don't believe, you don't have to listen to me. Listen to the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association.
The American Medical Association.
You can see why Donald Trump won in a landslide. And here is Jon Stewart with a message to the pollsters who protected the left from the truth, from the reality that they're the minority.
Send a quick message to all the pollsters, the election pollsters. Me.
Huh?
I don't ever want to from you again, ever. I don't ever want to hear, we've corrected for the overcorrection of the voters. You don't know and
Nah, bro, mad. He's like, I believed in you. I believed in you and you lied to me. You told me that Kamala was going to win. How the fuck she get blown out? I'd have been able to forgive you if it was close, but a blowout is unforgivable. Don't ever tell me shit again. Yeah, I can respect that. I could definitely respect that. Let's hear that passion again. You gotta love it.
From the reality that they're the minority.
Send a quick message to all the pollsters, the election pollsters. Me.
Yeah.
I don't
That man funny.
Ever want to from you again, ever. I don't ever want to hear, we've corrected for the overcorrection of the voters. You don't know about and I don't care for you.
I never did.
Joining me now.
The problem is you cared from, and the problem is we stopped. We've been stopped caring for these people and what they've been talking about. Trump 2024.
Now is Newsweek's senior editor-at-large and Article 3 Project Senior Counsel, Josh Hammer. Josh, Joe Biden will be hosting President-elect Donald Trump on Wednesday. The man he called a fascist, a white supremacist, a threat to democracy. How's that meeting going to go?
You know, Rita, if half the people that have been calling Donald Trump a Hitlerite fascist, a unique historical threat to American democracy or constitutional order, if half these people took themselves seriously, they would have already bought plane tickets out of the country. I mean, either the man is Hitler, either he is a Nazi, or he is not. If you believe what you've been saying, even to the slightest degree, you would have been seeking asylum. You would have been trying to flee to Canada, the bare minimum, the longest border in the world, the U.S.-Canadian border. I mean, these people just cannot be taken seriously. I mean, Joe Biden, his meeting with Donald Trump, I mean, Joe Biden has been saying that Donald Trump is Hitler, so is Kamala Harris there. But Joe Biden, as we just saw in that clip, is also not a particularly well man. He cannot finish a coherent sentence at this point there. So at this point, I'm just hoping that this meeting somehow goes off where they can actually physically communicate to one another. I mean, that is actually the barest of bare minimums, is that he can actually complete sentences in the English language and they can have a conversation. Now, the good thing about Donald Trump, as you know, is that Donald Trump has been president before. He literally has already done this for 4 years. So he probably doesn't need the whole tutorial, the whole learning curve thing. He's been there, done that. He has sat at the Resolute desk. He has been there before. So look, I mean, this transition period is off to a blistering start. The nominees, the personnel were being named on a day in, day out basis there. It's basically going to be an all-out sprint at this point until January 20th, 2025, when Donald Trump, God willing, finally takes power and Joe Biden has seen the ash heap of history.
Now, what do you make of the theory that Joe Biden got his revenge on the Obama-Pelosi-led coup against him by endorsing Kamala Harris, a candidate they didn't want, a candidate that Barack Obama didn't want?
Nobody wanted her.
Did Joe know that
she couldn't even win a primary? Everybody knew she was a weak candidate. We all knew it. But for some reason, I guess they couldn't find anybody more controllable. So they're like, look, man, it's the best puppet we got, guys. May not be the puppet we want, but it's a puppet we got. Biden done sold out to us in that debate. It is what it is.
Had no chance of winning. And
like, they're probably looking over at Michelle and be like, man, Mike, why didn't you run? I mean, Michelle, why didn't you run? God damn it.
By endorsing her, he kind of forced everybody else's hand.
You know, I don't think that Joe Biden knows what he's doing. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but I genuinely do not think that he is fully in control of either his physical or his mental faculties at this point here. I mean, anything that Joe Biden does, I guess what I'm saying is it's not actually coming from Joe Biden. It's coming from quote unquote Dr. Jill Biden. It's coming from people around him there. Joe Biden is not calling the shots at this particular point there. I mean, the funniest thing to me that I have seen since last Tuesday's election, there is a lot of funny stuff out there. I mean, The View, the left-wing media, they're having conniption fits. Sonny hosted on The View is routinely just saying that the only reason Kamala Harris lost is because of rampant, ubiquitous sexism and misogyny in America. I mean, way to actually miss what's happening right under your nose. But one of the funniest things of this post-election fallout to me is the way that the Biden camp and the Harris camp just continue to snipe at each other as if they are the problem. Let me be very clear. In my opinion, Joe Biden is not the reason the Democrats lost. Kamala Harris is not the reason the Democrats lost. The reason the Democrats lost is the Democrats, is for the actual stances they have taken.
Yeah, that's really what it is. It's like, Kamala Harris ain't really, bro. Let's be real. Kamala Harris was only a puppet that was preaching what her party low-key stands on. And that's the problem. Y'all had shit policies from the get-go. Like, nobody wanted more immigrants. Nobody wanted transgenders going over the border and getting surgery with taxpayer monies. Nobody wanted their kids to be trans. Like, oh man, I mean, bro, nobody want high taxation and nobody want a mandate on EV cars. Y'all was doing everything wrong. Oh yeah, and we also didn't want high inflation, but I don't know. That's just because y'all don't know how to manage money for some reason or manage the economy. I don't get it. Nobody wanted none of that, and y'all couldn't understand that for some crazy reason.
For the actual completely radical, out-of-touch nature of the various positions they have taken when it comes to gender, to race, to immigration, to culture, to economics, to foreign policy, you name it. They are completely out of touch with the median American, and unless and until they actually have the introspective moment where they look in the mirror and they actually realize that, unless and until that happens, I think Republicans are well set to continue winning well into the future at this point.
Well, that analysis has been just so completely divorced from reality. If they don't actually figure it out, we're going to see a dynasty of Republicans in the White House, because they seem to be doubling down the Democrats on the crazy.
I keep saying they keep going like this. You keep talking like this, Democrats, and it's going to be the same results every time y'all pull up. Y'all gonna lose the same way every time. Same state, same number. Every goddamn time until you change your rhetoric. It was all y'all. It's all y'all rhetoric. It's all what y'all think and what y'all preach to y'all people and what they went out there and spread themselves. And you got a lot of people out here looking stupid right now, and they're rejecting you. Some of them is still holding strong, but don't worry, they'll fall off in the coming months. Y'all time is almost up, and you only got y'all probably got like a few weeks to backtrack, or at least to apologize and have some type of humility to y'all. I'm just saying anyone will do, but I guess the apology and the humility would probably be best and show people that you're a little bit more human.
Craziness, the identity politics, the victimhood, all the
or stand on hubris. You could do that as well.
Really crippled them as a party and alienated them from so much of their supporter base. I want to play you a clip from Megyn Kelly, a woman who has had clashes with Donald Trump in the past, but she was a very strong supporter for him in 2024. And here she explains why the Democrats and their miserable cat lady ideology lost.
Standing up for female empowerment, which I've done my entire life, does not require me to all over American men. I'm sorry. But this is why I never called myself a feminist to begin with, because I knew what you leftists thought of feminism. It meant abortion and crapping on men. And most of us women over on the side of the normies don't want that. We love our husband. We love our boys, our sons, our dads, our brothers, our male friends and colleagues. And we are not ready to consider this a zero-sum game where we must advance at their expense. Until you get that through your thick head, you'll keep losing.
God, I love her. She makes some excellent points there. The Democrats would do well to listen to the likes of Megyn Kelly instead of the ladies of The View or the MSNBC crazies, because if that
analysis, if you can even call it that Democrats are very publicly engaging in. On the one hand, they're actually really stupid. I mean, like, one possibility is that they're genuinely operating at a low IQ level. I don't actually...
I think it's just too much. They got the pride in it. They got their whole pride in it. Like, they really think they're on the right side, and they just can't see themselves being wrong.
Believe that to be the case. I genuinely
low IQ is a bit of a stretch, though, so but I'm a little nicer than them, I guess.
As to what actually is going on here. And when I was discussing with some others here earlier today, I'm actually on the road to speak to some college and law school students. So what I was discussing earlier today with some college students that I'm speaking to is what I think is happening. The Democrats have become so convinced over the course of 15, 20, 30 years, especially since Barack Obama in 2008, they've become so convinced of their own moral...
And make sure to double tap that screen like the video, guys, or the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support.
Moral and ethical and indeed intellectual superiority. They are so convinced that they are actually better than the rest of America, flyover country, the people who live closer to a river valley in America rather than the two coasts and people like that. They think that their values are better. They think that their way of life is better. Their approach to everything from religion to economics to transgender to immigration to race. They are so convinced that they are superior, that therefore the only possible explanation as to how the political party that ostensibly embodies and exudes this great virtuous movement, the only reason why it could possibly lose under this ridiculous analysis is that half the country is actually racist, sexist, bigot, homophobe. That is actually, I think, what you're seeing out there. Megyn Kelly is obviously spot on. She's one of our most astute observers of the American political scene today. She's actually giving a very free bit of advice here to a political party that is not her own. They would be very wise to take it, but they're probably not going to do so.
Well, I think you've been too quick to discount the low IQ explanation. I think that may be at play as well. You wrote a fantastic piece about the end of Obamaism, it's hard to say, for Newsweek. That piece is being shared widely.
IQ.
The American people have definitely rejected that agenda. They are backing Trump's MAGA movement. What will be the impact on Barack Obama's legacy here? And what do you see, not just for the next 4 years of Trump's second term, but beyond that?
You know, this is one of the most important questions that I don't think we know the answer to yet. In fact, my father-in-law just asked me this question the other day, and I wasn't sure how to answer him either. Look, if Democrats are actually going to be intellectually honest, if they were actually going to arrive at the correct conclusions as to what went so catastrophically wrong in this particular election cycle, then they're going to realize that the Barack Obama coalition is over, that the one-time coalition of the ascendant, as was commonly referred to, has actually now descended into utter ruination and decay and decline, and it is just totally and completely collapsed. And this is a coalition that was formed based on all the intersexual constituent parts of America. You had Black and Hispanics and immigrants and young people and this and that, and it's all done. I mean, Donald Trump has shattered that coalition. So it logically follows that if Democrats are actually going to soberly realize that the guy who put his entire legacy on the line yet again, Barack Obama, which he did this cycle, he spoke with the DNC in Chicago. He was all over the campaign trail for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in those final moments. He really put his entire two-term legacy on the line for this miserable, awful ticket, and he lost big time. So if you combine the fact that the ticket actually lost and then Barack Obama's signature coalition lost, he should be gone. I mean, he should be out of public light. He should be relegated to Martha's Vineyard, go host some fancy cocktail parties for your elite crowd, whatever there. That is what should happen. But again, to circle back to what we were saying a few minutes ago, I don't think that's going to happen because I don't think that they're actually going to arrive at any of the correct conclusions. So I seriously think, Rita, that 4 years from now in 2028, when J.D. Vance will probably be elected the next president of the United States, I think 4 years from now in 2028, Democrats are just going to run the same playbook all over again. I don't think it's actually going to work any better 4 years from now than it did this cycle.
And we're going to have the same pollsters telling us how close it is, and they'll be terribly wrong again because they
blow them out again. And we'll blow them out again because these people are honestly just insane at this point. Make sure y'all like, subscribe. If you have any super chats you want to send in, question or comments, or just a joke, $1 and up, go ahead and read it out loud. I do appreciate the support, guys. Now let's see here. Now let's go ahead and let's see here. Take a word from the sponsors. Because shout out the sponsors, man, because we've picked up one and we do want to share this with y'all. Because like I said, it's full of opportunity, man, and the only way to take advantage of this opportunity in this economy, well, if you got good credit. So make sure your credit's right. And that's why we partnered with Dovely AI. So shout out Dovely AI, man. I'm going to go ahead and link it in the chat. And if y'all go ahead and join, man, you can go ahead and help get your credit right for free. For free. Ain't that nice? Ain't that nice of them? Shout out these guys. Let's go ahead and take a second to shout them out.
Did you know 2 in 3 Americans have errors on their credit report? Errors can be as simple as the wrong name or incorrect payment history. Why does this matter to you? Errors can drive your credit score down. Meaning that car, house, or loan you wanted likely won't happen. But Dovely can fix it for you. Our automated credit repair engine tracks, manages, and fixes your credit. Here's how it works. After enrolling online, our algorithm prioritizes your errors based on hundreds of factors and automatically transmits your disputes to all 3 bureaus, so the inaccurate items can be removed quickly. And we can get you on your way to a better credit score. We've disputed over 200,000 credit errors and have a 92% success rate. On average, our members see a 50...
And remember, you always want to track your credit, because what don't get tracked is not truly managed. So make sure you get this. Hey, you can get the free version, try it out, see how you like it. And then if you like it, go ahead and upgrade to the premium, man. You're really going to get some coverage on that credit. And they'll go ahead and help you out with your disputes, all AI driven, giving you probably one of the best disputes you can get. So, and like I said, nothing's for sure. Like I said, but all you can do, but hey, it's worth a try, right? You never know. I've heard of many people who've disputed things and they didn't even know that it was errors on there. And then they went and they turned in these disputes. They didn't even know that there was errors on their credit reports, and now boom, they got a higher credit score, or they've been able to lower the amount, or honestly, there's be times where you pay off certain collections and they don't report it on your credit, and now you got to go in there and dispute it, or you forget to dispute it, and now this collection is still on your credit report. So this will be one of the best tools. Trust me. Track your credit. It's going to be the best way to take advantage of this opportunity economy that's coming up.
54-point score increase in less than 6 months. Join now and get ahead financially with Dovely.
And alrighty, man. Shout out Dovely. All right, guys.
A credit score is a 3-digit number that might not seem that important until you need to make a big...
But all right, guys. We're going to go ahead and shut it down for tonight, man. I'm going to go ahead and read out the super chats and all of our supporters. We appreciate y'all. If you have anything you want to send in, man, I'm going to go ahead and read it out. But first, let me go ahead and read out the supporters, man. We appreciate y'all. Shout out Maya, Zoloff, Hellbat. Shout out Seth. Shout out 216 Freak, man. Shout out Mr. Doc Hill. Appreciate you. Shout out Jay Downey. Shout out Gerard. And shout out Don's the Wild Child, man, for joining the membership. We appreciate you, man. Welcome to the S.E.T Media family. We've been seeing you a lot, bro. Appreciate you for tuning in. And we'll see you on the next one, guys. Y'all be safe. Love y'all guys, man. Y'all stay safe out there, and we'll catch you on the next one. Appreciate you. All right, yeah. Let me